it is weird for you to have said it'd be cool to talk to a scientist and then from that point bring up Professor Dave, who
Right.
is not a
So,
professor or a scientist.
so if you let me finish, I was gonna say something that would actually tie those things together without it having to do with anything of you guys talking to Professor Dave himself. I watch Professor Dave. I don't agree with how he attacks people of your guys' belief. I just like how he shows the science off.
It's not
And I
belief.
wish there were more
It
people
is
like
not a
that.
belief.
Hold on. Okay, here's my response to that. What he answers to are straw mans that none of us in here actually like the arguments that he puts forth, they're against positions that no one in here supports. So
Oh,
you
okay.
can like it all you want, but it has nothing to do with us and what
Okay.
we think.
Right.
And that's a touchy subject, realistically. Call me LFM, basically. The point is like, remember Eric Debate was just mentioned. So some of the
Right.
misrepresentations that maybe have been put out by other flat earthers sort of quick to jump the gun when they sort of come forth with this information, right? And again, no one can blame them for doing so. You know, they had a very small vernacular of information that they could sort of access in order to get a point across. And sometimes the misrepresentations that we get strawmanned with coming from someone like Professor Dave originate from people like the Flat Earth Society. That's why Eli was so hard on that guy a minute ago. Like, I'm about ready to just bang him. And then,
the
for
Flat Earth
instance,
Society is by someone else. He's by like a retard.
well, that's besides the point of what I'm saying.
There's
that's
two
besides the point.
societies.
Cool.
Okay. Well, all right. I didn't know you guys differentiated from other flat.
Yeah, well, we've been doing this for several years, so we kind of have a group here where we do, we do associate with each other for the most part, but we promote good content, and we're not, I like some Eric, just like I said earlier, I like some Eric Debate content, and I like some of Dave Wise's content, and I like some of Mark Sargent's content. I'll promote if it's good. And
Right.
it's all, or Ghost Blowbusters. I'll promote that stuff too sometimes. Go ahead.
Right. Well, do believe me when I say, please excuse my ignorance. I only just got here, so I just kind of crumble all the flat earthers together in one giant umbrella.
So how long ago did you find out about this?
I just wanted to say something real quick.
I'm sorry.
Literally earlier today when I looked up Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, so it's fine. It's very hard for a person to look. This is why you don't go somewhere and ask people questions based on what you think they know. You ask them questions,
Right.
right?
I'm not saying what you guys know. I'm just saying that, flat earthers know that the earth is flat, right?
Yeah, we
That's
don't
how I
have
see
a
it,
model.
and
We
that's
don't
as
have
far
a
as-
model. We don't have a model. We don't believe in. We don't commit reification fallacies. If anything, we'll give you a conceptualization because most people don't know how to take in the information and it hurts their brain. So we'll say, okay, we'll give you this if you're begging for it. Okay, but outside of that, there's no actual model. There's no flat Earth map. There's none of that.
Right. Well, speaking of, how long do you think until you guys actually get to like?
There will never be a model because that would be a reification fallacy for us to say this is our reality. So unless you're asking us when we're going to begin accepting logical fallacies, that would be never.
Okay. So how does logical fallacy
Not how you
exactly?
obtain
That's a new
knowledge.
word for me.
I didn't hear you. Somebody else just I don't know.
How does logical fallacy work? Because that is a genuine new word for me.
Why don't okay, so
And I'm currently busy, so I can't really look it up.
okay, so I would suggest that somebody share with you the Star Trek. It's Star Trek, right? Yeah, Star Trek logical fallacies playlist, and they give you a crash course into the logical fallacies that people commit when they're having day-to-day conversations. Now, you might spot this as a lie. Like someone might say something and you might try to pin them down on this particular line of questioning because it's a line of reason, right? And you might say, well, you're straight up lying. Well, chances are what they did is a fallacy that you can actually point out if you just research this a little bit. So every globe earth proof ever is a begging the question fallacy, meaning the conclusion is that it is a globe and you're going to be doing things on this globe to determine that it is a globe. So it's a form of circular reasoning. There is no argument that a globe earther can present that doesn't utilize this fallacy.
And that's what you guys don't believe in. It's impossible to actually have a debate against the argument from people on my side.
No. What I'm saying is, I don't care if it's about a globe. I don't care if it's about law. I don't care if it's about politics. I'm talking about the way people string sentences together. So if they string a sentence together that doesn't logically follow, it's a logical fallacy. I didn't come up with this. This is just something that
I'm not
exists
saying you did.
because of documentation.
Okay, so basically, if the words are convoluted, immediately it's false.
No, it means it's been presented in a fallacious manner.
Okay,
Right, because
so basically you got to present it.
Hold on. If you say what you like just now, what you said, if someone did that, that would actually be what is called a fallacy. So say I say something that is erroneous, but the overall conclusion of what I'm trying to relay is true. And someone says, well, there's this tidbit that's erroneous or false. Therefore, everything you're saying is false. That would be a fallacy. So no, we wouldn't be committing that fallacy either. Sorry, I hear you coming in, Meme. I haven't heard you all day. Please take it away.
Oh no, I was just butting in a little bit. I was going to say, people who don't think logically are fundamentally dishonest, in my opinion. Because to have circular logic in the first place is to be a dishonest person, right? Because if you're saying
to yourself, you're being dishonest to yourself, even,
if you're saying something and then using the thing that you're saying as its source, you're being dishonest. It's called lying.
Yeah.
I mean, we could just easily.
Personally, the way I look at, personally, the way I look at illogical or the fallacies, as you guys say, because that's a new word for me. I don't know how to properly use it in my vocabulary yet. Is instead of just outright calling someone a liar, I would question where they got their sources from, and then go from there to deduct my reasoning on whether that's a true or false statement.
Yeah, we do the same thing. So this is the thing. So if someone makes a statement and we ask them for an example or a demonstration, and they give us an explanation,
Right.
Chances are that explanation is going to have the fallacy in it, right? If they present the information and it checks out, then it checks out.
To be fair, for people on my ends, because I did play this part where, I would give explanations instead of outright sources, it's because I honestly don't know where to look. I Google it and it brings me up other things that I don't want, but I've definitely heard of this before. It's just a matter of where.
That's fine. That's fine. So I'll say one more thing and I'll be quiet. So, because I'm about to get on the train. So when someone presents information is information. That's cool. So
Right.
Now that you have the information, the last and final thing you need to do with that information is attempt to verify it or see how it has been verified, if it can be verified, and who verified it. That's
Right.
the last step in the logical chain. And if that can't be done, chances are,
Robbie, where you at?
One sec.
you know. But guys, yeah, be good to this guy too, because before Code Nico came in, I was thinking to myself, this guy is brand new. He's not a troll. He's genuinely trying to figure out, like, he knows a lot and about what he thinks he knows, and that's fine. But he definitely isn't a troll, I don't think. So I'll leave you guys with that, and good luck. And I'll be back in, I don't know.
Be safe.
So I kind of want to change the topic. How much of you guys would say the Earth's population, like the percentage between globe earthers and flat earthers?
Don't care.
I don't know.
Okay.
We don't know.
Literally don't care.
Because I know you guys are trying to like spread the word and stuff, so you're trying to.
I'm not.
Well, why wouldn't you if you want more people to believe in your side?
No, see, my goal is this.
That's the thing. We don't believe.
Yeah, here's the thing. Created a place.
Just assume the believe word means something else that
people
is more
have
pertaining to
access
you.
to all the information, so real searchers are going to find us. I'm not trying to evangelize and spread the word.
So really, it's just a matter of the what's it called? The magnum opus finally occurs to decide whether or not it is equivalently a flat Earth or not.
I don't care. That's not what I'm doing this for.
Okay.
And I can't articulate much past that right now.
I won't question beyond that.
But to change a bunch of people's minds, I don't believe in that, really. People make up their minds.
It's kind of hard to do.
People make up their minds based on their cognitive biases. And until something changes in their lives and their cognitive biases, like internally, until they can internally change their own minds, then there's no point in trying to change people.
So what was it that
You celebrate
changed your
Christmas?
bias if you weren't born a flat earther? And if you were...
I wasn't.
Sorry,
I was a super space fan, and I watched NASA launches. I have a bunch of NASA models still. My grandfather worked on Apollo 17, was Air Force, all this other stuff. So no,
Hey, call.
Meme, weren't you already had a cognitive bias toward creation before all of the flat Earth stuff too? As far as I know from what you said, and I have too.
Well, yeah, but I mean, when I was a teenager, it was like skateboarding. When I was a teenager, I had stupid beliefs.
No, I'm saying creation. When they started teaching evolution, I never bought into that. You know.
Oh, I did 100%.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, when I was younger, yeah, absolutely, I bought into evolution.
Dude, I can't wait for the fake aliens to come, because even though I know it's not a globe and there's no space, I still want to meet those dudes. And so when they, you know what I mean? Like, gosh, I was into aliens way back in the old day there, 8-9 years ago. I loved that alien stuff.
But I totally agree with you on that point, Meme. We're not here to change anyone's mind. We're here to have an open platform so people can come in, and people that have been at least have good questions and are seeking knowledge. Then we're here. A lot of people make fun of us, say, "Oh, we're not really seeking knowledge. You can get that knowledge at college." Are you serious?
So one thing that we haven't covered is celestial navigation. I'd like to get into that in about like the 20 minutes when I get uptown from where I'm at.
Are you going to be able to celestially navigate with a sextant in space? Because I've heard people say that before. And I'm like, what the fuck?
That's a good one.
Who was I think I heard it the other day. Somebody was saying that they used a sextant when they were going to the moon. And
you talked to somebody who went to the moon?
No, I just heard someone saying that the other day.
No, I know.
Did you hear it too?
That against him though. No. Well, maybe.
Ariel, I hear you trying to get through. Ariel, if you'd like to say something.
Yeah, my bad, Ariel. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Call me LFM said, so when your Magnus Opus was premiered, or when you arrived at it, or when you finally wrote the last bar. But I want to say, with regards to the how you arrive at the conclusion, because nobody is born a flat earther, don't be stupid. Last year when this mass psychosis hit, I mean, we're all part of that now. And I started questioning a lot of things, because I was shitting myself because I didn't know what the fuck was going on. And this was one of the things that I discovered. And you will only discover this when you take your life and when you take things around you seriously. Honestly. So, yeah. That was how I arrived at this final boss.
So I kind of can't help but feel a little bit disrespected, because you mentioned that when you start taking things a little bit seriously, so you're kind of questioning how serious I'm taking Globe Earth.
I just feel that you are looking at us as one, homogenous group, people who are in a belief system. It's nothing like that. We are people who arrived at this conclusion by many, many different means, and most of us, we did it all by ourselves, which is really fascinating, and it's very confusing. It's scary. It throws you completely when you try to hold this idea in your head and you're not really sure, and then to arrive at that conclusion, it's really disconcerting. So make no mistake, we are not sitting here for our entertainment or for yours.
Right.
We are seriously concerned that people are not questioning things more. That is about it.
Okay.
You remember I'll just say this really quick. They have this term peer pressure, right? I mean, I feel like, with the Globe thing, the peer pressure is kind of a thing, with like, well, everybody else believes it. If you question and you act different than other people, then you're not going to be. It's not going to be fun for you and your. I necessarily didn't give a shit. I mean, but anyone is, like me was saying, as a teenager, you're going to kind of give a shit about what people think about you. But for the most part, I mean, when you become an adult, the peer pressure doesn't work anymore.
Exactly. It's all part of growing up, dude. I think it's great because it's two birds in one stone. I'm learning about the flat Earth, the true Earth, and I'm stopping caring what other people think about me so much, right? I'm saying, you know what? I don't care if people out there are going to judge me for my findings of the truth, of facts, of when I go and measure and observe. I can't care about what people think anymore. I'm too addicted to finding out the truth. But maybe that's just me.
Can I add to that? Well, like when Ariel's saying serious, in a way she means intellectually honest, right? When you're approached with this model and on its face you have two contradictory claims, and when told this, you acknowledge both contradictions and agree with both of them, well, then you're not taking it serious because you're not being honest.
Well, I wouldn't say I necessarily agreed. It took me a lot of my years in education to, figure out what the hell it is that, like, why the Earth is a globe. Why?
I'll give you an example. You
guys make all that indoctrination through the school system. I don't know.
No, I'm saying they give you information that the Earth is a ball, this, and this, right? So the Aristophanes, they say parallel rays, and then they'll in the same or next sentence they'll say also lunar eclipses happen because the light's rays aren't parallel. And then when you knowing that you come across this information, you can't then agree that, okay, well, some days it's parallel, some days it's not. You have to go, okay, well, this is a contradiction. One of these is a lie or both. So like something's wrong.
I mean,
you
the way I see it,
approach it from that. Hold on. There's no, the way I see it, it's a contradiction. It's a lie. There's nothing else to it, and that's what we mean by taking it serious. You have to be honest with yourself and the information. You can't just agree with both and then live in a fantasy world.
Okay, so you mentioned the sun's rays being parallel or something, right?
Yeah, so they say the sun rays are parallel. That's what creates the shadows, and then lunar eclipses happen because all of a sudden sun rays are not parallel.
But I wouldn't say that they're parallel because some shadows are longer than others depending on the angle that it is on the sun.
Well, that's a globe claim. Wait there. That's the claim of the globe. Is that all rays of light are parallel? Okay.
But as a globe believer, I am exercising, that evidence.
Well, that's what evidence?
The evidence that that shadows, when angled, are longer than shadows that aren't angled. Like if you stand under a light, directly under it, your shadow is just beneath your feet. But if you start moving forward, your shadow moves away from you. It's the same thing with the sun, just in a more giant scale.
Right. Okay.
So therefore, sun's rays aren't exactly parallel. It's more just the face of the Earth facing the sun.
Again,
is just hitting the sun's light.
If the Earth's rays, if the rays that are coming from the sun that are hitting the Earth are not parallel on a globe, what does that mean for your globe? Remember, the shadows would only.
It just means that the Earth is smaller than the sun.
Oh, I think you're missing the point.
I probably am. I'm not quite sure what the point is, because I don't believe that
the shadows being elongated is not due to, let's say, some form of divergent rays in the heliocentric or globe model, right? The reason why the rays, again, they're parallel, but the reason why shadows, for instance, are of different length, and this is what they say in the heliocentric model, is because the surface of the Earth is curving, right? So obviously the shadows, right, the angle that the light hits the shadows at is changed via the surface of the Earth, right? Again, that's why it is that way, right? If you're simply just by stating, that the Earth isn't receiving parallel rays, you're going completely against the story that is told to you in terms of by the heliocentric model. So that is something that goes against what you believe in, which is the globe model, right?
Maybe I just haven't really looked into the research that states.
No, but that's a really cool point. But that's a really cool point, though. So, like, you yourself innately, based on your own observation, sort of sense there's something a little bit iffy with that. Have you ever seen like
that could have been a misunderstanding on my end as well?
Of course, it could be, but I'm just stating that again, the globe
just
model,
because I'm contradicting what the globe model says, I think that just says more about my misunderstanding of the globe model.
I'm not saying anything about that. I'm saying that maybe use that as a starting point of a form of skepticism to look into it a little bit deeper, right? Because do you understand what the claim is when it comes to the sticks and shadows and where that goes back to with Aristotle?
Outside of proving the rotation of the Earth in some way? No.
So the length of the shadows, right? This was sort of used to basically commit a reification fallacy. Well, more than a reification fallacy, meaning that essentially it was just asserted that therefore the sun is far away. That means that the light rays are parallel. And because we imagine if light rays are parallel, that would mean that effectively you wouldn't be able to have any shadows, right? If all light rays are parallel, and on a flat surface that would be, right? But if you have a ball, you create angles. Yeah, but you create angles, right? So again, this was like a so-called test, right? That was used to reify the idea that the Earth is a globe, right? It doesn't work because obviously it can work either way.
It's a reification begging the question fallacy. Yeah.
I mean, in my belief, my personal belief is that the sun's rays are spanning out from the sun on the direction. So it's just spouting outwards in every angle.
They are. In essence, that is a heliocentric model claim that they're spanning out from it in a crepuscular fashion emanated from a single point. But the issue is due to the distance, right, between us and the sun. They say the light rays that land here are effectively parallel, right?
Right, because of how small the Earth is compared to the sun anyway.
No, it's not the size. It's not the size. It's the distance. The distance is what denotes.
Right, but the distance isn't that far from the sun on a cosmological scale to begin with.
Okay.
Maybe it's very far for us because as humans, 300 and whatever thousand kilometers away is a massive distance.
No. 93 million miles away is what they purport it to be.
That's fine. The bigger the number, the honestly less the difference it makes. Like, it's just going to be millions, sure. On the cosmological scale, that is not that far. If anything, that would look like a foot. If you were like,
what is the cosmological scale then? Because you're talking about this.
Well, I know it's measured in light years, and the cosmological scale of the universe is like, I can't even tell you. It's just so big.
No one could tell you.
90 billion light-years.
Cosmological scale of the universe, huh?
And I'm not even talking about the universe. I'm really just talking about the space between the Earth and the sun.
Right.
Is not that far on a cosmological scale.
So
the cosmological scale of the universe would kind of be, I guess, your basis on how far everything is from each other to begin with.
So do you know who first traveled 93 million miles to get that direct measurement from Earth to the sun?
You don't need to, and you would die.
Oh, I see. So no one's measured it before. No one's measured it.
Measure it. You just don't need to physically do that.
You don't.
Why is that?
How do you do it then?
Use parallax. That's the main measurement for
parallax. Okay, so when do we have to use parallax on Earth to do anything?
Well,
we don't, because our sizes are so much smaller.
Right, there you go. There you go.
How did we? Hold on. How did we get here? So go back to the chat. So
I got us here.
Obviously, we're on the same page, right? About parallel sun rays. The claim is that the distance to the sun is so great that the rays come in parallel. Effectively, that is what the claim is.
No,
so if you're not experiencing that,
well, that's not my claim.
How can you verify the? No, that's what the claim is.
Okay, great, but it's not so great is my claim. It is not a huge distance at all. 93 million kilometers is not a big distance.
Can I reiterate how it got here? I brought up how you have to be intellectually honest when their model claims that the sun's rays are parallel, and then in the next sentence I will say they're not parallel. And when approaching that information and seeing a contradiction on its face, being able to say, no, this doesn't make sense. I didn't mean it for it to go into this.
Right, call me LFM. Can you go and push the talk or something, or like mute yourself while
you're? Give me a second.
We are streaming.
And what I'm trying to say is, I didn't mean for it to turn into parallel or not parallel. The only thing I was stating, and you can continue that. I don't care. But when seeing the information and seeing that they contradict themselves in their own claims, not your claim, but that they will claim two separate things that contradict each other, you have to be able to look at that honestly. And that's what I said. And then you can carry on about how you know whether or not the sun's rays are parallel in its made up size of the universe.
I think there's absolute silence right now because what you were saying makes no sense at all.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around it.
No, it's just a second, so I can explain better. I'm right now dealing with my child.
What I said here?
Yeah, do that first.
Yes, what you said. Listen, we're talking about distance to celestial. Hold on, we're talking about distance to celestial objects.
No,
Right.
I get that. I'm saying how the conversation got there.
He's not talking about you, B cars.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, he said yes
yeah.
when I asked him. So.
I
Yeah,
know,
there's-
dude.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, never mind. Maybe I was missing the point, but
Well, the
Hey,
only
no,
thing I
you
was
were looking to
reiterating
call
was
me LFM.
Ariel.
You were just one
I was only
second,
saying
just to
Ariel
get-
got like a word in about how he wasn't taking it serious, and I was just kind of reclarifying that it's like he's not taking it honestly. When given a contradiction, he can't agree with both of them, and then that kind of went over his head, and he started talking about only one side. So I still don't think he gets it, and he's talking about parallel light rays and some magical distance that he knows of the sun and all this nonsense.
I'm still on I'm still on that other conversation where I was in the chat of Miko earlier, and all these freaking guys, 5,000 people just chat rolling up, and they're just like, oh, science, distance, and they're just like, well, they already figured it out. It's like, did they figure it out with the radar telescopes, or I mean, where did they come up with these distances?
Well, to figure out the distances, they have to commit multiple fallacies. Again, you have to first assume that the Earth is curved as a surface.
How can you do that in a chat with 5,000 people? I mean, you can't do it. So I was just like, come over 24/7 and talk to us about it, one-on-one. Yeah. Anyway, that's what I'm just in that mode right now. But anyway, I'll get over it. Hey, and to be honest, I mean, these radar telescopes, these vast arrays that they've made over in some cases multiple miles of these huge radar telescopes, they're not optical. They're just receiving information, and they're feeding the information into a team of CGI experts, I guess, that interpret the data and say, everything is begging the question: if we're receiving this data from this distance and we're this far away from the center of the solar system, then this would be this. They triangulate from Earth, different times of the year, right? It's pretty much all they have to go off of is that, and so yeah, they make all of that's just begging the question. All of it, every single observation is begging the question. Even in the radar data.
You can figure the moon out by bouncing a laser off of it. Yeah, Helio. That's what Platypus says.
Platypus knows I've already addressed that.
Yeah.
Several times.
You get dumber every day, Platypus. Gee whiz.
I mean, I've talked about the radar bounce, right? You might suspect to get one or two protons back from the radar bounce that is 6 kilometers wide. When you send the signal to the moon, you might expect to get one or two protons back, and there's supposed to be a certain signature. Bro, man, we've already talked about this, or I have. I mean, and I've brought it up many times.
I don't know what.
So, what do we do? What do we actually do when we? Well, not we, but again, what is it that the military do when they wish to make aeroplanes resistant to radar? They take away all the right angles, right? Again, so if that's the case, what is a sphere effectively? It's like one of the most, radar defeating shapes out there, effectively, right? That logically follows anyway, right? We think about, let's say, firing a bullet at something that's round, for instance, right? Again.
Good night. Mama's room. The lights are on.
Radar love. There you go, Dave. I gave you that one. Yeah, I don't know what's up with Platypus tonight. He's just throwing fallacy after fallacy out there in the freaking chat.
Okay, I'm back for the meantime.
He thinks he has to.
Where were we?
I'm interested in The Beast is Back.
The globe is slimy. Platypus got his hands are wet on the ball.
Can you call me LFM?
None. There's none at all.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, you sound great, Meme.
All right. I know I do. So The Beast is Back is saying that they measure these billions of miles using parallax.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, he's studying to be an astrophysicist or some crap like that.
That's a storyteller, a non-science storyteller.
So, no science there, huh?
I'm not. Beast is Back. I'm not asking for an explanation. I'm asking for an empirical fact.
And what would it be an empirical fact to you? I guess
something testable, touchable.
And what if I told you if you touch the sun, you'd probably just die?
Then it would be unfalsifiable, and therefore not scientific.
So therefore, there's no point in the argument to begin with, because there's nothing I can
what
say
that does is
otherwise.
That immediately says that anything that you can't observe and test is immediately outside the realm of science.
But we can observe it. In terms of testing it, well, that would require one of us to sacrifice our lives and not even make it back.
When you look at a star, when you look up at a star, you see a point of light, but you're not sure what you're observing.
Right, but we've also observed the sun very closely. We do every day.
How do you know the sun is like Alpha Centauri?
Right, Alpha Centauri is...
How do you know the sun is like...
Where have I heard that phrase from? What is Alpha Centauri?
The star. How do you know the sun is like any of the little tiny dots of light?
Because they're made up of the same material.
Oh.
So we use the thing known as spectroscopy, where basically we can see what something is made out of.
How exactly could you ever validate that?
Because we can do smaller experiments.
No, you can't. No, you can't. That's not how spectroscopy. That's not how spectroscopy works. Holy cow! That's not how it works. You have to have a sample of it.
We have hydrogen here on Earth. The sun is mostly made of hydrogen.
No. Are you saying all yellow lights are hydrogen?
No, obviously I'm not saying
just the ones in the sky.
That immediately invalidates your idea.
No, because that's not how
No, because it doesn't, because not all lights are made of hydrogen. Just the ones in the sky are.
How do you know the ones in the sky are made of hydrogen?
Because we've observed it, we've calculated it, and
you can't observe
we got results from
chemical tests. You can't observe it chemically.
Hydrogen existing in the vacuum of space.
Yeah. How does a gas?
Can I just point out that?
I mean, doesn't the flat Earth also
I just want to point out at every single turn, like right now, I'm not trying to be super taken over. Every time it happens, I'm going to call it out, begging the question. You can talk.
That's the beast is back.
Oh,
and when I say begging the question, you can ask me, well, how did I commit the fallacy of begging the question? And then I'll use your words to formulate exactly how you beg the question. If you dare to ask me every time I point it out, I'll do it. So I don't just have to be a madman saying, oh, fallacy this, fallacy that, and you feeling like I'm being unfair. No, I can demonstrate how you're committing the fallacy. But if you want the conversation to go quicker, just acknowledge that you're begging the question.
I'm just trying to pull up a thing with spectroscopy because I don't want to give the wrong explanation and then have someone rebuttal that like it's wrong. I haven't done spectroscopy in like years.
I thought it was like riding a bike. I'm going to be honest.
Wait, was someone bringing some Earth curvature measurement here? Did I miss something?
No, but that would be lovely.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. I thought maybe someone was actually bringing some actual proof here or something.
I mean, I can bring up a pretty good one. I wanted to mention this when you were having the debate with, or not debate, the discussion with Miko. You mentioned the ISS and not being able to see it or at all, but you can actually see the ISS. Like you can look up at the night sky if you know the timings, and you can see it pass in front of the moon with the telescope.
So you can see something the size of a 747 250 miles up, 15,000 miles per hour.
Pull up an image if you want. If
Hold on. Look, stop. I know you think you're seeing what you think you're seeing, but you don't know what that is, and I don't care. You cannot. Your eyes cannot resolve something. There is not a lens. There is not a lens on this earth that can resolve a 4-meter gap at 250 miles.
I feel like you're saying that.
It doesn't matter what you believe. There is not a lens on this earth that can resolve a 4-meter gap 250 miles away.
I think you're saying things like they're fact without,
it is a fact.
Evidence.
There is not a lens on this earth that can resolve.
Where are you getting? Where are you saying that from? Where is that coming from?
Resolve a 4-meter gap, 250 miles away, traveling 17,500 miles an hour.
Can you prove that is not possible with any lens on this earth?
You're asking me to prove that it's not possible?
Yeah, you said it's not. When I have images showing that.
Wait. You want me to prove your belief? You want me to prove a disbelief? Are you serious?
No, I'm saying that I can show you an image of the ISS passing in front of the moon from
that you believe is the ISS. Sure.
I mean, sure, we can say
you think you're looking at something that's 250 miles away, resolving 4 meters between panels. That's what you think you're looking at.
Then what am I looking at then? What have
I don't care.
People been looking at?
I don't know, and I don't care. And you know how I know? Because you don't have any measurable curvature on an Earth that's 24,901 miles.
Okay, you can't just
listen to me.
About this one
listen
thing
to me.
Here.
Listen to me.
Just go to a different.
You want to talk about something? You want to talk about something derivative? I want to talk about something definitive.
I'm showing you a definitive image.
Hold on.
No, it is derivative, and I'll explain why. Or Meme could explain why.
I'll catch him on this one. Because if you were to show me Earth curve measurements, and you were to show me that the Earth is actually curving, bam, you got me. It's the ISS. But without those measurements, you don't have anything like that.
Okay, so you want me to go find those measurements, and then I can show you a picture of the ISS. And you go,
calculations also. Actual physical measurements of Earth's curvature.
Can I take secondary data, or does it just have to be primary data that I have collected?
No, I mean,
if it could be secondary data, what you would need is a measurement of the radius of the Earth. In order for them to have put something like that in orbit around the circumference of this thing that they claim we live on. So you can go ahead and do that.
If it is, let's say
not if you asked me,
you don't deal with
you asked me. I said
no.
I said what you can do if you want to appease us, right? Because you asked, so you can just say no, forget it. I don't want to do that, but do not start with if. If you would like to appease me, then you would have to go and figure out who got the radius of the Earth for them to include that in their calculations, in which they've sent something up there that is orbiting the claimed Earth. That's what we would need.
Okay, I'll go find that. I'll be back in a bit.
I mean, I didn't think I'd need to explain that if you didn't have Muddy Waters, you wouldn't have Led Zeppelin. You clearly need the one for the other.
How silly is this?
Oh my god!
It is. I mean, it's really silly. I mean, the easy. I mean, what you guys are explaining is really easy.
Yeah. Here's the thing.
If he had it, he would just like.
Here's the thing, Leo. Here's the thing. I was big NASA fanboy. Like I said, watched all the launches, had all these NASA models. I was the guy. The moment that it was not a ball, the moment I realized it's not a ball, I knew instantly all of that had to be faked. I didn't know how, but I knew it had to be fake. It had to be, because if they don't have a ball, then nothing in the sky they're showing us can be what they say it is. Period. If you don't have a ball, you don't have the sky. End of. Because it comes before. And if you can't measure the radius of the Earth or the curvature, then how did you put anything in orbit in the first place?
Please come back with our Al-Biruni. Please come back with Al-Biruni. I really want him to come back with Al-Biruni. That's the only place he can go.
Or Aristophanes. We can do either one.
There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go.
We can do anything, because they're not going to account for their own idea of terrestrial refraction.
We can't leave the Earth. There's nowhere to go.
They're not going to be able to validate how Al-Biruni was able to look at a horizon on a true level. How did he get his elevation?
He didn't have a theodolite, did he?
Yeah. That's yes. How did he get?
He didn't have a fucking theodolite, man.
No, Helio. How did he get the height of the mountain? That is a brilliant question that has been asked as of lately.
Yeah, good one.
How do you get? That's a good. Anybody know?
Angles, bro.
I had an idea.
Angles.
He trained
that's
a man.
Straight lines. That's straight lines. You know, we don't have any curves in straight lines.
I'm gonna go with he trained a man to walk equal length steps up the mountain. Why not? It works for Aristophanes.
How come the Earth curve assertion is identical to the Rayleigh criterion? Is that just a coincidence?
Every aspect of the Rayleigh criterion deals in straight lines, so I don't even know why they ever brought it up. That means they're ignorant of
Have you
the.
not noticed that the Earth curve math is 1.2 and the Rayleigh criterion is 1.2? What they do is they hijack perspective.
Yo, it was so exciting.
They just hijack perspective. It's not the Rayleigh criterion, that's Earth curve. That's why you can't see so far. So on a foggy day, the Earth curve changes because they can't see so far.
But, and also,
she doesn't even want to jump off. She just does this. Oh. Well, usually she's probably because. Am I hot micing?
It's probably because you're next to the door.
I think I'm hot micing.
What, is somebody in the room with you? Because we're hearing someone's voice.
Yeah, my son.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's okay though, because
yeah, that's cool.
There's
but
no
at
other
least they're
life.
listening to the conversation. Cool.
There's no other life around me, so it's kind of good to hear that there's life. There's life out there somewhere else, outside of my room.
It's like I wish my brother would come on here with me one night. You know, where I was just like, because I've talked to him so many times about some of this stuff, and he can't talk to about about this with his family. Sometimes it'd just be me and him staying up late, just talking shit. But I wish he would join me, with my open microphone and talk, to some of you guys one night, Yeah, because he could actually. Because I don't think he listens to the live stream ever. But I think it would be fun to have a talk with him because he's my freaking blood, man. He's my best friend. Yeah,
That's cool.
All right, I think I'm back.
He's your brother.
Yeah, he's my brother from the same mother and father. But I'll tell you what, he has a totally different life than me. They're doing something else. But sometimes we'll just hang out, and then he has a house and he has a man cave, and sometimes we'll just sit there and drink beers all night and just talk shit. And he knows, what I do here. And and he'll ask me questions about flat Earth, the world, and all that. My opinions on stuff, and so it just be. I think it could be fun to have someone. It's. I think it could be cool some night, but whatever. He'd be too embarrassed to do it. He just doesn't talk online like that. So.
But after seeing what's her name, oh my gosh, she's got like 802,000 followers. Yeah, I'm like, I'm gonna get on freaking Twitch just like Mima said. Like, I don't care if I have a blue face with a freaking.
Right now, I'm working on capturing that talk tonight. I'm gonna upload it and put stream on there. I was in the chat earlier.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna download that video.
That's a good one to have as a big clip there.
It was cool. I mean, I thought it was cool. I mean, at first I thought. I mean, I think Indio thought it was just gonna be a freaking spam shit. Yeah, I was just like, this is gonna be bullshit. But she actually ended up asking good questions. And
so, Helio, you knew about her beforehand or something? How much advance notice did you? No, she was coming.
I saw people posting in the live stream voice text saying, "Hey, here's somebody that's going live right now." Then I found the Twitch channel, and she's like, "Why can't I talk? Why can't I talk?" I mean, and it's a robot channel, but it's a real person.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm gonna.
She's literally on there as a cartoon character for real, huh? And then she's just doing a voice, right?
Sure, I mean, it's somebody that has like some kind of CGI thing that where it's like they have like a camera where they can actually act like a real person.
Tell you something. I want to tell you something. So there was this Chinese guy, or there was this Chinese streamer who did a really cute voice and had a really cute anime avatar. Turned out to be a dude.
No, but here's the thing. Her avatar looks exactly like her. All you gotta do is go to YouTube and look at her short clips, or these short clips, and there she is. Not only that, but she did a face reveal. So yeah, it's not really in question.
It's not exactly highbrow content she's putting out.
Yeah, it's just like gaming stuff, right? Basically, I mean, it's not.
I don't mind the gaming stuff, but I mean, most of it's just memeing nonsense. Who cares? Nobody.
Yeah, but the conversations tonight with her, even though it was just like when the newbies come in and they ask all the same dumbass questions. Right. Well, she had like 5,000 people asking the same dumbass questions, and they were all. A lot of her fans were saying, "Just kick them out. We don't want to talk about flat Earth," but they stuck around, right? They had like 5,000 people just. But they were asking. I thought it was pretty good. I liked it. I had a good time.
Yeah, the way that Indio handled the conversation,
We went on there. Indio went on there.
Yeah, Indio talked to her for over an hour. Yeah,
I didn't know.
So
yeah, I was on there.
Listen. No, he was on there because she was live, but she was here, right? So that's how that happened.
Yeah, she was live streaming.
Yo, Helio.
My bad.
I just asked you 2 seconds ago if I could finish the first thought that I had. So, basically, it's the kind of conversation you would want. Like, I would describe this as something that I would clip out and give to a beginner person who's just looking into this or has heard of all the misconceptions and wants to hear genuine arguments from people like us who, differentiate ourselves from Flat Earth Society and all that other bullshit. So all the questions she asked was actually important to address, and Indio did it very, 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 very good. Like thank you, Indio. It was amazing.
Take a listen to it tomorrow.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, she came in. She's gonna try and clown, man, and I just put an end to that.
Good.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on the clip. I'm gonna clip it out, and it'll be up in the next couple of days. It was good, really good.
So the Beast is back. He used Aristophanes. That was his big thing.
Yeah, jeez.
So you're gonna beg the question? Is that what you're gonna do? Oh, by the way, Creation Bear, yo, he was peppering in some sounds during that conversation. It wasn't too much, too little. It was at the perfect moments. Good job, Creation Bear.
Thank you.
Dude, Creation is always on top of it.
The Beast is back. I have a question for you. I posted a picture. See these sticks? See how they have the same measurement? Don't throw that, Freya. Go that way. See how they have the same measurements?
In context, Mimius, what are we looking at?
Doesn't matter. Don't say anything.
Okay. Got it.
The Beast, see. Let's count. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm assuming what you have there is you've set up a small experiment where you've got a lamp or something where you put it very far away or very close, right? And you're saying that they're the same.
No, I'm asking you. These are the same measurements right here. They're both 4 inches tall. They're 7 inches apart. They're both landing on the same exact measurements.
Yeah, I'm aware of.
Okay, but one is curved and one is flat.
Are you? How did you take the image exactly? So did you put them on like a?
Hold on. Did Aristophanes have a way to ask, some Greek god? How does the shadows work? Did he have a way to ask that?
I mean,
I don't think he.
The common answer to this one is when you add in a third.
Hold on. Let's pretend you're an ant and you're standing down on the mat and you have no knowledge of anything above you. All you see are shadows. How do you validate that those shadows are on a ball or flat?
So the way he did it, as far as I'm aware, is when you add in a third well to the measurements, you then do the math after that, and you do the algebra. I'll go find a thing for it if you really want. That result.
Well, that's interesting because I have 3 right here. Because it's a trap. See the full picture, I have the third stick, and there's still the same measurements.
Not the same distance apart.
They're the same exact distance apart.
No, they're not. Look at it.
They're the exact same distance apart.
They're not even leaning the same.
They're 90 degrees to the surface.
You have your bottom one. You're also intentionally leaning the sticks on the bottom one.
Gee, I'll ban you forever if you lie.
No, he's got a point there. Because
no, he doesn't. You tell me why it's wrong. Tell me why it's wrong.
So the stick.
Tell me how they're not the same. Tell me how they're not.
Listen.
No, tell me how they're not the same.
I'm telling you.
They're landing on the same measurements. They're all 90 degrees. They're all 90 degrees perpendicular. Are you saying they're not?
I mean, I can't tell from the image. Do you have any other ones of different angles of that?
Okay, so here's how it works. This is flat polystyrene. All you do is curve it. Everything remains exactly the same. They're still at 90 degrees because the material is flexible. So you can just put it on a curve. Your sticks are still at 90 degrees perpendicular.
How far away is the light?
It doesn't matter. How would Aristophanes?
It does matter. It does matter because it's trying to light to the sun.
How would Aristophanes? How would Aristophanes?
Well, because
the sun is very massive.
The whole point.
This dude just said the sun is very massive. How big is the sun?
The entire point is that you don't know what the light source is or how far away it is. You're just looking at shadows.
You're not just looking at shadows.
That's all Aristophanes could do.
He didn't just look at shadows.
Did he have a measuring tape to the sun? Did he have a measuring tape to the sun? Did he have a God's eye view? Hold on. Did he have a God's eye view of the sun and the earth?
He doesn't need
that. He did it outside.
He did it outside. Hold on. Explain how that's relevant.
Outside. Bring that outside. It might be different.
What do you mean it might be different? What do you mean it might be different?
Excuse me.
Because you're comparing
excuse
a
me.
indoor light.
Excuse me. Time out. First of all, two of you are talking. One of you's mics are terrible. And I just want to ask, did you just say that you can use trig to determine the distances done?
They're just what? The distances to objects in general, or
To the sun.
to the sun? Yeah,
Is-
I mean, if so, the
Yeah,
way
are you so you're saying yes, you can use trig to get the height of the sun. That's what you're saying.
What's your baseline?
should be able to, yeah, because you've got the
Should be.
you have the distance between the two objects there. Yeah, you should be able to.
But you can't. But you can't because there's no solar parallax, so you can't. Like you guys are like saying that you can do things that mainstream astronomy admits they can't do, but somehow you guys can do them.
Right.
I mean, they can.
Do you
realize
They can do it? The distance of the sun was got through something else. It wasn't from looking at the sun.
No,
it was from looking at Venus.
Yeah.
There are numerous ways to get
It was a guy who was communing with spirit.
Yeah, just keep
Told him
saying
what
stuff
size-
that you believe but is not actually true.
How did he figure out the size of Venus, by the way? Indio?
Mysticism and numerology.
That's right. Angels told him the size of Venus, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
That's how I found out the size of it.
That's how I found out the size of
Do you think we're making that up? So I'll give you the website. The guy, Phil Platt, he's an astronomer that works for NASA. It's his site. He says that this is how Chris Huygens determined the size of Venus was using mysticism and numerology. That's an exact quote.
Okay, send the link then. I'm curious.
Yeah, well, hold on.
I'll read it.
Oh, look. Send the link then. Who cares?
You already believe it.
That's
That's the
right now.
thing. You guys already believe things, but you have no evidence for it, but you already believe it. That's what blows my mind.
Yo. Hello?
What's
Hi,
up,
Ro?
brother?
The point is that these sticks don't prove anything one way or the other. They're not going to prove it's flat. They're not going to prove it's round.
I'm just trying to think what would say.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, brother?
Yeah,
We're
but
in the
Mimas,
middle of a
hold on,
conversation.
hold on.
If you could just
My bad.
yeah. Give us a little minute, and then when there's a break in conversation, just jump back in. Just give us a minute to suss this out.
But Mimas, you think the Earth is flat, right? Like, what does that
No,
that
it's
mean
not
to
flat.
you?
Can you do trig on any other? Can you do trig on a curved surface?
Well, right now, I'm asking if you can do trig on a flat surface.
Well, that's how it's done. I mean, have you seen a protractor?
Well, then has anybody in here sat and figured out how far away the moon is on the flat Earth? Because it should be
Who
really
said
easy.
Who said you could do that? Unlike going to the top of a mountain, can you go to the moon and verify its height? Oh, I thought so.
What? Sorry.
He doesn't even know what the moon is.
So your argument is that you can't know how far away the moon is.
You don't even know what the moon. You don't even know what the moon is, Platypus.
What's a moon?
You have no idea what the moon is.
What's the moon, Sonny?
I don't know either. There's no human that does know. There isn't any human on here, on Earth, that knows.
Well, there's 23 guys, man. There's those 23 people. Well, most of them are dead now. So, but whatever.
I've actually met one of them.
Cool.
Fine. My grandpa worked on Apollo 17 and didn't believe we went to the moon.
Huh. Wow, that must be one hell of a reconcile.
Would that be cognitive dissonance?
I do believe that's code.
Would that be cognitive dissonance on my grandpa's part?
Yes.
Why would it be?
Because he's working on the project while simultaneously.
He's working on a project was making communication devices. What do you mean working on the project?
He was working on something to aid
He was
in
working
getting men on the moon
a
while
communication
simultaneously
device.
believing we
What's
did
that
not
have
go to the
do-
moon.
What's that have to do with the moon? I'm just amazed that you guys take these such low IQ takes. Like someone, like people who work on secret projects don't even know what project they're working on to have a belief or disbelief in it. And yet you think people can work on black budget projects.
Yeah, and you say you were in the military.
Budget projects.
You must have been like one of the dumbest people on that entire ship.
Yeah. Do you know what a clean room is? So when they reverse engineer, say like, so they did this. Microsoft did this. Was it Microsoft? Some tech company. They wanted to reverse engineer a certain chip, but if they have any knowledge of the chip, then it's a copyright infringement, right? But if they develop it from scratch, then it's fine. So they just tell them what it outputs, and they say design a chip that outputs this way. They just get some people that don't know anything about the other thing, and they just design it, and boom, it works, and it's an identical clone to the first chip. Not clone. It does everything from a practical standpoint of the first chip, and they can say, yes, there's no copyright infringement. This was created from scratch.
It's like when they're building bombs, the people building the microchips or the whatever they were using back in the 60s and 70s for like the arming devices, they didn't know what they were building. They just had instructions and they had a blueprint to follow. That's it.
Look, you ever have sex in a dark room? You don't really need to know what's on the other side. You can still. Beauty is only a light switch away.
You know, it's also possible to work for a government that you don't believe in, too.
Yeah, they call it the U.S. military.
Yeah. Yeah, I know plenty of people in the military. I've known plenty of cops who don't like the government. But guess what they do? They still work for them.
So by your grandfather's own admission, he helped perpetuate one of the biggest lies in
Yeah, my grandpa, my grandpa was a raging piece of crap, too. He was a raging piece of crap. He traded his daughters around the Air Force.
Well, we're wasting our time talking to platypuses.
Yeah, for real.
Go on mute, bro.
Mm-hmm. Platypus, by the way, that boat in that sun thing, that's blocked because of shoaling. You know what shoaling is? And you can tell it's shoaling because of the choppy.
Yeah, you can literally see the waves chopping over it.
I think you should be more focused on what the sun is doing in that video, but whatever.
Why are waves? Waves prove the Earth is a sphere. I don't even get these takes.
He posts a video of a sunset and he's like, "Hey, look, globe." I can't believe it.
Down.
Is that
Sun
real?
goes down.
Did you
Earth
really just
ball.
try to do that?
Earth ball. Vacuum.
Earth ball.
Vacuum, not pull gas off Earth. Earth
Sky
ball.
stuff.
Sun go down.
Earth ball. Dude, sunsets and sunrise prove sunsets and sunrise. Give me a direct measurement of curvature, please, at any point ever.
Circular reasoning.
Yeah, and we've already dismantled Aristophanes.
I'm just trying to meet them where they're at this point. I'm sorry.
You can't meet them where they're at.
I'm assuming you're going to say no to...
Yeah, we're not going to get that from Platypus.
Hello?
That's true.
I am interested in the UK citizen. What do you think about Aristophanes? Did Aristophanes have the ability to determine what he was on, looking at the angles of shadows? You think that's good enough?
Sorry, wait, is that addressed to me? Or is someone else?
Well, you can turn your mic up first.
Yeah, your mic is really, really super low.
Oh, sorry, I'm just talking quietly. It's quite late here. It is 4 a.m.
Okay. Well, maybe you should get some rest.
Probably. I'm assuming you wouldn't take Abu Rahan
Al-Biruni. We're talking about Al-Biruni. How did he get his elevation, and how did he level himself?
Okay.
Good old
I am trying to find some more modern methods, but there's a lot of filler and fluff here about
Yeah, so all this was done by...
I began this conversation when I was down in Chinatown, and I said every single globe proof is going to include a begging the question fallacy.
It also includes beliefs from thousands of years ago. So this Greek guy who actually believed that spheres, it had to be a sphere because that's the only shape the gods would use because it's perfect. That's what he based it off of.
I mean, also, well, I mean, the Earth isn't this.
That's what he based it off of. So you're using these weird cultists from thousands of years ago, but we're the archaic ones, right?
I mean, so I take issue with that because it isn't like we just took these measurements that they made and just kind of left it at that.
That's exactly what it is, because here we are in 2021, and everything that gets brought up is Al-Biruni and Aristotle.
No, because
That's it.
we take their methods because we know they work relatively well.
No, we know they don't work.
No,
we
they don't.
refined them.
We know they don't.
Okay.
No, so Al-Biruni, for example, there's two problems. Okay, number one, he's going to use trig to determine the height of the mountain, which you have to do using a flat baseline, aka a flat plane. Number two, he's going to use this height to then get the angle or the drop for the horizon. Okay, and this is where he's going to get his radius. The problem with that is a lot of globers say that the horizon isn't geometric anymore. Why? Because we've invalidated that claim. Now you can ask me, what bloody hell do I mean? Can you clarify? I'm kind of not following you because I don't think you are. Unless you're a shill and you know everything that I'm saying because you've been briefed. There's only two options. Either you don't know what I'm talking about or you know what I'm talking about and you know that the earth is flat. Which one is it?
Yo, okay, so think about this, right? If
Who are you?
And I dig my sandcastle.
Who are you?
If
Who are
I
you?
go through the earth,
Who are you?
will I be in China?
Who are you?
Okay.
Kansu, if
there
you
is-
met man, could that be
I
your
understand.
dad? Because you don't know who your dad is?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Okay,
I
wait.
understood
How does
most
that
of
work though? Because you know
And
how
I got one clarifying.
I mean, I know his mom.
Did you say the phrase about the horizon again? You said something that.
Get be good. You're not coming through.
According to yeah. Hey, good
Sorry,
morning, yeah. According to anti-flat earthers, so not ignorant people who believe in the globe, and I don't use ignorant as a derogatory term. It's just what the word means. Ignorant, they just don't know. Now, but anti-flat earthers will say that the horizon isn't geometric. At least the one that you see is not. Although it is derived from a geometric location that we never see. So Al-Biruni could not have been measuring using the geometric horizon we do never see, according to anti-flat earthers.
Okay.
So if you believe that the horizon is geometric, then we can prove to you right now that the earth is flat. You got to pick one. Is it geometric or is it not?
I haven't heard the term geometric horizon before. I'm still trying to figure out what it means.
Geometric, earth measured. They assume that the earth is a globe, so this is a metric.
Yeah, I mean,
the sphere has a bulge, a curvature, an arc, which beyond that you can't see. When you look at the hill, you can see the front of the hill, but nothing that's behind it.
Oh wait, I think I see what you mean. You're talking about because you don't know the geometrical distance to the horizon.
No, you don't.
No.
Aristotle doesn't know. He can't know.
But Aristotle, Aristotle just looked at things and thought, well, the earth must be curved because I see a shadow of earth on the moon, begging the question. But people who do believe in heliocentrism, people who do believe in all the NASA stuff, they believe in a specific geometric claim that the earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, in which the distance to the horizon is derived. So they do know it, except when you go to actually look into this claim and verify it, it's actually not true.
Okay, so for Al-Biruni's method to be correct, you want him to be able to derive an actual distance to the horizon, because then he's able to do his trigonometry and get the actual angle and prove that.
Well, first of all, in order to get the height that he's at, he has to do trig, which happens to use a flat plane. Then after he uses a flat plane, he's going.
I do have
Elijah,
a point
I'm
on
going to
that.
tell you why it's relevant, and I know this as a surveyor. Okay, your range for level, for the fidelity of your level, on a modern theodolite is about 450 feet. How far away was Al-Biruni looking? How many miles?
I'm a bit confused what this has to do with the.
Oh,
but
see, that's strange. How did he level something and maintain the fidelity of the square
Level
to measure a?
Sorry,
How did he do that?
By level, do you mean keeping it exactly parallel to the horizon, right?
No.
In the range, or to the Earth's surface.
No. Parallel to the surface. So if you run a flat plane across the surface using two straight lines, it's going to point to the horizon. Thanks.
No, that's not what I mean.
By the way, that's how we survey.
Yeah, so over smaller distances that is possible because the Earth is flat-ish. It's not like a perfect sphere.
Yeah, I know. Just practically how we use it every single day and everything we do on it. We just assume it's flat everywhere we are all the time. We never have to apply any curve ever. Isn't that amazing? How it's only when you're in the when you're in the indefinite and the ethereal and the theoretical, all of a sudden it becomes a ball.
I mean,
are you saying that it appears locally flat and it's kind of flat-ish, but over long distances, it's. So hold on.
What kind of
hold on. What about 8,000 miles? Can that be flat?
8,000. Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about this. Actually, no, that's not. That's wrong. That's not. Is it 8,000 miles to the horizon? I can't remember the number.
Well, when you're using trig to get a radius between you.
8,000 miles? Yeah, no, that can't be right. That'd be.
When you're using trig to get the distance between you and the GP of a star, i.e., the radius, that's flat. Now, if you take the whole diameter of the circle, that's twice the radius. Now, if you square it, that's even more flatness.
Here, let me ask. Who am I talking to, by the way? Who is this?
Can I finish the point? I never got to actually make it about the height.
All right, go ahead.
First, can you turn your mic up just a little bit, please, so we can hear you?
Oh, fine.
Thank you.
So, actually, I'm already on max. I'll just speak louder. So when I was talking about local flatness, I was referring not necessarily to the whole calculation, but mainly just to the height of the mountain. So because the mountain is so small compared to the actual surface of the Earth, we can assume, which is going to introduce an error in your calculation, which is why it wasn't perfectly accurate.
That's introducing a special circumstance to explain why your model doesn't work, though. Do you realize that's what you're doing?
I'm aware that it introduces an error in the calculation that gives him the wrong measurement, which is why when he initially
ad hoc.
did it.
It's to explain why my model doesn't work. So I got to explain that there's got to be some error in there.
Well,
you see what you're having to do?
Yeah, I'm aware of the.
Well, we talk about it, the more error you're introducing into it.
Yeah, but science doesn't work on getting everything perfect exactly the first time. Having errors is something you account for and understand. When he did this measurement.
Do you know what a torpedo level is?
Sorry, say that again.
A torpedo level. Do you know what it is?
No.
You know when you're putting a picture up in your house and use that little tiny level?
Oh, you mean the bubble level?
Yeah. Okay.
I don't actually know what it's called.
Have you ever seen guys use a level like that to put up like a block wall? They use like 4 foot, 6 foot levels, right?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Okay. What happens if you were to use that little 4-inch long level and try and make a 100-foot long line on a wall? How close do you think you could get that thing to actually level?
If you're using a bubble, probably not that accurate.
Using just a 4-inch level.
Yeah, but see, the error there that we're talking about is large as a number, but it's not large as a percentage compared to the overall total.
Oh no, it's large as a number. I've seen the deviations. I know what the deviations.
That's what I mean. It's large as a number, but it's not large as a percentage of the total calculation.
Really, because look, if in 1,000 foot you're almost an inch out of level, what happens in 5,000 feet? You're off a whole degree.
Yeah, you're off a whole degree, which is fine
Yes.
here.
So how do you know what you're looking at the horizon? How do you know it's dropping? How do you know it's not rising?
It even states here that he was 15% off. This is not like the perfect measure that he
Meme. Wait, meme.
back in.
Yeah.
Why you? Okay, so you're worried about percentages, are you?
15%.
You're worried about?
You just said we're going to take your toenail out because it's ingrown, but there's a 15% chance you'll die.
That's not how percentages work here.
But check this out. So you're interested in percentages, yeah?
So to me, yeah.
Yeah. That's what you want to deal in? Okay. So why is we have an observation where the horizon is 1,000% off? Is that fine?
No, then that would be considered quite a large deviation.
Oh, yes, correct. So it's supposed to be 1.2 miles away if you're 1 foot, if you're a 1 foot observer, right? Except it's beyond 10. That's over 1,000% error.
Wait, I'm confused with the context of which the.
It doesn't matter. It's the percent that you were focused on, right? So, like I said, okay, so you're getting something, expecting a result to be 1 mile, but it's beyond 10. That's 10 times. That's 1,000%.
Look, ultimately, it's just hocus pocus. Just like in the Victorian age, they had all these dumb sciences that were quackery. Let's just bring back phrenology, okay? This was somebody who was good at math, who made an assertion, and that's it. That's all it was. That's all it was.
Are you now talking about Alberoni again?
Yeah, I'm talking about Alberoni. It's just a mathematician who made an assertion. And that's all it is.
I mean,
Can I ask this guy a question?
Yeah, sure.
Do you know?
Oh, if you weird flex this, I am going to mute you myself, Captain.
Sorry.
No, if you weird flex this and you know what I'm talking about, because you shoehorned it into every argument I've ever. Go ahead.
Is that about me, Elijah? Sorry. Were you addressing to me?
And for everyone, I love Get Beget. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah,
he's one of my favorite people.
I know, Elijah.
I'm curious now. I wanted to. I was making a sort of a prediction in a way, in an indirect.
I want to ask him a question. Yeah. Does he know what's the furthest thing observed in the world? The longest distance man has seen.
You mean like on the surface of the Earth?
On the surface of the Earth, yes.
Yeah, I think 309 miles in South America.
It's something. Yeah, it was either refraction or something. It pulled it.
No, that's not it.
What is it then?
I was totally wrong. Slaps on my wrist. Sorry, Get Beget. Slaps on my wrist.
It was 890 kilometers far away. It was the detonation of the Tsar bomb. Hydrogen bomb.
They were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a very bright. It was a very bright phenomena. So it made visible land beyond we normally see.
Oh, you mean because you were able to see the bright flash despite being past the Earth?
From the brightness of the flash, yes. It made it visible. It expanded the horizon, not 10 times. Almost 1,000 kilometers far away.
I think I remember hearing an explanation of this. It's unrelated to flat Earth. It was, I think it's because of the way it interacted with the atmosphere, causes like essentially a compression effect with the way.
So you mean the light of that new explosion of that bomb curved around the Earth to reach the video camera?
I can pull up a diagram. I think I've got one.
Yeah. I know it's very hard to explain this.
Well, you can do smaller scale experiments with light refraction. If you ever had like a light prism, you can see the light bend or refract. Actually, is more accurate. So the explanation that I know, as far as I've been taught, is essentially due to the gradient of the atmosphere, light goes through different mediums, which means that as it goes through these...
You don't have different mediums, you have only the air.
Yeah, but light's different densities mean that we count them as separate stratas of...
Light has no density.
No, the atmosphere's density. It's a gradient when you go up from the Earth's surface.
Also, atmosphere, the word itself is a paradox. You cannot show me the shape of the air. You cannot demonstrate it. The shape of the air. Is the air a globe shape, sphere? Is it? The air you breathe, does it has a shape?
I mean, yes and no.
No, it does not. It doesn't. It has no shape. Just like liquids, fluids, they don't have a shape. They instantly take the shape of the medium they are into.
Oh, so
that's one of their properties.
On that point of I had a feeling it was going to go there. So I think I heard you guys say this quite a bit during the discussion with Miko about
So let's go back
with atmospheres. So the reason why the atmosphere doesn't just fly off the Earth isn't because necessarily gravity is super strong. It's actually quite a weak force compared to the other three other fundamental forces.
You cannot call it a weak force. To call it a force, do you know what you need to call it a force?
I'm aware of Einstein's.
Do you know what are the requirements to have a force?
Okay, fine. The curvature of space-time is quite weak.
The construct requirements for a force, what are they?
I'm sure you'll enlighten me when I inevitably don't know.
Okay, I can tell you. First off, you need a field where this force is manifesting within. To have a field, you need binary poles or charges, opposite charges, like North Pole, positive and negative, so you can have attraction and repulsion. Without these, you don't have a field. Without the field, you don't have the force.
Okay. I mean, it's technically accurate.
Yeah. So show me anti-gravity.
To fix your model. You're not just allowed to make up physics to fix your model.
When you claim gravity, you need to demonstrate to me anti-gravity.
Not necessarily.
The opposite.
Not all.
Yes.
I mean, monopoles do exist. We know that much.
You cannot show me a monopole magnet. You cannot tell me such things exist.
Oh, did they prove that yet?
It will be like blasphemy for science, for physics. It is actually.
Elementary particles. Oh no, it's still hypothetical. I mean, other than the fact, gravity strictly isn't a force per se, in the same way that the magnetic and the electromagnetic and weak and strong force are. But besides that, we know that gravity exists in some form. What its exact origins are is still wrong.
And how do you know that?
Because we can measure gravity's effects on objects, like with
You're only talking about an effect, then you're not talking about the cause.
Okay, fine. Regardless of the cause, I wanted to talk about atmospheres. This is not what I wanted to go off on a tangent about. With regards to the atmospheres, the reason why it doesn't fly off the Earth in the heliocentric? No. In the globe model, is due to the fact that even if it is a weak force, argue all day about what a force actually is, there are no other forces present strong enough to pull a large amount of those gases off the Earth to cause the atmosphere to dissipate.
Yeah, so gravity
begging the question.
it by attracting the air.
Begging the question again. Begging the question again.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep saying that one already.
Can you tell me what's the center of mass of the air that we breathe?
Center of mass of the whole Earth?
Yeah, I mean to make this positive claim that gravity holds the air in the world
If we look
on
at
the globe.
if we look at individual
You
particles,
have to show us the center of mass of the air.
we can take
Because
the
that's
center of mass of
how
the, well, we don't need to
Newtonian.
look at the entire atmosphere. We can look at an individual particle of air, or technically oxygen, because air is a mixture of substances. But of oxygen,
you don't breathe oxygen. Believe me, you don't breathe that.
What do you mean?
You will die. Yeah, if you breathe only oxygen exclusively, you will die.
People have exclusively breathed oxygen. There are a number of places where you can do that.
Don't confuse oxygen therapies with breathing oxygen.
Breathing 100% pure oxygen will A, intoxicate you, and B, slowly kill you.
Yeah,
I believe there are other reasons for that, but it's not because you are breathing the oxygen. It is going into your system.
Oxygen is what you take. Listen, oxygen is what your metabolism needs. Yeah, and it's carefully selected from the air that you breathe. The air that you breathe is a mixture of gases and
sorry, wait, no, I remember why it is.
particles.
Okay, yeah, no, breathing 100% pure
Yeah.
oxygen is quite bad for you. Sorry, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't know how we got onto this, but when we're doing a model like this, we can take the center of mass. No, we don't need the center of mass of everything in the air. We just can look at individual particles, whether they be oxygen or nitrogen or carbon. We take the center of mass of each of those, we can compare it to the total Earth, and we know that there aren't any other forces acting outside of it, and therefore we know that it should tend towards the Earth. And because it has its own kinetic energy, because it's a gas, we know that it will attempt to resist the force acting on it from the Earth and will attempt to rise. Right?
Well, I have to go. Catch you later.
Sure.
Have a good night or evening.
Yeah, actually, I think
Bless you all.
as well. It is 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
To go to work.
Yeah, you're welcome
Thank
back.
you, Sunny. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Be great, family.
All right. Bye. Nice talking to you.
Bye bye.
Another one. Can actually breathe oxygen, right? I've always been told like they need like air bubbles, right? Like going through their ball. But what do? They just rise to the top, right? They don't actually filter any oxygen out of the water, right? I don't know. I heard flat earthers talking about that once, and I was like, "Fuck." Makes you think.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Why can't you ever? Not you. What the fuck is a flat earther? What? Why don't you just say I heard someone talking about it? And if you actually know who specifically said it, some guy name or some woman name or some person who doesn't.
It was in the server. Because, like, we know that, like,
what
air
the hell
rises
does that have to do with my question? Why don't you just say someone said, and then give the name if you have it?
Because Elijah, it's the right brain, left brain idea.
I wanted to point out that flat earthers are red pilled on the notion that air is less dense than water, right? So obviously it's not going to be in the water, it's just going to rise to the top. Like, it doesn't stay in the water for, like, fish to, like, filter out using their gills.
Why do you have to be a flat earther to know that?
You don't, but flat earthers would know it better than anyone.
I don't know.
Everyone should know that.
Talking about, man? You'd think.
Was that what's his name? That asshole, that the basketball player. What's his name? Don't tell me. The one that used to work with Peasy Head. Damn, I can't even remember his name.
Lebanon
Durant, Kevin Durant, the dude that worked with Kevin Durant. What was his name?
I think it's Lebanon James.
Nah, Lebanon James. Oh my God, you're just as good as me right now. Nah, Kevin Durant and the dude that they were saying, like, I don't know. He just had
Oh, it's Chef and Curry.
Oh my God.
No. RW. No. Wow. Damn. Why would I say Russell Wilson? That's not even the same sport. Oh my God.
That's what I was thinking too.
It's the right first name.
Oh my God. Russell Westbrook. There you go.
I thought he played hockey.
Oh my God.
What? Bro, what?
That was Russell Wilson. All right.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Yo.
Creation Bear's the best, man.
And that's why I like celebrities though, because I got my own feelings about them, but when people ask them dumb questions, I mean they feel just like us, because that's all people do is ask us dumbass questions all day long. And I'm sure that reporters and whatnot, they get asked dumbass questions all day long.
I have a dumbass question. Okay, so I'm the newest up and coming flat earthist. All right.
No, you're not.
So
I'll ban you right now.
Okay.
You can't do that. That's against the rules. That's against the rules. So slow down.
Well, unfortunately, I'm going to break the rules here. Is my house flat? So how does that work? Because I thought right, it's tall, but if the Earth is flat, is my house flat or is it tall?
What? Bro, what?
Can you show us that the Earth is curved first?
The real question is, did your dad ever come back from going to pick up cigarettes?
Technically, yes, the concrete slab is perfectly level for building it, so yes.
Wait, okay.
No, Mimas, I didn't go home.
Is there the other side of the Earth or no? Is it just one side?
How would anybody know that?
No, hold on.
Bro?
That's where his dad
That's
went.
why I'm asking the question. Bro.
That's where his dad went.
I'm trying to.
We don't know. Do you know how far they've dug down on Earth?
Bro, I've done that in like 5 feet, and then I was like,
Great. Do you know how what's the furthest we've ever drilled anywhere on Earth? Do you know that?
like Mount Everest, something like that.
Drilled into the Earth, bro. Come on, stay focused.
Bro, I think I have a toy truck.
We're not talking about mountains or toy trucks. How far have they drilled into the Earth?
Bro, I don't know.
At least as deep as they've drilled his mom.
That took a long time, man. Just to fucking ask one question. Gee whiz.
Actually, Mimas, I don't remember it taking that long.
Man, you guys have all gone soft, man. You guys have all gone soft. I would have banned that dude already. What's going on?
No, I was thinking about it, but then I was like, I was already being real spicy all day, so I don't want people complaining about me in secret, you know? I mean,
Yeah, but Jose, it is a post-globe era now, so we're trying to be just slightly different. You know, we're just adjusting with the times.
All in meetups, you guys can have something to chew on, I guess. But the way I see it, man, is they're just you can just tell when someone's like being honest or someone's just fucking around with you guys. And I know you guys know it too, but
I know. We like it to be delayed for a little while, though. That's.
It's like a cat when it finds a bug on the ground, play with it for a little bit, you know.
I know. You got to get it just in the right position so you can get the right leverage on that whack. You know.
Well, see, Jose, there was somebody that
Who's
came
Jose?
in here earlier.
I have a friend named Jose.
That's super. Let Elijah talk.
Oh, my bad.
There's a girl that came in here that my first instinct was to say, this is a troll. This is super annoying. I pretty much, I wasn't going to have the conversation. Even if Indio or anybody wanted me to, I was like, oh, no. and then her voice, and then it became more adorable. It's just the question she was asking. It was like, oh, but it was genuine. Why? Because when she would ask a question and India would give her a question give her an answer, and he said something that the average person wouldn't understand, she asked for understanding, for clarification. That's the difference between a troll and a non-troll.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's my goal too. Like if they, of course, a lot of people tell us sound trolly right at the get-go, right? But if they're like genuinely curious about it, you know, feed it, keep feeding it. But the way I see it is like, I don't know, this guy. I mean, I just been here for like 3 minutes, and maybe it's just my first bad impression. I came in at the wrong time, but I don't got that.
Oh no, you're right. You're right. I should have banned him an hour ago.
An hour ago? I haven't been here that long.
So I'm gonna pay you $100.
Wait, okay. I got a question. So.
Oh, my girl straight fucked up my moon observation because it's supposed
How
to
high does it bounce?
rise in like 5 minutes. And she got me going to the west side when I need to be on the east side looking at that sucker.
Bro, I'm trying to get to the north side. You know what I'm saying?
You wouldn't know where the north is if you had a compass built into you.
Whoa, that's
Kansu,
kinda cool.
he's talking about his girl, so he's got a girlfriend. Do you know what those are?
What? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I'm going for the. I gotta go all the way to the west side because my girl guilted me by saying, "Yeah, you know, the people that love me would never want me to go all night without any food."
I know what you're saying.
That was painful. That was painful, Elijah.
Yo, I was so mad because I was getting in the COD, yo. I had my M4 LMG out. I was hitting them corners. I was doing the numbers, and then, I said, let me call her. I don't want to just play the game. Let me see if she's all right. It turns out she wasn't all right. She needed something. I'm like, God damn it.
That's what you get.
But yeah, I'll be back in like 20 minutes, and we could load up some COD Mobile if you want.
I'll load it up.
You know when your girl's like bouncing on you and shit, right?
The control
You're
variable.
How does that like
getting
gravity
banned
like
right
work and
now.
shit,
You're getting banned
Because
right
like
now.
the curvature.
You have no hope.
You know
You're
the
going to be. You're not even a CIA kid. You're too dumb for that because you haven't said anything intelligent since you've been here.
like,
So you're just some troll.
Get the curvature.
You're just some troll that's gonna
On
be
that
my
thing,
age
you
one
know
day with
know what
a
I'm
ripped up
saying?
tank top, with no education, no girlfriend, because she would have just left you after finding out you're a loser. You're gonna have a sad existence.
You know
Have
what
a
a
good
good
day.
troll would do, Elijah? Elijah, what a good troll would do is they would come in and first type all the funny shit that they think is funny on the search bar and just see how many times people have said it here, and then they'll realize how unoriginal they fucking are.
Yeah, I muted him because he was talking over a lead mod, and then he just left. So.
I banned him.
So see, we do get the job done.
Yeah. Well, you know,
I was hoping for some fresh meat right now, man. I want to have a discussion with someone that's new to the topic.
well, we had someone earlier
so let
come
me
in,
finish.
and she was. Go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah, well, you're about to say the same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the girl came in. What was her name? Kiko? What was her name? I forgot already. Cody? Kodai?
Code Miko or Code Nico. Something like
Miko.
that.
There we go. Yeah, and apparently she's got hundreds of thousands of followers, so that wasn't bad for the old.
400,000 plus.
Yeah.
Her live was like 5,000 deep. I don't know if it was more than that at some point. But
Yeah, for sure.
that was interesting.
So Yaga. Yep. So Yaga, we might be seeing an influx here, and that'd be nice. So.
Oh, to me, the 400,000 subs is a small flex compared to that guy that trolled us a while back with the 1.2 million subs and got us like 30,000 members within like a couple of hours.
Wow.
That's awesome. Flex right there.
So she does have 802,000 followers.
Oh, I thought it was 4. My bad.
802,000. Now, I was in their chat, and I got a couple of hits on some people. I said, look, you want to discuss these issues? Because they were just trolling me, because, you know, it says Sunny on the plane when I go to a different server, so they probably know, or they know pretty quickly once I start typing that I'm a flat earther. And so we might get a couple of hits from their server. We'll see. There was no one in any of their none of her voice channels had anybody in it. There were only people typing in their voice text, but there was nobody in the voice channels.
Yeah, nobody's popping like this place and politics for whatever fucking reason. Yeah, actually, Jose, there might be a guy in here. He was talking earlier. Where's that dude with the let me see if I see him. Hold on, let me slow down before I crash into a car or some shit.
There's a guy's name is Rim Slime. That's. Whew.
Oh, Rim Slime. Oh,
yikes!
Yeah, but he's deafened, so he's
Yeah.
yeah.
Wow.
Why is he here?
Okay. I'll hang out. I'll hang out for a while, see what pops in. Just talk to you guys if anything.
Hang out, bro.
Hey, I don't know if you guys noticed this, man, but like Flat Earth's still blowing up. I think like at a steady rate. Like
yes, it is.
I'm on all these different like platforms, like Twitter. I hate Twitter. I fucking hate Twitter, but I'm only on there because like I like flat smacking in places where like it's not the Discord environment sometimes, because the Discord environment for real, it's completely different from Twitter, Facebook. To be honest, I think this one's the best by far, just because people can join the voice and all that. But I like to get like fresh meat, and in here everyone knows what the server's about, so they kind of just like, you know, they know what to expect. I kind of like to surprise people, you know, like just yesterday I was debating on I got this weird ad on Facebook, you know how they just post random shit. It was about supposedly they found like a fucking well dinosaur with legs or some bullshit like that. and it was about evolution. So I started commenting on that nonsense. Okay. And some dude he pretty much said like, oh, this is true natural science, and I started debating him how that shit is not natural science, and I dropped the definitions of what natural science is, the scientific method. I even dropped in what pseudoscience is, and then dude, I'm like, and then he tried to change the definition. This motherfucker literally changed the definition. He said, the science is the study of the natural world through observation and or experiment. He added the or. That shit does not say fucking or. It's not one or the other. It's not like, hey, can I get a peanut butter or jelly sandwich? Or can I get a peanut butter jelly sandwich? You know what I'm saying? So I got him like that. I'm like, bro, you can't add the fucking or in there. It's and. It's meaning you need two things to make one, right? It's like, I need a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, not can I get a peanut butter or jelly sandwich? Like, what the fuck does that mean to you? You know? And like, dude, I just had like,
you know, it really gets dangerous when science is worshipped. We're, you know, nowadays, I believe science, I believe vaccines, I believe government, and it's like, wait a minute, you're talking about faith, some sort of faith-based system, and believing science. That's nonsense. Science is knowledge. It's not belief. Now, if something is absolutely true, proven to be true, then that's knowledge in science. But if it's belief and faith, you know, that's in the realm of spiritual things, and they can intermingle, obviously.
Dude, I honestly believe that peer review is like the fucking the reason why we're at in science. I honestly feel that peer review has.
They're trying to say that those are science. You know, they're trying to say that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. Look, here's the thing, man. Like, if you look at any kids coming out of college, because these are the people I'm debating, like people that are in college, fresh out of college. These are the people I'm looking for because I know that like it's fresh in their mind, they can debate it. And I've been all of them, dude. They want to talk about peer review as if that was science. I'm like, dude, peer review just means like everybody agreed with you. That's the fucking opposite of science. You don't look for people to agree with you. You look for fucking, you try to disprove what what you're testing, what your idea is, or your theory, or whatever it is. That's what science is. You're trying to disprove it.
We voted it.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
We voted.
By the way,
witches deserve to be burned at the stake.
By the way, Jose, at the end of it, she asked us, you know, a couple of personal questions, which I did appreciate. Some people might go, what are you trying to be a psychologist or whatever? No. She just genuinely wanted to know like her favorite movie, games we played, and I definitely shouted out Flat Earth 187. So we might be getting an influx there if there is space.
Well, man, I tell you what, not to change the subject, I hear what you're just saying there. But it's almost like Salem witch trials, you know, anti-vaxxer, and you're denying science when it's like no, you don't even understand what you're calling something science, but it's a weird belief.
Yeah. Hey, Gregory Apple, how do you have the old globe and flat earther rolls? Real quick.
How's that working out, man?
What's going on?
How's that feel? Gregory, you got a glober and a flat earther roll. How did you do that?
Holy crap. I just shut down my live stream.
We were just
okay.
What's that?
Is this better?
Okay, so we're talking about your roles in the channel, right? Everybody's got roles. If you click on their name, they got roles. You've got valued flat earther and globe earther. So we're just curious what that means.
What? I don't understand roles. Okay.
Click on somebody's
well, somebody
name.
put it in there.
Click on my name or something, and you'll see.
Or click on my name. My name's a perfect example.
Fuck your name, dude. That's just too complicated.
Okay, hold on.
Master, how many?
Are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
I don't know, man. You guys judged me, bro. So that's what ends up happening.
Look at all my rolls.
Yeah, look at Sonny's.
Holy shit! Some of you guys got lots of rolls. How do you do that?
My rolls.
Hey, you know, I'm trying to lose some weight. Okay, that's not fair.
Complainer.
I don't have too many rolls.
I don't have enough rolls.
Terrified.
Damn. I didn't know there were so many damn rolls. Don't give me.
Well, dude, it only costs you $5.99 a roll, man.
I just want. Super.
Got 99 problems, but a roll ain't one.
Oh,
that's what happens when the mods get power to make rolls. That's what happens.
Yeah.
They start fucking making all these honorary badges for themselves.
I just
Hey man, we have way too many rolls today. Way too many, man.
Love you.
I like that victim of mod abuse.
I don't want to do anything on your job premises.
Dave Hinkle wants to know.
I'm just going to say, look,
Gregory.
I'm sorry. Well, I'm just going to.
Are you?
Yo,
I
they
love
look
all
good.
you guys. Just don't take
I
a
love you
jab.
too, bud.
Oh, as soon as you said
why
that, I
you
seen all
keep
this
saying
shit,
that,
man.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on.
Yeah, I didn't understand that. Never got an answer. How do you get the globe earther? Now, I could see how someone would have. I could see how someone would have a globe earther if they first came in and had it, but then once you got the flat earther, why wasn't the other one taken off? So I don't know. I have questions.
Well, I haven't been here for since 2020.
Okay.
Were you a globe earther at one point? Gregory.
I don't even know. I don't know.
Oh boy, is that a yes or a no?
It's the bulk of them.
My friend, it's a yes or no question. Were you a glober or are you a glober?
Absolutely raised as an atheist. From the time I was little, raised on Time Life series by my professor dad, who was a college professor, and I mocked the Christians in my neighborhood. I laughed them to scorn. And
so none of that has to do with the globe at all. Let's try it one more time, and then I might just give it to someone else.
It's absolute, total Big Bang Theory. So you have to understand, Big Bang Theory, I was raised on, the modern physics model.
Yeah, we all were.
But then I started looking into, I watched probably about 40 hours of flat Earth.
So, are you a globe earther or not?
Questions? Well, I don't know. No, I am. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. After watching all those flat Earth videos, I got questions. So I'm serious. It's like
which video?
I don't know how to test them. I don't got the money.
Greg, Gregory, which videos did you watch, man? Can I send you a couple more to watch?
Some Eric Dubay. I watched.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Hey, Gregory, real quick. You can't BS a BSer, right? You ever heard that? You can't BS a BSer.
What do you mean?
So you're caught. You're caught.
dad
We made
did
you.
that.
It's okay. Listen, it's okay. We made you. That's fine. You're completely suspect. So what do we do with you now? Do you want to stay and try to learn something, or do you want to just have outed yourself and now we ban you? What do you want to do? Let's stick around.
Oh, yeah, I have a globe earther rule.
What?
You gonna ban me?
Silence.
I wasn't going to ban him because he has a globe earth rule. I was going to suggest a ban because he can't give a straight answer.
Actually, I used to.
Or James, you have a globe skeptic role.
Yeah, globe skeptic.
Gregory, are you a flat earther?
Never a straight answer.
Right.
Black Swan.
I'm a child of the kingdom of God, but however
What shape
God
is the
reveals,
Earth, Gregory? What shape is the Earth?
I've never seen it. I don't know.
Good answer.
That's the correct
Yeah, I
answer.
don't know either.
Great answer.
Do you believe in the heliocentric model?
If you apply the physics that we were taught in school, then that is the model. But like, what if it's wrong. I'm not smart enough to know it's wrong, so I don't know.
On a fence, sort of thing.
How smart do you have to be to go measure a distance and then see if there's missing?
Well, anyways, I took your flat Earth and globe Earth rolls away because you have to prove either or to get those rolls.
Yeah,
right. I know. I came in.
Right now, you're about. I don't know for the flat, and I don't know for the globe. So I'll give you what you know. So tell me what you know.
Okay. Well, there's one thing that really tripped me out. This was around 2009, maybe. I found the artist Neil Adams. He pencils and inks Batman, and so he also has the side thing where he does animations and also he dabbles in science, I guess. And so he has this growing Earth theory, and he shows how the continents actually. I mean, it looks like the continents join with South America and Africa. They do look like they fit together.
What are you talking
how they join
about, dude?
entirely around the world, and he has a growing Earth theory where it was small, and now
Gregory,
he's getting
Holy gee whiz!
What was that about, dude?
But that's weird. You gotta watch it. It's weird.
Nope. No, we don't have to even acknowledge that you said it. What shape's the Earth again?
He doesn't know.
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
I've never seen it.
See, we need to go from there. Okay. So, what is your belief about it? Do you have a belief on it?
Well, I know that man was placed on Earth.
How's that a belief?
Oh, is it like biblical? Do you have a biblical stance?
Yeah, well, he did say that he has a
give me a verse. Give me a verse. 3 verses that speak to you about God's creation.
Yeah, sounds good.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void. That's and the Spirit moved over the face of the waters. So we know that there was there was a sequence of events that happened in the beginning.
Okay, but we understand that.
No, that's valid. That's valid. I'm just trying to figure out if he's genuine or not, because I'm tired of pegging people who don't know as much as maybe some of us as trolls or people that are disingenuous. So far, I'm not picking that up. I don't want you guys to make this process harder.
I'm with you, Elijah. Yeah. I feel like he's being legit.
Yeah, I think he's being genuine. I just feel like we need to understand him a bit.
Yeah.
But he keeps on getting grumpy.
Real quick, if you want to understand someone, the best thing you can do is listen. And you guys are talking over him a lot. Just let him talk, man. Even if you don't agree with what he's saying, just let him go. Who am I talking to? Was it Gregory Apple?
Yeah, this is Gregory Apple.
Yeah, continue.
Okay. Well, and I was schooled in atheism. I was schooled in materialism.
So, okay, are you on the fence? Like, are you unsure? Or
what
he was beginning, he got like
so much
2 sentences in. Please
There's so much deception. What I'm seeing is there is so much deception in the world, and the Elon Musk stuff and the Starlink and all that. I'm like, I think it's fake. I think that shit is fake as F.
Okay.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
How do you do this? Creation Bear. Like, how are you on point, on time?
Projection.
Like, you got the right clips just queued up. I don't even understand.
I don't either. It's uncanny.
It's called magic.
Are you a machine?
Yeah, I got a supercomputer running.
Who's that?
In my studio.
He's talking to someone else. Creation.
What makes you think the Elon Musk stuff is fake, Gregory?
Well, did you see that Starman car?
Yes.
that was CGI, dude. It was CGI, man. It was absolutely computer generated. It was in your face.
Correct.
Well, I think it looks so
Well,
ridiculous.
so far, I agree with everything you're saying, man. Like, I think you're coming from the right place and the right mentality. Because that's the way you got to look at this stuff, right? Like, if you can be honest about like something as simple as like the Elon Musk taking that space car or whatever and saying that looks fake as fuck. I mean, that's most people that are being honest with themselves and aren't being like deceived. Because I'm not gonna lie, there is a lot of people out there that consider that to be real and they're being honest. They're not. It's not that they're dishonest. They actually, they've been programmed to look at certain things, certain videos a certain way, and they're like, yeah, that's real, right? But for the average person, yeah, it looks real, but there are some people that are skeptics, and they'll look at it and be like, that looks like it's computer generated. That's honesty right there, and it's very hard for even Glovers to admit that it looks like it could be CGI. They won't even go that far, so it's, you're already on the right track, bro.
Well,
for sure.
Well, look at Alex Jones. We're going to go to the stars, and they're preventing us from going to the stars. The elites, they want that power to themselves. And then, and wait a minute, I don't want to go to the stars. I want to go to heaven to be with my Lord. I am not thinking about like traveling the empty vastness of whatever. That's stupid.
Hey, so are you no longer an atheist?
I'm sorry, you broke up. What'd you say there?
Are you no longer an atheist?
Oh no, I became a Christian in 1996. I gave my heart to the Lord Jesus Christ. So I'm a born again.
Cool.
Yeah, I could tell because of the way you knew the verses of the Bible by heart. I mean, there are some smart atheists that like debate the Bible and they know the verses. But I did hear you say that you believe we are put on this earth, and only someone that has faith would say something like that, right? Like we were put on earth, like by a higher power.
Right.
Yeah.
And I believe in the deluge, which happened maybe I guess 4,400 years ago. And the earth was flooded, and it grieved God that he made man, but then he did prepare an ark.
Here's something very interesting.
That's where we are.
Here's something very interesting I want you to think about. I'm going to bring this like a little bit biblical. I'm not that very good with the Bible. I do believe in God. I was raised Catholic, so that kind of fucked me up. I don't know if you know how that Catholic shit goes, but I'm not Catholic anymore, obviously, but I don't believe in all that crazy stuff. But I definitely do believe Jesus is real. I believe in God, but here's the thing. The deluge, right? Think about this. Like, let's think of the deluge as a scientific hypothesis, right? So, like, the Earth was flooded, right? Let's just say it was flooded, which I believe it was. What happened to all the water?
Well, it says when the waters assuaged, that means they washed to and fro. They assuaged, and it says, and the mountains and the hills went up and the valleys went down. So basically, or it says that the topography changed. So you had these raising of mountains and then sinking of valleys, and then it became the ocean basins.
That's interesting. That's crazy how like the book, the Bible,
I think that the answer is, so remember the fountains of the deep in Genesis? Okay, so what I think is that there's something down there. Because it says something about the water, when the water recedes, it's something about the mechanics underneath that we don't know nothing about. Could be some kind of drain. I don't know. But that's what it seemed like it was saying.
We don't know, but
that's what it sounded like. It was,
and like
below, so the waters could have just, like you said, drained out, to the surrounding waters above and below, because there was water coming from both directions. There was water coming from the windows of heaven opening, which means it was coming from above and below. So it could have just, gone back into the subterranean caverns that they burst out of, or just subsided back into the water surrounding the, and dome system or whatever. Like you say, who knows?
Meadowlark, I've talked to you before. That was over on Veach's channel. I talked to you.
Oh, yeah, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going? Well, and you know, it's fun talking to people who are using their heads. And man, Veach is he's a box of rocks.
Yeah, I'll give some credit to Veach. Look, a lot of people hate Veach, but I actually don't have an issue with Veach, man. He is a little. I'm not gonna lie. When it comes to the flat Earth and globe Earth discussion, in my opinion, he does withhold a lot of things where like it makes it seem like he's being dishonest with a lot of things. Which, in my opinion, I feel like he excludes a lot of details. But here's one thing that he's honest enough to do this. Look, a long time ago, I had a discussion with him because he used to come in here all the time, right? And I had a discussion with M. Scott Veach, and I was like, hey, I just thought of this, like, I was like watching the ISS, the view that's on YouTube, and the ISS was viewing the Earth during nighttime, and I just kept glancing at it over and over, and I was like trying to like just find stuff wrong with it, and something finally clicked. And something clicked because of something I was watching to do with globe Earth, which is hilarious. I was watching this Neil deGrasse Tyson explain why stars twinkle. And Neil deGrasse Tyson has explained that stars don't twinkle. That the reason they appear to twinkle is because the atmosphere and the turbulence causes the light that's coming from wherever the hell it's coming from. When it comes to your eyes, it's being, disturbed by the atmosphere. So that's what causes the twinkling effect. So I thought about that. I was like, wait, I can use that as a fucking argument. So then I made this argument. I swear to God, I came up with this argument. I've never heard anyone else in Flat Earth mention this, and no one really talks about this. But I asked Veach this. And to this day, Veach still hasn't really completed my answer. But I asked him this. I was like, all right, have you ever seen the ISS viewing the Earth at nighttime? And he's like, yeah, many times. And I was like, can you explain this to me? I'm like, what causes stars to twinkle? And he knew the answer because he's into this whole discussion. He's like, oh, well, that's atmosphere, the turbulence. I was like, exactly. I'm like, so explain to me, why is it that when the ISS that is 250 miles away is viewing the Earth at nighttime, those lights, the city lights of like California, North America, South, all the lights on the globe that is being observed, explain to me why those lights don't have any type of turbulence. They're static. Like they never glimmer, they never refract, they never like they never like twinkle. I'm like, the light's just static. Like if it's a light switch and you're right next to it and it never like nothing disturbs it. And he's like, that. He's like, I never thought about that. He's like, I'll look into it. So he came back like a couple days later when he was in the chat, and I asked him about it again. I'm like, hey, did you ever look into that thing? He's like, yeah, actually, I did. He's like, and this is what I came up with. He's like, the lights, if you're looking at them at a 90-degree angle, that is the least amount of atmosphere that the light has to travel through, so they won't twinkle.
Oh, jeez.
I'm like, hold on. It's a good argument. I'm not gonna lie. It's a good argument. That's no issue. But here's my problem. I'm like, okay, well, is the ISS viewing the lights at a 90-degree angle the whole time? And he's like, no. I'm like, what happens when the lights go at an angle? Because the Earth is turning, right? It's not like you're always viewing a light at 90 degrees. And then he looked that up, and he said that he said he just couldn't figure it out because there's no like sources on it. And he said that was a very good question, and he said he was gonna ask some people that he knew that were like in NASA and shit like that. Like he was curious about that, but he never got back to me on it. But yeah, that was like my argument for him, how the ISS is just bullshit. But because of the lights, they remain static.
Oh yeah. Well,
sorry,
think about that.
Real quick. Hold on.
Because of that same argument, why don't the planets actually twinkle?
Do you hear me?
Oh, yeah. You can go, dude.
Yeah, because I did start first when I apologized to Creation Bear. But
okay. Well, it seemed like I started first, but that's just latency, so my fault.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It happens often when I'm in this hallway. It's like my audio is not. Anyway, yes. What you're about to say, please repeat it, because that is a good question. But also, no. I have stars almost 90 degrees above my head tonight. The clear sky, they're twinkling.
Yeah. Like someone was about to mention something very interesting about planets, how they don't twinkle. They actually do. They twinkle at the horizon. They don't twinkle when they're like at like 60 degrees, 90 degrees, but when they're like low on the horizon, they twinkle.
That's true. They do. Because you're looking through a horizontal section of the atmosphere. So
atmosphere, which is the densest, correct?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but now here's the thing. Like here's the main issue. It's like no matter what angle they're at, they're gonna get to an angle where they have to fucking twinkle. That's the argument. That's my argument. Like, I don't care if they don't twinkle at 90 degrees. I don't care if they twinkle. They're going to get to a degree that you should be able to observe it where they should be able to twinkle, and we don't observe that with the ISS. That was my argument to him. And to this day, I haven't got an answer for it.
Argument. That's excellent. Because usually the response that, well, it's in a second law of thermodynamics violation, that's not really edifying to most people. But what you're saying is something that people can really grasp, you know?
Dude, I remember I brought up this argument on the Nathan Oakley show like a long time ago. I went on his show and I mentioned to him. The first time I did it, he blew it off because Nathan does not want to talk about space. He doesn't want to talk about the ISS. He says, nope, you can't even, if you can't prove to me the second law of thermodynamics, I don't even want to talk about Narnia. And I remember he kind of belittled the argument one time on his show. And I kind of dropped it for a while because I was like, damn, it must not be a good argument. But then I'm like, I asked Indio about it, and Indio said, dude, that's a fucking great argument. And Indio gave me like motivation on it. So then I brought it up again on the Nathan Oakley show when different people were on. And I asked it to a Glover this time instead of to Nathan Oakley. I asked it to a Glover. I'm like, hey, Nathan, do you mind if I ask him a question? He's like, go ahead. So I asked him the whole argument I just told you guys, and the Glover couldn't fucking answer it. And there's crickets, and he ended up leaving. He ended up leaving the show. And Nathan goes like, oh my God, Jose, we've been trying to get this guy to leave for like 2 hours. And you mentioned this argument. I've heard you say it before. I take my word. I take what I said on it back. I hate going into Narnia, but it made the Glover go away. So maybe I will consider going into Narnia just to make this argument, he said. So,
yeah,
you know,
it's a good one.
Yeah.
That's great.
Matter of fact, I can't wait till somebody brings up the ice. I can't wait.
I've talked to Nathan before, but it's been a couple of years. But he can be. He's a strange guy, and well, I'm a strange.
To be honest, Elijah, you're right. What makes the argument good is that it's so simple.
I'm sorry.
Because like
I'm sorry.
Like the way. Hello? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm sorry.
Can I get a mic check? I don't know if I'm cutting people. Hello?
No, you're good.
Oh, you're perfect.
Okay,
You're perfect now.
I thought I was cutting someone off. Sorry. But yeah, like what I was saying, man. What makes it a simple argument is that like. If you phrase it kind of like the way I said, like, you know, everyone, like, even if people don't know why stars twinkle, I'm sure you can explain it the way I did, and it would make sense, you know, like, oh, yeah, the atmosphere is, it's not static, it's always changing, moving, you know, it makes sense to the average person first hearing it, because I'm not going to lie, when I made that argument up, I honestly didn't know why stars twinkled. I'm telling you, I only learned that through Neil deGrasse Tyson. And then I looked up what Neil deGrasse Tyson said, and it's true, it says turbulence in the atmosphere, and I was like, oh, okay, that's why stars twinkle. I never knew that. I never even considered why they twinkle. I never thought about it. It was actually, look, like as much as we hate the globe earthers, dude, I actually learned a lot from globe earthers, like to make arguments against them because of shit they say, right? And Neil deGrasse Tyson taught me that, like stars twinkle because of turbulence in the atmosphere. And then I went, looked it up, and then I made it into an argument, you know, for the ISS.
Hey, fellas, is El Baba breaking up for you guys too? Is he roboting a little bit?
No, he's good.
No.
For some reason.
Usually when this happens, we just disconnect and reconnect, and it fixes the problem.
I learned that the longer, something I learned about Discord is the longer you're on here, you get to a point where you do everyone starts to like fucking robot for some reason, and I leave and come back and it just goes away. It like resets the voice for some reason.
I remember that shit. I used to do that.
So stars would twinkle more on the horizon because they're going through more they're going through more atmos, right?
Correct. Yes. It's the same argument from Aristophanes, right? The reason Glovers say Aristophanes here's the funny part, right? So it'll be like, well, Aristophanes is a very accurate measurement because even though we don't know where the sun is, when the person is taking at a high noon that is in a 90-degree angle, there is the least amount of atmosphere, so we're getting a better position of the sun. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. I'm like, but what about the guy that's looking at it from like 500 miles away? Where is the sun then? You know, it's just hilarious to me. But yes.
So you said that the ISS doesn't twinkle, right?
You're gonna get more. To be honest, I don't know. I've never looked into that. I've never followed it. I've never observed people on a telescope seeing it. A lot of people, I mean, there is times where I feel like it does twinkle because I've been in flat Earth enough time to see enough videos of the ISS of people catching it with cameras and shit like that. Like, well, they'll get the track and be like, this is the ISS, you know? Yeah, it appears that in some videos it twinkles and some it doesn't. A lot of times when it twinkles, people will argue and say it was a camera or something. I don't know. The ISS, I really haven't looked into it enough, to be honest.
Yeah, man, I haven't been to the. Yep, I haven't been to the neutral buoyancy lab either, so I don't know what the ISS looks like, or if it twinkles or whatever.
Yeah, well, it could be a projection.
I thought it was a pretty good argument where you couldn't. The ISS is so far away for the distance where you couldn't resolve it, so it would just be too small.
Can I?
It is a good argument, and I'll tell you why. Because we know how big the ISS is. So you can do mathematical proofs, right, with the ISS. Like, for example, the ISS is roughly about, it isolates between 240 miles away, between 260, in my opinion. They usually give the number of 250 miles away. But it changes, right? It can't always be the same. And sometimes it's descending, and then they got to propel it back up because of, air drag. Even though, like, it's a vacuum, there's still enough, like, air up there that does cause drag, And then if you want to add, if you want to talk about gravity and all that other bullshit, what they believe in their model, then yeah, the ISS should be descending and they have to have something to push it back up. But the point is this, right? It is a good argument about the angular resolution of the ISS because we do know the specs of it, the size of it, and we know that the solar panels, people that like have a P900 and they'll take a transit of the ISS around when it's passing either the sun or the moon. You can see the solar panels and you can see the gap between the solar panels, right? Like, have you ever seen that? Like, the solar panels you actually see the separation of the solar panels. It doesn't look like one big solar panel or one big block. It looks like you can literally define the solar panels and even count some of them, right? So here's my argument. When I used to make this argument all the time, I'm like, we can do the math, right? Like, you can do the specs of how far optical zoom and the angular resolution of a P900 would be. And then you can do the math from the distance of the ISS. And then when you factor it in, it should be impossible to resolve the gap of the ISS, of the solar panels, which the gaps are about 8 meters. 8 meters of width apart. I think Indio did the math a while ago. You would need like a fucking 7 or 8, like the largest telescope on Earth, the biggest telescopes, the 7 meters, 8 meter telescopes, to observe that gap, to resolve it.
Well, can I, one thing about the ISS right quick. When you view it through a P900 or P1000, I've filmed between 30 and 40,000 feet, like 747s and B-52s and stuff. And they're basically the exact same size as the ISS when viewed through the P900 or P1000. One other thing I want to say about the ISS is their radio. I'm fairly steeped in two-way radios, and I'm not a ham or nothing like that. I've done a lot of study on it though. Okay, for example, the 2-meter radio, which is the only radio that they can possibly use if they're in low Earth orbit, so they say. That's the only radio signal that can penetrate or get through the ionosphere. All the rest of them bounce off of it, correct? Well, the 2-meter radio at 500 watts, which is the maximum allowed by the FCC, it can only travel roughly 100 miles, and that's on a good day. And that's straight line talking. Otherwise, you have to have repeater towers. What I would like to know is, where are there 2 or 3 repeater towers between the surface of the Earth and the ISS for them to use the 2-meter radio to actually talk to the ISS?
Well, I think
I have a question for you, Anthony Dickinson.
My dad is an astrophysicist, and he says that it's microwave. So the distance is no big deal when you have amplifiers.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. A 500 watt amplifier is the maximum that a 2-meter radio is allowed to use, and it will only talk.
Well, for transmitter, but when you have receivers,
I get what you're saying. Yeah, but it still doesn't change like my philosophy on it, or my. The experiments that I've done with it. I used a regular 11-meter radio to talk over 4,000 miles from Macomb, Mississippi to Hawaii, and there was no delay. And that's on a standard Citizens Band radio, CB radio. And they're having a 10-second delay with all the NASA technology that they supposedly have to talk to the ISS that's only 250 miles away. Come on. Something's up there, bro. that ancient dinosaur radio is out talking the NASA equipment. Oh, somebody said they had a question for me, though.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
I did have a question for you, but when I thought about it, it didn't. I actually thought about the question before I asked it, and then I don't need to ask it. But I'll ask it anyways, even though it's stupid. Since you're familiar with all this stuff, I was going to ask you. So the specs of the length is obviously determined on Earth, right? Like through the atmosphere. So I was curious, like, what it'd be like in a vacuum. But then I thought about it, I'm like, well, the signal still has to travel through the fucking atmosphere. So I knew it was a dumb question to ask at that point.
No, I don't believe in dumb questions. I think the only dumb question is the question that is not asked.
Well, there you go. I asked it. But I kind of answered it myself, like, because I didn't think about it before I asked it, But then I thought about it, I'm like, well, the signal would have to travel through the atmosphere, so it would still go back to what the specs are on Earth, even though they're in space. That's, kind of answered it myself.
Right, and supposedly the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner the higher we go up. I wouldn't know. I've never been there. But supposedly that's what happens. So it should make it easier. And like the higher the altitude, it should be easier for radio waves to get through that particular atmosphere, and on a straight line sight, like on the surface of the Earth from Mississippi to Hawaii, that should be the most resistant to the radio waves. But the way I find it, it's kind of opposite. Anyway, I also want to just tell everybody hello, and I know I don't come in here very often. I love the discussion about flat and globe Earth and stuff. I honestly don't understand why it's even still a discussion, but it's still pretty interesting.
Well, this is the way that we try to find the truth. We see that these quote unquote facts are inconsistent with other facts, and they're not really being consistent with, angular resolution, with other things that we appear to know about the second law of thermodynamics. I mean, inconsistency with other facts is one of the ways that we, ferret out a falsehood. And so either we're going to have faith in this globe heliocentric narrative, or drop it and possibly go at something flatter.
I honestly believe the reason why it's so discussion, I'll tell you this, just to answer that. I think it's always going to be like what's it called? What's that word I'm looking for? I can't think of it right now, where you only have two choices.
What's that thing we used to eat all the time back in the day?
False dichotomy.
I know someone's going to talk about it.
Dichotomy is two choices.
Yes, a dichotomy. Thank you. It's a dichotomy, right? So, like, right now, the flat Earth is not mainstream, globe Earth is, but there was a time where flat Earth was mainstream. I think it's going to go back and forth forever, to be honest. I don't think, we're ever going to get to a point where it's like, we settled on this is what it is. I think it's going to go back and forth. And we're just going to go through waves of people that get it, and then it becomes a point where it's like, it's accepted. Like, here's the thing, man. To me, there's no winning side. It's not about the winning side. It's just about, to me, well, maybe there is a winning side, right? The winning side to me would be, the people that are actually investing their time, efforts, and are looking into the Earth themselves to come to what it is instead of just believing it. And to me, that's always the winning side. No matter how outlandish it might be, it's the people that are actually putting in the work. And even though the argument could be said that the globe earthers do all the work because they got NASA and all that shit, we know how that goes, right? We know that the information from there is, it's not what it's painted to be. But yeah, man, I think there's always gonna be a dichotomy, man. I think even if flat Earth was to be mainstream tomorrow, there'd be globe earthers for a long time arguing that it's a globe. It's always gonna be there, in my opinion.
That could be true, and I kind of want to rephrase what I said a little bit. I do believe that what y'all are doing and what I'm doing, what everybody's doing to share the flat Earth, I think it's a great thing, and I think it's definitely the doorstep to reality, and I appreciate each and every one of you for standing proud, standing tall to doing what you do. But as far as the debate part of it goes, I just can't see how it's still a debate. I see people like McToon out there, just dying. I don't know what he's doing or what he calls himself doing, but I see people out there doing that still. And what is their agenda behind all that? But then I come across folks like y'all that are so diligent and getting into the nitty gritty of the science behind it, and which I like the scripture side of it. But I think it all comes together to a point where the science and the scripture, they come together as one, and then reality happens. All of a sudden we're just living in this giant dome of reality. But anyway, I want to tell everybody I appreciate what y'all are doing, but that question is still on my mind is like, why is this still even a discussion kind of thing, Well,
NASA's making a lot of money doing something. The question is, do we need to look into what they're actually doing with these rockets that are curving up and going down? Are they hiding land with bad maps? What's on these, real maps that we're missing? And is there some sort of creator that's being hidden by a random ball rocketing through the black reaches of space?
I've honestly gone to the point where, like I'm not gonna lie, like 2 years ago, maybe even a year ago, I wanted everyone to wake up to flat Earth. I'm at the point now where I don't even care if they wake up to flat Earth. All I care about is if I can train someone or get them to think, like, to be critical about shit they think about. Because in my opinion, dude, like, flat Earth is just too much for people right now. It really is. It still is. Even though, like, we're growing and we're big, some people, man, that shit is still the dumbest shit they ever heard. And only people that, like, are somewhat of an open mind, they'll get there. So I'm to the point right now where, like, I'll talk to people about shit that's not even flat Earth, shit that's so small that will just be like, if I can not even convince them, if I can show them to be critical about this idea, and they grasp it, and then they come up with their own conclusion, and they come pretty similar to mine, I feel like that's already good. Because for me, I have to, like, here's the thing, man. I'm trying to have more faith in people. The last 4 years I've been on flat Earth, 5 years. Actually, it's almost been 6 years now. The whole time I didn't have faith in people. I thought that I got a little arrogant with flat Earth. I felt like they're dumb. They're never gonna get it, and I felt like I was being smart about it. And now I reflect on all that. I took a break, and I've been reflecting on this whole flat Earth thing, and I'm starting to think, like, you know what? I thought, to be honest, maybe I was just like them. That the difference was that I was actually critical about things. Like, I would think critically about everything. I've always had that. Some people don't have that, man. So I think what we need to do, instead of just drilling the flat Earth to some people right out the bat, we just got to drill something that they can grasp and they can be critical about and come up with their own conclusion. Because once they're able to be critical about one thing, they start to do it by themselves. And then here's the thing, man. A lot of people are so arrogant that, like, if you tell them the Earth is flat, it like almost pushes them even further away. That, like, when they even start to see that it can be flat, they don't want it. The cog disc hits harder. People don't want to be told something and be wrong, right? So I've learned that, like, if you kind of, like, do little breadcrumbs here and there, and people just start to kind of think up by themselves, and they figure it by themselves, they'll grasp it quicker, because it's not like, hey, this person's going to get a one-up on me, or I was wrong, and I had to confront this guy. Like, it just makes it easier for a person to discover something for themselves sometimes, and they grasp it and they feel like they did it, you know, like they did it. Like they're not gonna be like, oh, it's because of this guy that I woke up. Like some people want to have that thing where like they feel like they got there on their own, you know? You get what I'm saying?
Dude, the personal discovery thing is really powerful. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I'm right there with you too, brother. I know back 6 years ago when I started out, you know, I made a name for myself in my whole county, if not Southwest Mississippi, as being known as the crazy person around here. You know, people walk up to me with their kids with them, like, don't go over there by him, kids. He's crazy, you know. But now today, when I mention Flat Earth to somebody and they look at me like I'm crazy, it's like, why are you looking at me crazy? Don't you know this already? It's like, it's been around for 6 years, like mainstream almost. I mean,
well, that's the problem, the mainstream bit, because most people who are getting their information mainstream, when they come here, they've never heard any of the questions that we asked, which is actually fundamental to the model. It's amazing that people haven't thought to. I don't know why it is, but again, I think that Jose is right. It might never be realized. Like, I don't know what exactly it is, but obviously people have been debating about it for a very long time. And there have just been people who have said, oh, let me look into the claim of curvature. Like, most people aren't doing that. They're just trying to figure out why it's flat or how it's flat. It's like, no, just look into the other claim that's out there.
Yes, exactly. And by the way, before I jump off here and everything, I just want to tell Jose, it's a pleasure to meet you, brother. I've been knowing you for years, been Facebook friends with you and stuff. It's a pleasure to get to actually talk with you, brother.
Hey, may I ask you what's your Facebook handle? Because I want to make sure it's talk to you. What's your name? Is it Anthony Dickinson as well?
That's right, Anthony Dickinson.
I'm gonna look you up today and send you a message just to see. Because, dude, that's crazy, man. I didn't know I didn't know we were friends on Facebook. That's cool, man.
Well, I'm pretty sure we are. I'm pretty sure.
Well, I've been through 4 accounts, so like I don't know if it was like an old one or a recent one, but yeah, man. I'll look you up today, and if not, I'll look for you and I'll add you.
All right, bro.
Pleasure talking to you as well, man.
I also look up Enclosed Cosmology Fellowship. Me and Paul on the Plane created that about 5 years ago, and it's starting to take off a little bit. I just got back from Take on the World last weekend, and oh my gosh, if any of y'all have the chance to ever make a Take on the World conference, forget the rest of them. That one is the best.
Dude, I've never been to a conference, but I've been to at least I think 2 or 3 meetups by now. The first one I went to was hold on 1 second, son. The first one I went to was to in Rancho Cucamonga. It was in 2015, I think, and it was Nathan Thompson. I think it was either 2015 or 2016, and it was Nathan Thompson. I was already been a Flat Earther forever. Me and him were Facebook friends, and it was just funny how it happened, bro. Because I was actually driving to pick up my girlfriend's daughter. Me and her went to pick her up because she was gonna hang out with us or whatever, and she happened to be. We were picking her up in this place in Rancho Cucamonga. And I was on Facebook literally at that moment, and I noticed there was a meetup happening at exactly the time where like I was there, and I was like, dude, there's a meetup literally like up like a couple, you know, it wasn't bad. It was I went to pick up the girl, her daughter at That's in Pro Shop. The meetup was literally happening just like a couple, like, you know, like not even a quarter mile down. And I told my girl, I'm like, babe, hey, do you mind if I go to this meetup for like an hour and you guys just chill in the car? And she's like, no, go ahead, it's cool. And I was like, all right, because my girlfriend's not really like into Flat Earth or anything, and her daughter knows I'm a Flat Earther. She don't really care, but she's like, cool, you know, they're cool about it. Like, they respect it, you know? So I went to the fucking meetup for like about an hour. I was there. I met Nathan Thompson. I met Josh Walker. I met a couple other people, you know, in Flat Earth. That was my first meetup, dude. And I thought I didn't want to leave, man. Like, I was like, dude, this was like the fucking most like amazing conversations I ever had in my life. Like, I just it's almost like if you walk into a room, you know they were all Flat Earthers because you kind of seen them around, you introduce yourself, and then you just go through all of them, having a discussion with all of them, and it was just amazing. My second one was with Jeranism and Lucy Lemons. And
I was there with your brother.
Yep. That was my second one, Flat Earth, dude. It was with Flat Earth. That's where I met.
And that was my first.
Yeah, that was my second, dude.
Awesome.
Flat Earth. That's where I met Flat Earth, dude, man. I also met Roche. I don't know if you guys know him. He's on Discord. He's a sniper vet. This guy, he's like about 70 something years old. If you want to talk about Coriolis, that motherfucker will debunk it like in seconds. Anyways, so I went to this meetup with my little brother. Met up with Roche. I didn't know Flat Earth Dude at the time, but I knew him. I didn't know him personally, but I knew him from his channel. I used to follow his stuff. All Flat Earthers used to link up. You all follow each other. And I was not even there for longer than 20 minutes. I saw everybody was drinking. Some people were smoking weed at the fucking park, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go buy me a fucking six-pack. So I went across the street, literally, because the park across the street was like a Vons or some shit like that. Went across the street, bought a little six-pack. Me and my brother got it. On the way back, I just started talking to everybody. Had a beer with fucking Flat Earth Dude. That's where I met him. He was recording the whole thing. He was all hyped. Met Roche, met Jeranism. Dude, funnest time I've ever had, man. With Flat Earthers, man. I told my girlfriend this on David. I'm like, I've had more fun talking to these random fucking Flat Earther strangers I met at a fucking at a park. Then I would have at Six Flags, Disneyland, or any other fucking vacation you could think of. I'm not trying to belittle everything. But it was just too much information to the point where it was great.
I drove 110 miles one way to get there, man. I was like, let's do this.
Hey, Flat Earth Dude, you live in California still?
So, yeah, I'm down here in Disneyland. Yeah.
Anaheim, right?
Yeah, Anaheim.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm right now. I'm in Yuba City, but I'm actually moving to Fresno now.
All right, that's close.
I've been to you.
Dude, Jose, your microphone just kind of whacked out.
Yeah. I'm about to switch back to the Bluetooth. It's because I have these new Bluetooth headphones, bro. They're great. But dude, I had the smallest fucking ears. I swear to God, the smallest ears were like I have to get the smallest headphones because they don't fit and they always kind of fall off. And even these that are small, they slip off and they're touch. So every time I try to fix them, I end up disconnecting them. I'll connect them right now and I'll sound better.
I have the small ears too. I have the same issue with headphones.
Technical issues with the ears. Interesting. All right. I hate headphones, but I like them earbuds. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I ain't even using anything right now. But back to the conferences and meetups and stuff like that. Man, it's great. I love the idea of it, and I hope we can get them all over the country, if not all over the world.
Tony, man, you're in Mississippi, is that right?
Mississippi, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just double checking. Damn, we should probably get together some kind of music, blues, Flat Earth meetup thing. Beer.
I'm actually
maybe do a whiskey bar. I don't know, something fun.
We may have a whiskey bar, but I'm actually looking for a conference facility near here in the near future. To have like a gathering,
just do it at a bar or at a freaking restaurant or parking lot. Doesn't matter, man. Just do it. I did a couple. I know somebody did 40 of them.
I think a good one, dude. I think a great one that I haven't seen. Maybe it's been done, but I haven't seen is going to the fucking beach where you can drink. I think that would be fucking fun.
We did the Flat Earth meetup last summer, man, at the beach.
At Huntington, right? Huntington, or what was it?
Bolsa Chica Beach, actually.
Oh, okay.
Out drinking the.
And then we did Renee's house, man, a couple times. Did you ever go to Renee's house? Oh man, you missed it, bro.
Nah. Nope.
Right on the beach. His YouTube name is The Earth is Seriously Flat.
Yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah. OG.
Total OG, bro. Flat smacking.
Trust me, bro. I know all the Flat Earthers that are OGs. I remember.
Everybody.
I've been on YouTube since 20. Actually, to be honest, man, I joined YouTube I made a channel for YouTube till 2017. It took me 2 years to make a channel, bro. I was following Flat Earth for 2 years before I made a YouTube. That's how inept I was in YouTube. I didn't even know that I had to make a channel so I could type for the longest time. I remember I wasn't even subscribed to people. But like back then in those times in 2015, 2016, YouTube was so good. Actually, I made the channel in 2016. I remember now. Anyways, YouTube was so cool that like if you watched one Flat Earth channel, it took you to all of them, like in a period of time, right? Yep. And I wasn't subbed to none of them because I'm like, dude, I didn't even need to make a channel. It wasn't an issue for me. Like I just click on a video, it sends me to another person that talks about Flat Earth. So I was like cool with that. And it got to the point where like that wasn't happening anymore. So then I'm like, maybe I need to subscribe to people. I'm like, how do I subscribe? I didn't even know how fucking YouTube worked, dude. Even though I used it for so long, like I would look at videos, listen to music there, but I never like knew how the subscription or how people like typed worked. I actually had to Google that shit. That's how inept I was in it. And I fucking Googled it, looked it up, and I finally made my channel in 2016. Just so I could keep with the Flat Earth information. You know, so I started subscribing to everybody. I started chatting up. The first place that I became like a fucking mod, I remember, was in ODD Reality. Yeah. And then from there, dude, I just got modded everywhere because everybody knew I was a mod there for some reason. Right. They're like, oh yeah, that guy's legit. You know, he mods for ODD. So like, I remember like everywhere I would go, people would be like, they would recognize the name and be like, yeah, mod him. He's legit. He mods for ODD.
ODD, baby. Oh, dude, I got kicked out of ODD, man. I'll just tell you that.
I got Rob Skiba's, man. And I
was pissed, man. I was like, damn. I kept begging. I'm like, I got another account. And I'm like, I started like trying to beg the mods. Put me back.
Yeah.
Hey, do you know who banned you? I'm curious because I knew all of them.
I was totally drunk. It was my fault. I should have gotten banned. I was hammered. I was just typing in the chat, man, that I was hammered. And somebody's like, he's out of here.
I don't even know why I got blocked from Rob Skiba's channel, but hanging out with him was great, though, man. He come out by the bonfire or campfire or whatever you want to call it. He come out there and hung out all night. Matter of fact, I actually turned in before Rob Skiba. And but anyway, I'm trying to do some sort of a conference sort of in my area because I believe that there's like nobody around me that knows about this stuff. The nearest person to me is well, I can't think of her name right now. Rose 777. That's who it is. She's the nearest person to me that knows about this stuff.
Yeah, well, there's more. You just haven't met them yet. You just haven't met them.
I'm trying to meet
more every day, by the way.
Yeah,
every day we're getting more and more.
So I got to be friends with Rob Skiba and Sean Griffin and Jeremiah Dirt and Aaron Sampson and a bunch of others. And
you're doing fine. You're doing fine.
Yeah, we're gonna get us a conference going on down in the South, brother.
Dude, you'd be surprised how many flat earthers are fucking out there, man. Like, I'll tell you how I found one so easily. So I went to my girlfriend's in the military, so we used to, right now we're literally been staying in California for the last like couple years, but before that we used to travel a lot. Like I've been to New Jersey, Virginia. You know, we've been around. You know, like because of her military work. And when we were stationed in, I want to say Virginia. Yeah, it was Virginia. We were stationed there for about a couple months. And we got an apartment, rented it out, whatever. And when I moved out there, there used to be a mod in this Discord. His name was the Mad Philosopher. And he lives in Virginia. And I was like, dude, where are you at? I know you say you were gonna move to Virginia because of your girlfriend, whatever. Where you located? I gave him my directions. Like, dude, we're only an hour away. I'm like, you want to meet up? And he's like, yeah. So I met up with him, right? So I drove, like I didn't even drive because I didn't have a car. My girlfriend had a car. She had to go to work. So like he picked me up on a weekend. He drove an hour to pick me up, and we went to hang out at a pool hall in Virginia. And he was wearing a shirt. He was wearing a shirt that said, "The Earth is flat," and it had like that Chinese symbol where like it's the half light, half dark. But it was like if it was the Earth. He had one of those shirts on. And we were shooting pool. And this fucking old guy, like 60 years old guy, walks up to us and goes like, "Can I see your shirt?" And we're like, I was looking at him like, oh, we're about to fucking get into it, this fucking globe, right? Yeah. And he's like, oh, so you think the Earth is flat? And we're like, yeah. And he's like, me too. And we're like, what? And he's like, as a matter of fact, he's like, come to my car. And I'm like looking at my boy, like James. His name's James. I was looking at him like, bro, we're about to get smoked in his car or some shit. I don't know. But I was like kind of sketched out, like, why does he want to go to the car? You know? I'm just like, all right. He's like, I got something I want to show you guys. So we go to his car, Motherfucker pulls up like a fucking big ass packet of like over like 200 papers, and they're of debunking the Cavendish experiment. And we're like, no fucking way, bro. You're a flat earther? They're like, yeah. And dude, we just had a blast with this like 50, 60-year-old guy there. Like, we were shooting pool, and I'm like, you know what? Just close the table. Close the table, because we're not playing. We're talking to this guy right now. We're getting charged, for the fucking table. We're not even playing. I'm like, close the table. Let's close the table and just talk to this guy. And we ended up talking to him for like hours there, bro. It was such a good time. I was just like, dude, what a small world, Like, you just gotta rep that uniform, bro. Rock a little bit of flat earth somewhere, and people are gonna come reach you, bro. You'll notice how much flat earthers are.
So, what did you get out of the Cavendish papers? I'm curious.
Oh, dude, he was fucking. He talked about static. He literally wrote okay, this is what he told me. This old guy told me that he understands magnetism, understands static, understands all that shit, right? And he went into detail how like he's been to where the pendulums are, like all these observatories of the pendulums, Yeah. And he's actually asked questions that are like, like how does this prove the globe? And he goes into detail. He had a paper that he wrote a paper. He actually wrote a paper that debunked, in his opinion, he said, and in my opinion, it did debunk it. It debunks Cavendish and the pendulums because of the locations they are, and due to gravity and all this. Like, if you use their model, obviously, like even using their model, you could destroy it. And the paper was that information, and it, like, for Cavendish, he didn't do the whole science shit. Like, how quantum racer go through, like, it's not even science. He didn't even take that angle. He took the angle of like, if you try the Cavendish in this location or in this location, how can it be the same? Like based on the globe Earth. Like, he went into their model and destroyed it. It was fucking dope, dude.
We love evidence, and we like evidence.
I just wanted to ask Anthony, where about like in the South are you talking? Like Texas, Virginia, Louisiana,
Mississippi?
Yeah, I'm in
Mississippi.
I actually witnessed the eye of the hurricane last night.
Wow.
Came
How was
straight
that?
over my house.
What was that like?
It got a little rough there for a couple of times. Woke me up a few times, but man, my power's been out like yesterday, like, I don't know, 28 hours, 29 hours, something like that. But
you're still out of power?
Yeah, I'm still out of power. Sitting here by candlelight right now.
What do you got, like battery charging your phone, or what do you got going on here?
Generator, I'm sure.
Generator?
I've got a solar battery charger. It has done depleted. So if I just dive out of here unexpectedly, it's probably because my phone died.
All right.
But
hey, I got a question, buddy. What do you call a hippie's wife?
What do
Mississippi.
Wife?
In Mississippi? Was that the wait. What do you call a hippie's wife in Mississippi?
No. You call a hippie's wife Mississippi.
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 I like that, man. I gotta use.
I'm done.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, that's a clean joke.
It's
good for the kids.
Tell anybody that joke. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, Mississippi from Mississippi. Absolutely. I love it.
I was born on the northern Mississippi, Dubuque, Iowa. That's where I was born.
Elephant? Oh, if I know. That's it. That's an old one, man. Damn. You just fucked up my brain cells. Stop that. Hold on. You guys hear that? Okay. Shit. Sorry.
Yeah, we like the hot biking.
Sometimes, I don't like the hot mic, man. Believe me. Nobody does.
Who's got it?
It happens.
Oh yeah, it happens. I done heard people using a bathroom before and all kind of stuff. Yep. Wait, guys. Much love to y'all. I'm gonna jump out of here and
1 in the morning.
Hey, good luck.
Midnight or no wait.
Yeah.
Hey, Anthony Dickinson, good to talk to you, bro. Send me a message on Facebook if you see me around. I want to put a face to your Facebook profile, if you know what I mean. And Pleasure talking to you, brother.
Absolutely, brother. And I'll do just that. And don't just be expecting an invite to the Enclosed Cosmology Fellowship group now.
Oh man, send it, bro. I'll join the group. No problem.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. We started a YouTube page. We may possibly be on Take on the World TV in a couple of weeks. Yeah, it's actually going pretty good. We got a little Discord going on and stuff like that, and we just basically worship Shabbat, just like what the Bible tells us to do. You know, keep it holy in His name.
So do you start like Friday night at 6 p.m.?
Well, we don't do the live stream at Friday night. I actually do start Shabbat and Friday. It's sundown, but now I go all the way to Sunday at sun up. Just so I cover all the bases. I don't know exactly when it starts. So
think about this. Jehovah called the light Yom and the darkness Lila, and so if Shabbat is during the day, is that day, then it is going to only be the Yom. But I'm not trying to stop you from doing how you do it. I just know that I've heard things and.
I agree with you, brother. I totally 100% agree with you. I just don't know for a fact about it.
Right.
That's just why I do it the way I do it. So
yes, sir.
I gotcha. And what I've heard is evening and morning one day. So from Genesis, that's where I kind of agree with that, but I'm not strict.
Yeah, we're not strict either, and we welcome guests too. If any of y'all would like to just come on and kind of give your little puzzle piece about the flat Earth or biblical cosmology or enclosed cosmology or anything like that, feel free. We welcome everybody.
You know what, Anthony Dickinson? I'll give you a good idea. We have a room, just a couple. Like if you keep scrolling down, you'll see it'll be. I forget what it's called because it's been a while that I've been on. But it's a religious room where, like, there's a bunch of people that are really just about the biblical cosmology. My idea is if you, maybe you should invite the whole group one day. Like, that whole group of the Discord that's on there, it's probably like 8 or 10 of them. Dude, there you go. Like, if you're interested,
Yeah.
Just let me know and I can set it up for you. I could be like, hey, is it Paul on the Plane you said? Paul on the Plane that's doing it? Or who's doing it? Or you?
Well, I've been in there before, and I've met some wonderful people there. And I try to catch it when I can. They usually do it on Thursdays, and usually I'm pretty busy on Thursdays and not able to like get in on the station and stuff. But yeah, I've met some wonderful people there. I can't call her name right now, but I actually ended up with her address by accident. I sent Austin Whitsitt what do you call it?
Is it Blaze?
And I actually sent it to her address, but I didn't know who she was. I was.
Was it Blaze the Nazarene?
That's it. That's her.
Okay, yeah. She lives in Florida. Yeah, she's great.
Oh yeah, she's awesome. Awesome.
She's probably one of my favorite people here.
There you go. Like, I'm just saying, like, if you want to have like a discussion and it be on that topic, those are the people that you would want to have on. Like, they're all about that topic. Like me, I'm in the middle. Like, I'm not religious, like, to the point where like I can tell you everything about the Bible. Like then, like when I have questions about the Bible, I literally go to that room, like, Blaze, can you tell me about this? I'm not a person to appeal to authority, but I know they're I know flat earthers. I know they do their due diligence. I'm like, ask them questions when I have questions, because that's literally the only people I could trust, in my opinion, when it comes to like things about Christ, things about God. I'll go down there and talk to them about that. Yeah, they're great.
Now, I want to like call. I'm not religious at all. Matter of fact, I'm totally against religion. Yeah, but I do believe the Bible. I do believe the Bible to be true. I do believe that the extra biblical text should have been included in the 66 canon. It should have been an 80 book canon, at least an 80 book canon. I kind of refer to the 87 book. However, I'm not religious at all. I want y'all all to know I am not religious.
And I understand.
Well, you know what, Mister.
Cut out.
I'm sorry. So the scripture does say true religion and purity is to keep oneself unspotted from the world, and so there is a such thing as true religion. It's just the way that you live your life, and it's not necessarily like something you do on Sunday or something like that. It's and then that's what Paul said.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. I 100% agree with that. I'm not a Baptist or a Methodist or some of the what is it, 8,200 religions throughout the world. I'm not part of that. I do agree that some religions have a little bit of the truth, but they also twist it. But I just read the scriptures for what they say, and I try to live my life by that. And if that's a religion, then yes, I'm that kind of religion. But
that's right. That's what you are. And that's great, because that's what the scriptures are supposed to do, to take the centralized temple and then distribute it to everyone's body. Then everyone's body becomes the temple of the Holy Spirit. So you become the church of God.
I have returned.
Yeah, and well, no, he will come back physically, but he has come to us through the agency of the Holy Spirit, through the Father, with the Father through the Holy Spirit, and then your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, and they indwell together in you. God indwelling like a mortal person. It's astounding, because we don't deserve that.
I mean, I agree with that to a certain extent, but I don't know if I'm just misunderstanding or whatever. But I'm not a god. I'm not. Neither are any of us. We're not gods. There is
no, of course not.
Okay, I am understanding you then, and I agree with you.
Right. What I'm saying is, it's astounding. Like David said, "What is man that God should be mindful of him, and the Son of Man that thou shouldest hear him and pay attention, take notice." So and because he is made a little lower than the angels, he was crowned with honor and glory, and he put all things under his feet, all beasts of the field, the oxen, yea, fowl of the air and the fish of the sea, and whatsoever passeth through the paths of the seas. And so that's one of the Psalms. And what it's saying is, like, we're not really all that great. Why does God even take notice of us? What is man that God should be mindful of him? And it's a question. It's like, why are we so special?
I would say that is a good question, but I don't think it's a question that any of us can answer. I think that's
right. But it's a holy question. It's a holy question, and it should be asked, because it was asked in the Psalms. So it's the right question, and God comes to indwell, and this is after David, in the Psalms of David, that Christ comes to dwell in our hearts.
Yes, I totally agree, and like I said, I don't know if that question will be answered in our lifetime, but I do believe that question will be answered whenever we do meet the Father and go through judgment. And Yeshua is going to be right there with us, brother. He's going to be right there with us. Say, hey,
this guy. You can know today that the Lord is in your heart, man. It's not some.
I'm sorry, you cut out again. It's not something what?
I'm sorry. I said, well, it's the fact that I can know today, and I know for sure God is. I'm sorry, and I don't have to wait someday to find out. I absolutely know, and you can know too.
Oh, absolutely, and I know it firsthand. Matter of fact, when I was at Take on the World, Jeremiah Dirt run up to me and says, "Hey man, can I pray for you? Is there something that you want in your life?" I'm like, actually, no. I have everything I need. And
That's awesome.
I felt bad about that, but he did kind of take me by surprise. And I was like,
"Oh yeah."
What to say right now? I do want a fellowship with you, but there's nothing in my life that I wanted at that moment. I had everything I needed, everything I wanted. I had the love of all the people that were there, and I loved every one of them. And to experience something like that is just, it's overwhelming, brother. It is just super. And
yeah, that's awesome.
I just recommend everybody go to Take on the World. Oh my gosh, that place is amazing.
You know what? I was just saying to someone tonight. Nobody gives to me.
This is no joke. I was walking into one of the.
I give all the time.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Interrupt. I think you're cutting out a little bit, and I thought you was done. I'm sorry.
I know I was cutting out. It was my fault. Well, what I was saying earlier is, I was talking to someone, and I said that no one gives to me, and it's not like that came, or it didn't come from an area of bitterness or anything like that. But what I felt was, or what I noticed was the reality that people don't give to me, but I end up giving all the time, and that doesn't bother me. I think that should be the way of life, and expecting nothing in return. But then I just noticed the lack of giving. I mean, and I'm not talking about like little tchotchke Christmas gifts either. That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about, brother. I tell you though, man, I'm kind of a giving person as well. Just what little I can give to people and what little I can help out. And, I've kind of had those same thoughts. It's like, I'm giving to these people and I'm not even noticed. People don't even know who I am and whatnot. But, it really doesn't bother me, but I do have those thoughts. But when I went to Take the World and these people came up to me and just, what can I offer you? What can I give you? Let me just hug your neck. Let me shake your hand. Let me just show you the love that I have for you. It was just overwhelming, man. I couldn't deal with it. I actually had to go to the road and get away from that for a little while because it was just so overwhelming for me. And it's just everybody walking up to you from every which direction, just wanting to pour their love onto you. I was walking through the crowd going to one of the conferences, and I accidentally dropped some money. It was $100 bill I dropped out of my pocket. And this child, 12 to 15 years, I don't know how old they were, but they come running up to me, tapping me on the shoulder and my back, and sir. I said, yes, sir, and he said, you dropped this. And he handed me my $100 bill back. I didn't even realize I had dropped it. He saw it drop out of my pocket, and it was like that was his destiny to give that back to me. It's like it just made his day to be able to give that back to me.
Yeah, right on. That's awesome. Have you encountered angels?
That's a good question, but I'm not exactly sure about it. One day I was coming out of Memphis, Tennessee on I-40 headed eastbound, and normally, I got this big old windshield on this 18-wheeler. I can see everything. And normally you just notice a 747 coming into landing because it's the size of a football field. Looks like it's about to come through your windshield. And but I didn't see no plane this particular day, but I saw a shadow. And it's like a bird flies between you and the sun or something. You see the shadow on the ground, but it was huge. And it covered like 4 lanes of traffic plus the median and the the ditch, it was a huge shadow. And then right after it flew over me, like came over me, the CB just went crazy. Oh gosh, eastbound, watch out, is a major wreck. Somebody had done left the westbound side of I-40, come across the median, had a head-on collision with a car. And it caused some major chaos. As a matter of fact, the whole interstate was shut down for several hours after this. And I did hear somebody on the radio say the guy that was on the eastbound side, it was initially in the head-on collision. He got out of his car and ran out in the median and laid down. Well, later, I couldn't go no further. I don't know what I saw, but something came up. I just couldn't drive no more. I had just started too, but I just couldn't drive no more. I had to park. And all of a sudden, of course, I was listening to the CB traffic pretty much the whole time. But it was all just, getting your left lane, getting into the other lane, all this stuff. And then I started hearing people come through where I was parked at talking about the wreck. And I got on there and I said, what was the cause of the wreck and everything? They told me what had happened and all. And they said the guy that got out of the car, ran out in the ditch, he actually died. That when he laid down in the ditch, he died right there. I don't know if I saw the shadow of the angel of death fly over me or what that was, but I know I saw a shadow and I didn't see a plane or a bird or anything else in the sky. And it was almost like a half a second before that shadow flew over me is when that wreck happened right behind me, less than a quarter of a mile behind me.
Yeah, that's pretty intense, man.
I had a vision before. That to me, that was the most realistic thing that I ever actually saw. I was sitting on my couch one night and everything was quiet. It was Shabbat. I'm just sitting there, just thinking of scripture, thinking of the Lord, just praising and, doing my normal thing on Shabbat. And all of a sudden it looked like somebody was driving up my driveway, like headlights turned into my driveway. And when I looked towards the window where the light was coming in, I was transported. And it was almost instantly, I went from sitting in my house at night on my couch to being daylight, and I was in the clouds somewhere, like somewhere between the surface of Earth and the heavens above, somewhere along those lines. And anyway, there was lots more people around, but everybody was light. Everybody was light beings. We didn't have skin. It wasn't like you looking at a person, although you could tell it was a person, but they emitted light. And everybody knew each other. And it's not like we was running up to each other, hugging necks and everything, like we ain't seen each other in a long time. No, we were looking to the sky, like looking above. And all of a sudden, Yeshua appeared, and it was, he didn't say anything, but it was like a look on his face was like, well, you want to get up here so bad? Here, I'll bring it to you. And he plucked a star from out of the heavens and cast it down, and it broke the firmament where the Paramener reef, I can't hardly say that word, sorry, but what everybody calls the Milky Way galaxy, but where that is where the firmament started breaking open from that point outwards. And as it was breaking open, the darkness of space and the stars and everything was just flooding into the opening of the firmament. And it looked like either like crude oil or wax. You know how, like when you burn a candle, the wax goes down the side of the candle and it freezes. And it kind of looked like that, kind of going in all directions. And it was like the firmament was breaking open from the middle outwards and just kind of crashing, like you break glass or something. And then I saw what that black smoke looking stuff was. It was fire. It was the waters above that had embers in it, and it was burning everything up. When it hit the ground, it started just incinerating everything. Now, I don't exactly remember just what happened after I saw what the smokish, oilish looking fire was, but yet I all of a sudden back in the clouds, and I was looking down upon this being, which I'm going to call Yeshua, was sitting on his throne, and as far as the eye could see, nothing but people, like an ocean of people coming to worship him on the throne. And here I am in the clouds now. So, I mean, we're all flat earthers here. You know how far you can see on a flat earth when you 30,000 feet, roughly. I could see nothing but people. Anyway, I woke up from that, or whatever you call it. I was wide awake when all this stuff took place. And the vision that seemed like it took a matter of seconds, like maybe 10 to 15 seconds, 45 minutes passed by on my clock. But that was a very real, electrifying experience.
Well, I have a number of experiences. I mean, I can only get to so many right now. Well, the first one's easy. It was during the day. And so I was working at an ABC affiliate in the Midwest. And so I was on a break having smoke. And I looked up into blue sky, no clouds. And it was a swarm of metallic objects that were way, way up there, and they're moving slowly. Well, it was they were hovering, but they were moving independently in the hovering cloud, and every once in a while they would tip, and they looked like saucer shapes, and they would glint against the sun because it was daytime. It was like noon or something. No, maybe not noon. I think maybe it was later in the afternoon. Anyway, they ended up moving off. It probably took, I mean, they hung up in the sky probably for like 4 minutes. I tried taking pictures and I tried taking video, but I got nothing. And that was on an Android phone. And they moved off and faded out. They were gone. So that was something I saw. Now I also picked up Ghost Girl. I was driving down a country road in a Midwest state, and the town that was like an old road, and the town that was coming up next was about 2 miles away. So I said, "Hey, do you need a ride?" And it was this girl walking with a white dress with yellow flowers on it, and in her hand she was carrying like drooped down like a handful of these daisies, and you know, long brown hair. And then I pulled over and I asked her, "You need a ride?" She goes, "Okay." And so she got in my car, and we started on to the next town. And I was probably in my 20s when this happened. And anyway, she was really cute. She's just holding these flowers. And then when we finally got to the town, she turned to me and said, "I'm dead," with this weird grin on her face. And I'm like, "What the heck is going on?" And then I just said, "All right." And I'm praying under my breath too, because I was so freaked out. But I mean, even before she said she was dead, and when she said it, I was like, "Okay, I don't even know what this is." But yeah, I was praying the whole time. I knew that something was up. And so then I said, "Where would you like me to drop you off?" She goes, "At the cemetery."
Wow.
And I said, "Oh, okay, okay." And so I drove to the cemetery, which is still down the main drag in this town. And I'm like, okay, well, here's some houses. She walked between the houses and disappeared. It was weird. She was gone.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You know,
now, I did have an instance with maybe 3 angels, or maybe 1 angel and 3 strangers, or 2 strangers. It was a weird thing. I'll tell you about it later. But
hey, how did she escape the cemetery? What, you know, like, why'd she need a ride back? Does she not know how to traverse the afterlife? Who is this girl?
Maybe she's just retracing the steps from the accident to the cemetery.
So but she was physical, like you could smell her as a person being next to you in the car, and she was putting a dent in the seat as if she were really sitting in it, you know, like for real. She put her seatbelt on.
A physical person. It looked physical. I didn't touch her.
Well, yeah, but okay, so did she put her seatbelt on?
No.
Okay. Well, anyway, that's cool. I'm not trying to like be like, are you sure? No, that's
she was just sitting there, and it's like no seatbelt, just sitting there with flowers in her lap. It was weird, man.
I would actually have to look into what might have happened there.
And she said, I know, but she turned to me and said, I'm dead. And it was like almost this desperate look on her face, but it was also a grin. It was weird. It's like, I don't know what it was. It was, and she was beautiful, but she was dead.
Yeah. Well,
true story. I do not lie. That happened to me. I was driving my car, and it was down Old Lincoln Highway, which is Old 30, and it goes into Mount Vernon, Iowa. And I went, and that's where I took her and dropped her off at the cemetery in Mount Vernon.
Have you ever been back there?
Yeah, I've driven by the place before, but I didn't see her.
Yeah.
You might not want to. But I definitely believe you about that experience. Mine's not exactly the same way, but I've had sort of the same experience as that. But it happened in my dreams. I've been having a dream for about 25 years. Now, they're always different dreams, but it's always the same person in the dream. And what, you know, like in my dream, I'm talking to the person who I think that I'm married to, right? And in my mind, I think it's this certain person, but when I look at them, when I see their face, it's not that person. And I wake up after that. But I know that face. I know their eyes. I know who it is. I just met them, not this past Sunday, but Sunday before last. I met them in person, literally. I met the person that I keep seeing in my dreams. I don't know if it's my wife. I don't know if we're just supposed to be friends or what, but I literally met that person. That is no joke. And what makes it even better, holy shit, she actually told me that she's had almost the same dream, and she described me in her dream. She says, I dreamed of you. You smoked that brand of cigarettes, just like the way you smoke cigarettes, and I remember your beard from my dream.
Okay, be careful, brother. She could be a witch, or it's authentic. I don't know. I mean, I would say I would err on the side of caution and just say she might be into witchcraft. You know, that kind of shit.
I don't think she's in witchcraft at all. And I did have that thought, but there's something to it. I know that much. I just don't know exactly what it is yet because I just met her 2 weeks ago. You know, but it was literally the person that I've been seeing in my dreams for the last 25 years. I know those eyes anywhere. I was actually scrolling down through some pictures that somebody shared of Take on the World, and they had like 90 pictures or something. And I was scrolling kind of fast, you know, and all of a sudden I just scrolled past her. I said, oh my gosh, there she was. So I scrolled back, and sure enough, that was her. Like, I will never forget those eyes. Never. That was definitely her in my dream. I'm 1,000% sure.
Wow. Oh, that's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
that's something.
I tried calling her yesterday, but she didn't answer. So I don't know. Maybe we're just supposed to be friends or something. I don't know. I just know that I have dreamed about her. That's for sure. And according to her, she's dreamed about me as well. But anyway, much love to everybody. It was a pleasure coming to get to hang out with y'all. I know I don't do it very often. I'm kind of timid about coming in here, but
well, I have one more story. This is a true story. If you can hang on for just a second, it won't take too long. So it was all out on another Iowa road, and I was driving, and I saw a guy walking on the side of the road, and he's this old dude, like old farmer kind of guy, or like kind of vagrant, coveralls, and like he he looked like maybe in his early 80s, something like that. It was something else. So I picked him up and I said, "Where are you going?" "Oh, just up there a little bit further." And I said, "Okay." And then there was an accident in a ditch, and we didn't actually stop to help anyone out because there was already a truck there to pull people out. And there was one guy that was just by himself, and he goes, "Man, can I get a ride?" And I said, "Okay." So there was a second occupant in my car, and then a little up the road, there's another guy, and I said, "Hey, man, you need a ride?" And he goes, "Sure." So there's three different people from different. I don't even know what it was. It was like rapid fire, one after another, within the space of probably 10 minutes. I had like three strangers in the car, and I dropped them all off when I got to the nearest town, and it was weird. It was absolutely weird. I think it was a divine encounter of some sort. I don't know what it was.
Have you ever heard the song Phantom 309?
No.
Remember who sings it? It's an old trucker song, but it's called Phantom 309. Y'all check out that song sometime, brother.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, y'all are some awesome folks up in Iowa. I've been through there a few times, man. It's just
yeah, it's a great state. I like it. It gets really fucking cold though, man.
Yeah, it gets cold in Mississippi too. I keep telling one of my ex-girlfriends, I said, I don't live far enough south. She's like a millionaire or something like that. I said, why don't you just buy a house in the Bahamas, and when it gets about November, let's just move down there, But yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, I know it.
But anyway, much love to everybody. Many blessings, and I hope to get to chat with y'all a little more often.
All right, Anthony, take care.
Yeah,
man.
I think we'll have a lot more people coming soon, because if you look at VC Check-In, I mean, I told some of my friends about this server. I promise they are not trolls. They are definitely in good faith. That is not me trying to be sarcastic.
Well, y'all just tag me if they are. Like I say, I got a little experience on this stuff, so
yeah.
And I do it in love too. I try to do it the best I can in love. Every once in a while, I got to get a little uppity with people, but I try to do everything. Sharing is caring. I try to do it all in love.
Karen and Sharon.
Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, much love to everybody. It's about 12:30 here, so I'm gonna hit the hay. And maybe I
All
have
right, conserve that power.
Yeah, maybe so. Much love, many blessings. Shalom to everybody.
Yep. Yo, could anybody in here help with the verification process? Because from what I see, it's a bit backed up.
You got to join the call.
No, the admin is there, so
Yeah.
Yeah, but
It
there's
will-
just one and there's like 6. Whatever. It'll work itself out.
no, that's not true. We have Baba Yaga, Flat Earth Dude, Glad Flow, Cirrus.
Oh, I didn't realize there was multiple.
mean, if
There's
you
an
just
admin and a mod.
yeah, if you just join the call and sit in there, eventually they'll get to you.
Oh no, I'm already voice verified. It's just my friends are in there and whatever.
They gotta
It'll-
do the same thing.
They'll get verified soon enough.
Anyone play Warframe?
I do play Warframe.
I need a Warframe friend and shit. Cause like I am part of a clan and whatnot, but like,
Yeah, I'm part of a clan that's quite small, but like the leader has been literally playing since day one. He's a friend of a friend. He's actually really nice. And he just gave me a whole ton of shit for no reason. I was like, no, why? That was weird. Weird. But yeah, I can play with you if you want.
yeah, I'm currently stuck on. So I'm trying to fill up my star chart, right? And I'm stuck on Sedna on a hijack mission. And it sucks dick.
Are you on PC?
Yeah, I am.
Oof, that sucks. Because then I don't think it's cross-platform.
No, but the cross-platform update will be coming out here soon.
Okay.
Which will be
If you
nice
don't
because it's
finish-
also cross-build, which means you can link your accounts if you have any other accounts on a different platform, which I do on Xbox, and I gotta take all my shit from the Xbox and put it on my PC shit. Yeah. Bummer you're not PC, so. How's your guys' night going?
Pretty good. Yours?
It's going all right. Just dropped my daughter off. Be able to see her for a week. She's going to Missouri. So yeah, just kind of free time right now. Besides that, then not really so much debating the views of the Earth today, but I did join the server today, so I've been listening to a lot of that lately.
Yeah, I brought some people that I think will be more adequate than me at debating Flat Earth, so hopefully that'll give you guys a challenge other than me, because I remember last time I came, I got
your ass whooped.
Yeah, I got my ass whooped. They didn't like to call it an ass whooping. They just said that they weren't in bad faith, and they just wanted to educate me.
Yeah,
And they
I
said it
mean-
wasn't a debate or anything.
I mean, that's how I mean, that's how I expected things to go when I joined the server, but I was called retard, a dirty globe earther, this and that. I don't know. I just feel like all
Which
that
server
kind of
was that?
This one.
Oh dear. Well, that's not good. I apologize. That shouldn't happen ever.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't mind having intellectual discussion about
I was there,
the shape of
Colton.
our home, but if I'm being, assaulted for it, it's kind of
I was there, and if you make baseless claims, right? Sonny asked you multiple times, where's the proof, bro? Where? What do you have to offer? You have nothing. Only stories. Okay.
Right. I'm
And
not
if you
talking about
ask,
that. I
if
was
you
more
ask,
talking in chat.
oh,
Not,
chat, yeah. If you're in the
not
lobby,
VC.
right? In the lobby, that's troll containment. So if you move further than the lobby, then it will ease down.
Yeah, because I don't remember hearing anybody say those things. Is what I
Yeah,
was
no. Yeah, not in VC, but definitely in chat when I was talking about tidal waves.
Was it a while ago?
Can affect it, and then eventually the dude stopped coming back with me with his, evidence on why it doesn't, and just started calling me, whatever. You're just a dirty, globe earther and this and that. I'm like, well,
That's unfortunate. We're going to be really nice to you. Do you have proof of evidence of the globe yet? Do you have anything we can talk about?
Direct evidence? No, I probably never will.
Never will.
Because,
so,
I'm
do you
just
have a
one
way to
dude
back up your belief? What's your best, like, when you wake up in the morning, you're like, well, I know it's a globe because...
Oh, I don't know. I'd really just like to talk about gravity, but it's really hard when hardly anyone here believes in gravity to begin with.
Why do you want to talk about? I mean, we could talk about gravity. Let's try it out.
Okay.
Gravity.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just don't think it'll hold any merit here. That's kind of my reason as to like why I hesitate to talk about it.
Okay. No, I mean, I appreciate that. Thing is, though, if it were something that were really going on, it wouldn't really be. I feel like I would be confident, right? If I knew if something were just part of reality, undeniable, then I wouldn't really have a problem talking about it. Is that
right? Yeah, but the issue with gravity, is that it's so complex, right? Like there's no one way to really talk about it.
It's
like we can describe how it works, we can describe it itself, but you can't physically feel gravity. You can't,
well, hold on. First, is it new? Oh, go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, you can't explain how it works, right? You do not have a cause. What is the cause of gravity?
Mass.
So how have you validated
anything with mass contains gravity according to what we've observed as globe earthers.
No, that's incorrect.
And why would it be incorrect?
It is now the bending and warping of space-time.
And how does that bending and warping of space-time happen?
Sorry?
And how does the bending and warping of space-time happen?
The uneven distribution of mass causing the object to... The uneven distribution of mass. It is not mass attracting mass.
But it is mass. And yeah, you literally just said the uneven distribution of mass causing
gravity. The warping and bending of space-time,
which is gravity, right?
This is the story, okay? The story.
And the Bible is just a story. It's
so that is a red herring, because we are not talking about the story of the Bible. We're talking about your story about the warping and bending of space-time, which has never been validated. It's just a story, right? Nobody has ever figured out the cause of it. So we can say there are invisible magical unicorns on your shoulders, keeping you down. And you have to believe it, right? Because I have my
equations
ready for you.
I mean, do you have equations for magical unicorns?
Of course, just insert invisible magical unicorns instead of bendy space-time. There you go.
But isn't the complexities of said equations go far deeper?
I just told you, invisible magical unicorns, man, on your shoulders. There is no cause and effect relationship validation of bendy space-time. There's none.
Okay.
So you can then hide behind, oh, look at how complex it is. Look, I can't understand it, so it must
Not
be
so
real.
much hiding behind it.
Yeah, you
that's
are.
actually
Because you
correct.
are hiding behind the fact that you think it is complex. You think it is.
Well, it is.
It
Is
is
it not?
just a story
But
made up.
it's a story backed up by evidence, I guess.
What evidence? Here we go again.
The
Because a couple of
calculations we
hours
have
ago,
of gravity.
an equation is not reality. It is invisible,
who
magical
says that?
unicorns. I'm sorry.
Who says calculations don't
So math
reflect
is a
reality?
So math is a language, okay? Math can describe reality. And Sonny told you something about I have equations of Superman or something in the line of that, right? It is not reality. It can describe reality. Math is a language, but it does not create reality. So we can write anything down on a piece of paper. It doesn't make it real.
Well,
Right.
because to create reality would be basically God. Math isn't God.
Right.
It's just the language we use to figure out how reality works around us.
We can describe it, right? But it is not creating it. So when I write down the uneven distribution of mass causing the warping and bending of space-time, I need some validation for it. I need experimentation, validation. Okay? I need
so
to.
what keeps... Okay, so the sun...
But you do understand this now, right?
Yeah, I
do not have
understand
to
where you're
explain-
coming from,
okay,
but now
no.
I need to know on your
It
guys'
is not
end.
where I am coming from. It is where the whole quote-unquote consensus of science is coming from, because they will tell you it has never been proven. We don't know what gravity is. It's just the colloquial theory. It does not has any validation in reality.
But
They will
everything
tell you
falls at an
this.
acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared.
This is when you test it without air and you have not, and this is based on quote unquote Newtonian, okay? And when you test it in a vacuum chamber, it might fall this fast, right? But this is an agreed upon number. It doesn't do this everywhere. And you need, and then
Why would we test the Earth's gravity in a vacuum chamber?
why would we test it? Because they needed a quote unquote constant.
Well, there is no constant in a vacuum. It's just zero. Everything floats out there.
A vacuum chamber, okay? Not your Narnia vacuum of outer space, okay? We're talking about the vacuum chamber.
Okay.
How do you know
But
things
how-
float up there?
Hey man, when was the last time you went to space?
I don't need to be in space to know that things float in space.
Oh, so it's just a belief.
What?
That
What?
doesn't make any sense.
That does
So
not
you
make
watched-
any sense, bro.
Yeah. So you watched the Star Wars movie,
there's just
Star Wars
evidence
movie,
behind it.
and everything floated, right? Everything floated in the Star Wars movie. So yeah,
Call me. Hey, call me. You do realize how ridiculous you sound, do you? I hope you do, man. And I'm not trying to be mean at all. Like,
I mean, it doesn't sound too ridiculous to me. I mean, think about it.
so let me ask again. When was the
You
last time you
think
went to
about
space?
Huh?
See? Okay, check it out.
No, I just didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm just asking when the last time you went to space was. It's something like this.
Yeah,
So,
I've never
let
been
me ask
to
you another
space.
question.
I've always
I know you
had
can't
my
answer
feet
that
down
one.
on Earth. Right.
Here's another question. Who was it that traveled 93 million miles to get the direct measurement of the distance between the Earth and the Sun?
And as I answered before, no one, and you don't need to.
So no one. Okay, thanks. That's all I want to know.
Okay, but you don't need to physically do that to get those measurements.
So you don't need to physically measure something to get a physical measurement.
No,
Is
you
that
just
right?
don't need to go out of your way to fly all the way over there and back to do that.
Is that so? That's a yes. Then you don't need to be physically present for the physical measurement.
I mean, you have
Is that
to
what you're
be
saying?
physically present to measure something. You just don't
Right.
have to take the trip.
Why not?
Because you can measure it without doing so. You just cut out the fucking middleman.
And how do you do that? Equations, unicorns.
The modern tools we have today to get those measurements.
Okay.
Do you know
and
how to
have you
measure the
used
height
those
of a
tools?
tree?
No, they're like government officialized tools or some shit.
Right. So you're just appealing to authority all over the place, right?
Do you know how to measure the height
More
of a
so-
tree?
Jigglypuff, what's up, dude?
Hey,
I mean, yeah, you can just, depending on how tall the tree is, you could just, I don't know, stack a bunch of rulers on top of each other, I guess, is the most simplest answer for that.
so how they do it in forestry is they measure the tree at an angle where you use a protractor and you measure the angle that you need to look at the tree when you're standing 20 feet away from it. And you use that angle to determine the height of the tree.
Okay.
So if you're standing like 20 feet away from the tree and you use a protractor, then that angle will determine the height of the tree, because if the tree is taller, then you will need to do it at a larger angle.
Okay. But
okay.
that practice
Hold on,
might
I got
be
a question.
different from a tree
Hang
to
on.
the sun.
Jigglypuff, are you a globe earther or a flat earther? Because we got to start there.
I'm a flat earther.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, I was just thinking, because you guys were talking about how to measure something. Like, you usually don't. I learned about like forestry in school, and we didn't actually do much of it.
Okay.
But
I appreciate it. Sorry for interrupting, but we're talking about the sun.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So nobody's been to the sun to get that direct physical measurement. Is that right? Call me. I just wanted to make sure we're good there and we can continue after that.
Yeah,
I've been there, but I haven't measured it.
Sorry, what'd you say? Call me.
I said you would just die if you went to the sun. So yeah, I guess not.
Oh, okay. So no one's measured it. I just wanted to make sure that that's where we were. Okay.
But
If
that
anybody
doesn't
else
mean
wants to
no
ask
one's
him some
measured it.
questions. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. It just means no one's physically been to the sun. That's all that states.
So then they haven't got the measurement.
But you don't need to physically do that to get the measurement. You don't need to actually climb the tree to measure the tree, do you?
I'm not talking about trees, fella. I'm talking about the sun.
No, but Jigglypuff brought up the same metaphor too.
Jigglypuff can bring up whatever he wants. You and me, we're talking about the sun.
Okay, but again,
I'm just trying to keep you on topic. You're not going to derail this.
I'm
Nobody's
not
measured the
derailing
distance to the sun, correct?
Because yes, we have. You just don't need to be there to do it.
Ooh, show us the citation.
Who did it? I want to meet this person and shake their burnt ass hand. Show us.
Yes.
So, and this is why people get annoyed from Call Me. You understand this, right? This is why people get annoyed. You make baseless claims, you don't back it up. You just say, nah.
Sent a link. This is how
Nobody
you
has
measure the distance between the Earth and the Sun. It's
Directly
an EDU site.
Directly.
Do you know how they? Hold on. Do you know how they validate the tree being as high as they quote unquote measured or guessed? They fucking cut it down and then they measure it again. That's how they do it. They get a direct measurement.
Okay.
Does that make any sense? Is that
That
registering?
must be
for you?
astronomically easier than the sun to do.
Yeah, you're right. Trees are right here in front of us. We can visit a tree. We can climb up and down it. Yeah, can't do any of that with the sun.
We could,
There's nothing to
cut
manipulate,
the
dude.
sun. Yeah,
There's nothing to manipulate. You can't perform an experiment on the sun. You can't measure distance from here to there. You can't. And
I mean,
the
what
problem
about
is, since I
solar
can't.
energy?
What about solar energy? It's up
Isn't that
there
a way
and it's
we
coming down
interact with
here.
The sun?
Huh?
Isn't that a way we interact with the sun?
What way that we interact with the sun? Observing it?
Yeah.
I look right at it every day.
We get energy from the sun, right? So what's it like made out of? What does it do? How far away actually is it?
Man, if I could answer those questions, we probably wouldn't be talking about it.
I'm just saying solar energy could solve a lot of that.
Solar energy it just means that there's energy coming from the light in the sky. That's all that proves.
But light doesn't give off energy. Light
Do you
derives
think
from
we're
energy.
Superman?
No, I'm just.
Hold on. The sun is light and it's energy.
Okay, but where does the energy come from? Because light doesn't emit energy.
I didn't make the place. I don't know where it comes from. It's just happening right there in front of me. That's our observation. We can't assume anything past that, can we? Come on, truly. Come on.
So the sun to you isn't a giant ball of hydrogen at all?
Absolutely not. When did we test that? How did we get a little piece of the sun and come back and go, yep, that's hydrogen?
What is the sun?
No idea,
How
dude.
do you know that?
Do you know what it
Okay.
is?
So nobody knows. Okay, I just wanted to.
It comes from God.
No. Oh,
well, I believe it comes from God, but with spectroscopy, we can definitely tell it's hydrogen because we can test those elements on Earth and we get the same elemental.
Yeah, that's
signature.
wrong. That's wrong.
Yeah,
you
that's
don't
wrong,
know,
man.
You don't know the medium the sun is, right? How did you test the sun in a controlled environment?
I mean, isn't it already in a controlled environment? It's sitting in the vast vacuum of space.
Yeah, spectroscopy.
You don't know what the sun is made out of, bro.
It's made out of.
There's a PhD, Pierre-Marie Robitaille. He claims it's metal. The sun has a solid surface, or else the gases will fill the void. Is he?
A bunch of. I believe the sun is just a bunch of melted pickles.
When a star gives out,
that manage to maintain their heat somehow.
Hold on, call me. What were you saying?
We don't know what it is.
Yeah, well, that's true, Jirek. Call me. What were you saying?
I'm saying, well, supernovas is exactly what you're talking about, where the sun dies.
It's
and
Narnia.
explodes
That's
in-
Narnia.
When was the last time you saw a sun die, dude? Come on, let's get real. Can we please talk
observed
about
sun-
reality?
We've observed stars dying and exploding.
We have. When did you and I go and observe a star dying?
I mean, us specifically,
Dude, you
probably
just gotta
never.
keep it in
But
reality for us, please.
I'm keeping
That's
it
all.
reality because I'm talking about the entire human race, not just you and me.
What's a supernova, though? Can we do that on Earth? Can we see a supernova here in reality?
We'd die if we could see it from, a very close observational standpoint. We've seen it from very far away.
The base point I'm trying to make, my friend, is that I don't think that you understand that you're just appealing to somebody else's words about this.
But if it's not just someone else's words, but multiple other people's words,
That's
and other
fine. A
documentaries and evidence,
delusion can affect the whole world, if you can believe it.
I can believe that. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just
So it's not far-fetched for me to say that you don't personally know or have any way to validate the distance to the sun, what the sun is made of, etc. Therefore, it's a belief and you're trusting someone else. Right? They claim to know better, so you're like, yeah, that's cool with me. You know what? I'm all set. I don't have to try to figure anything out. Just believe those people. Is that
Am I allowed to share a NASA link in here, or do you guys just not believe in anything NASA says?
I don't know if you have sharing privileges or not. What's the link about?
It's like, what is a supernova by an official NASA site?
I can't say I care what that article
That's the
says.
problem right there. Glatflobe. That's the problem right there. NASA, right there.
NASA? Oh,
NASA.
well, they are a problem, but yeah, man,
Which is why
call me. I don't care what. Listen, I don't care what NASA says about anything, let alone you say it's called a supernova. It only exists in comic books and inside your tiny little head. Does that make any sense to you?
I mean, tiny little head was uncalled for, but okay.
I'm sorry, I take it back.
Well, I mean, he's thinking of supernova. Flame on, flame boy. He's
something of dying stars that explode
from Fantastic Four. Come on.
Do we know about other stars that have died?
Pseudoscience. We all know pseudoscience.
Do we have footage of a star dying? Do we have footage of that?
On
I can
Fantastic
look.
Four.
I can see if I can Google one.
Oh yeah, don't Google Fantastic Four though. Don't. We don't need that.
All right. So Google doesn't prove anything. Also, do you know of any way that you can validate your belief as fact? And the belief is the globe Earth is something we live on, something we experience every day.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was busy looking shit up. What?
Do you have any evidence to back up the claim that we live on a globe?
Not directly, and I keep saying it.
Okay, that's it. I don't want to keep bullying you, okay? I understand that I might not be the nicest
It's just
guy
not
to talk to
bullying.
about this stuff.
It's just it's hard to do that for an average Joe's schmo like me who doesn't have a physicist or astronomer background to really give you all the information you need.
Yeah, man, but okay, as a friend, if you want to talk about something, you got to know a little bit about it, right?
Yeah, and I do a little bit of research every day.
Okay.
I just, I'm not going to commit so much of my time.
It's not as hard as you think to realize that it's flat and stationary.
And
it's really not. It doesn't cost any money, You just got to do a few observations.
Okay, but
yeah.
Does he know the curvature of the Earth?
I don't know. I don't think so. What do you think, Call Me? You got the curve measurements yet?
Yeah, sure. It's a quick Google search away, I'm sure.
Yeah, you didn't even know the radius, right? You didn't even know the radius.
Well, yeah. Who memorizes the radius of the Earth?
Let him Google search it. Let him Google search it. Tell us after you Google search it.
Okay. Well,
and, for future reference, perhaps bookmark it.
Apparently. How to determine the curvature of the Earth? How could you detect the curvature of the Earth? 1, get 2 lasers and put them very close to the floor, about 2 or 4 meters.
That's not what I asked. I asked you what is the radius of the curvature of the Earth. I didn't ask you that. Just give me the radius, bro. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. I was just asking, what is the radius?
All 3 values are about 6,371 kilometers. Other ways to define and measure the Earth. Radius involves the radius of curvature. Yeah, so about that much, which is roughly 3,959 miles.
There you go.
Did you know that when you go out and measure that for yourself, right? When you so now that you have the measurements, let me ask you a couple more questions. Okay. So when you measure a surface in any direction, there is no curve. What do you call it? Take your time.
The was that. Sorry, I was spacing out.
Ask it one more time.
Yeah, it's okay. When you measure a surface in a direction, there is no curve in any direction, right? And there is no curve. What do you call it?
You call it a plane.
Right. Nice. Flat surface, right?
But,
okay, so...
Okay.
Huh?
No, it's fine. Continue.
Okay, so my second question to you is, if the Earth was flat, would you want to know?
I mean, I would want to know, but it would also need to be backed by evidence and empirical evidence as well. There's no real empirical evidence pointing towards a flat Earth.
How do you know if you haven't tested it yourself? Sorry, go ahead, Enoch.
Is gonna actually that actually led to my next question. Actually, so if you have any proof of when, where, and who measured the Earth's curve, could you please provide evidence? Can you please provide a citation for that?
So a citation as in just any given website that may lead towards the curvature of the Earth?
A citation, a proof of who, where, and when they measured the curvature of the Earth.
So you'd be looking for something like experiment data, results of an experiment, measurement, etc. You'd have names, multiple names. You'd have dates, you'd have times, you'd have places, you'd have how they measured it. They'd probably performed multiple measurements if they were doing a scientific measurement. These kinds of things. Direct evidence from an experiment or a measurement that was documented. You're looking for scientific data.
Okay. So my shit's being slow. Okay. Let me see here.
And I'm not talking about a study. We need when it was measured.
The earliest documented mention of the concept dates around the 5th century BC, when it appears in the writings of Greek philosophers in the 3rd century BC. Hellenistic astronomy established the roughly spherical shape of the Earth as a physical fact and calculated the Earth's circumference.
All right. So how old is that? What is that citation? How old is that?
The citation itself, because it was the first thing that popped up on Google. I typically don't like to look at those, especially when coming from Wikipedia.
Could you put in live stream voice text, please?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. I mean, I don't typically trust Wikipedia, but
that's okay. Don't worry about it.
Okay, neither do we.
You're not gonna find what you're looking for anyway. Sorry. Okay, let's see this.
Well, I'll keep looking until I do, I guess.
Yeah. So this is unfalsifiable in many ways, but this, Wikipedia or not, this is a cool story, bro. You know what I mean by that?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I mean, because yeah. So it's a cool story because we can't prove it. None of this. This whole Wikipedia page, we can't confirm a single bit of it. At least not in this conversation. Can you agree with that? This is all just words in a document, a link that have nothing to do with measurements, actual measurements. You've got to be able to measure something. You don't use practical demonstrations of Earth's sphericity to measure the Earth's sphericity, right? So this is all based on presuppositions. All of this. Now, and it's super old too. You'd think that there'd be somebody who more recently would have, with our technology, our advancing technology and such, would have really given us a nice, just crisp, obvious measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
Right. See, if you were in school, they probably would accept something like that. But this is not valid information. This is not valid stuff.
Because yeah, he's right. I wasn't alive back then. Were you? That's kind of where I go with this. Some people don't like to go there. I'd like to say, well, listen, I don't know if any of that's true or not. Why don't we try to go for like a measurement, right?
Well, most of the measurements
direct physical measurement.
I mean, based on what I'm reading on a different site now.
Would you be opposed to going out yourself and performing measurements on the world?
Yeah, I'm lazy.
Okay.
At least you're honest about it.
Yeah, that was honest. Well,
Yeah,
my friend,
then
I suggest you do that, because arguing on the internet with people is not going to work. It's not going to, and you could watch a million YouTube videos. It doesn't matter.
Right,
I'm not a flat earther because of YouTube. I'll tell you that much. I've been at this for years, as have most of these people, and one way or the other, we've all physically seen that it's flat.
Well, I never really
gotta go
joined this Discord server to argue. It was just more so sharing information on both sides of the spectrum.
Okay.
And that's how I see it. And see where the differences lie.
Well, I hope you're seeing the differences, yeah.
Yeah, there are some pretty big ones.
So when you look out into the ocean, what do you see?
You see
Have you seen the ocean?
horizon. You see the horizon, you see tidal waves, you can see the sun depending on the time of day.
Right, but from one side, from left to right, what do you see?
Relatively flat plane.
What is an airplane?
It is a
Why is
machine
it
that
called-
lifts people into the air for traversal purposes.
Right. So why is it called an airplane?
Well, it's not spelled the same as plane.
Right. Because it's together,
So
right?
using that as a
Actually, it is spelled the same way as
No, it isn't.
so if you're talking about
plane on
a
flat
plane
is
shape.
P-L-A-I-N.
No. You're talking about like the plains of a state or something. Like, I'm going to go to the plains. No. Airplane, P-L-A-N-E. That word is the same word as a flat shape.
Yes.
It's the same thing. Let me know when you're finished Googling that.
Yeah, you might want to also Google the Wright brothers because they're the ones that created the airplane. They're actually bicyclists. They made bikes for a living.
Are you guys saying that because planes are named planes, as in like I guess you could call it flat plane, spelled differently though?
It's not spelled differently. It's just
not
with the
spelled
fact that planes.
Yeah. Planes are
are
spelled
called
P-L-A-N-E, and plane is spelled P-L-A-I-n.
Listen.
No, you're misusing the word, dude.
I don't think this
Listen, planes fly over a flat plane. When airplanes take off, they cannot take off on a moving surface.
It seems kind of tautological though, and it sort of rejects like the modern understanding of the philosophy of language.
What?
According to what I have here on Google, first attested in
Who
English.
cares
in the late...
Whoa. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, let me explain why an airplane is called an airplane according to Google. First attested in English in the late 19th century prior to first sustained powered flight, the word airplane, like aeroplane, derives from the French aeroplane, which comes from the Greek air, which is air, and either Latin planus, which means level, or Greek planos, wandering. And the reason why airplane is called an airplane is because it's leveled in air. So airplane.
Dude, I posted it in the voice texts. Merriam-Webster. This one's going to hurt. Go ahead and read it. I mean, you can read it out loud if you want, but just read, because I posted it for everybody to see. So.
I'll read it out loud.
Well, super.
Okay, so plane. The noun. One of the main supporting surfaces of an airplane. A surface in which of any 2 points are chosen in a straight line joining them lies wholly in that surface. A flat or level surface, a level of existence, consciousness, or development.
Okay, good. I'm going to stop you there. Now, in the definition of the word plane, P-L-A-N-E, is an example of it being used in the word airplane. And then we see one of the definitions is a flat or level surface.
Right.
Plane.
The prosecution rests, Your Honor.
Plane.
It's number
But
two.
of course, it's going to be that with the size of the Earth being, it might as well just be a plane.
May I
From
just
your
offer-
perspective.
Guys, can I have your help? I'm so sorry for interrupting, but I'm in the middle of debate with some blue-pilled idiots, and and right. I know I've seen evidence that there has been supposed laser experiments with the moon, even before they told us they went to the moon. Right, that they don't really need mirrors in the moon for the laser experiment.
Okay, and
So I'm trying to look up, they give me citations. It's like it seems like Google have scrapped all the citations about it. So I can't.
Okay, so then they can't use it in an argument because they can't even find citations, right?
No, they can find plenty of Google citations for their side that, Apollo went up to the moon and put up mirrors there, so here's proof that we went to the moon. And now when I'm trying to find how it has been debunked, I can't find it. Even though I remember I've read it, that it has been debunked. Because
I don't have any
remember,
links.
And nobody else has any links?
No.
I mean, that's why you can't trust the internet. It's always changing.
I know, but guys, do you remember? Right? Do you remember that?
But is it a bad thing that science is always
Hang on.
I said the internet.
Listen to what you brought in here real quick. I want you to listen to how bad it is. Two things that can't be going on. Okay? Doing anything with mirrors from the moon or doing anything with lasers from the moon. That doesn't prove or say anything. Are we measuring the moon? Can we get to the moon? Are we doing direct experiments physically with the moon, or are you just shooting lasers? And are you lying about mirrors? Well,
So, I completely understand that. But I want to ask you, do you remember how in the, let's say, earlier days of the flat Earth community, those globers would often give us this claim, there are mirrors in the moon. Astronauts have placed mirrors in the moon.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah. So I remember that there was a common response that was, no, this experiment of supposed moon lasers was done even before the Apollo missions.
I don't know, man.
They didn't actually use mirrors. They're just using the surface of the moon, not mirrors. And now I can't find it.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. You're assuming surface of the moon.
I'm not arguing surface of the moon. I'm just trying to find the same response so I could show to the globers.
It doesn't exist anymore. They ripped it, okay? It's gone. They said nope, it doesn't exist anymore. It is gone. You need to give up on it. I'm sorry.
Dreamily, yeah, I don't know about how to find something like that. If anybody listening can help Dreamily Resonant find that debunk, he's waiting.
Just try a different search engine. Or maybe Google Scholar.
Well, I tried to look in Google, but now Google is filled with Forbes magazine, 10 reasons we know the Earth isn't flat.
There's a bunch of different search engines. Just keep trying them.
So I looked up, are there
They
mirrors
don't run
on
an algorithm on Scholar either, or at least not the same one. So you'll be able to find different results.
So I did look up, are there mirrors on the moon? And first thing that popped up is, ringed by footprints sitting in the moon dust lies a 2-foot wide panel stubbed with 100 mirrors pointing at Earth. The lunar laser ranging retroreflector array. Apollo 11 astronauts Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong put it there on July 21st, 1969, around an hour before the end of their final moonwalk.
Okay. So we have another cool story.
Oh, so I've got a question though. Hopefully this doesn't screw up much, but what if they were to bring back because I'm assuming you saw Perseverance. They sent the big robot to Mars and said we're going to steal some Mars dust. So eventually when Perseverance does come back and they bring back that Mars dust, if they do, then what do you have to say for it? What are you going to call it? Are you just going to call it fucking dyed rock?
They could get any rock from anywhere and show it to you and say it's from Mars, and you'd believe it. Are you kidding me?
And call it. So
If it's made up of a different material than what we have here on Earth, then yeah, I'd probably believe it.
You're asking to prove a negative. You're saying, listen. You're saying prove it's not from Mars, right?
No. They're just no. All you need to do is prove an adequate distinction between the Mars rock and the Earth rock.
Exactly.
An adequate distinction. Define that for me.
So, utilizing Aristotle's law of no middle grounds, all you'd need to do is demonstrate that that Earth rock is an A, Mars rock is a B, and that A is not B.
That doesn't mean that it's from Mars.
It just means
but
it's
it
not
means
from
that
Earth.
it can't. Yeah, and that's adequate evidence that space is.
But
real.
any rock you get is going to be from Earth, so you can never say
That's
this rock isn't
tautological
from
and
Earth.
can't be falsified.
Same thing with saying that it's from Mars. It's
No.
all unfalsifiable, brother. So who are you going to believe?
No.
What about
Hold on, guys, please, can I please address that? Because basically, I'm saying that it would be. You're saying that we can't acknowledge a new category because only one category exists, right?
No, I'm not. Not at all. You can have as many
Okay,
categories
so-
as you want to make up.
So if our category is Earth rocks and our other category is not Earth rocks, and I'm able to demonstrate through whatever your preferred argumentation is that a specimen Z is not from the category of A of Earth rocks, therefore it must not be a rock from Earth.
Huh. I didn't know we'd test every single rock on the
No,
face
we're
of
talking about a specific rock that we're
Earth.
claiming is from space.
Right. Yeah, so when you test that, see what it's made of, and then if you can't find anything on Earth that's made of the same thing, even though you don't even know what the fuck this rock's made out of.
Well,
you're
that's
now
the
going to
thing,
say,
we can keep
hold
testing.
on. You're now going to say, I know every rock and every rock's makeup so that I can compare this rock, supposedly from Mars, against it.
Well, isn't that what the
No, that wouldn't be the claim. That wouldn't be the claim. That wouldn't be the claim. The claim would be that we have not found any rock like this on Earth, and
Right,
then
we
keep
haven't.
testing.
But we haven't
until
tested
we
everything
have
on
done
Earth,
that.
have we?
Yeah,
we
not
haven't
yet, but
tested
hey,
everything.
I'm
have
looking
we?
forward to the day we do, man. I'm looking forward to the day we do. Okay, and then
It's
we can
not
make
gonna
that
happen.
truth claim. Are you saying that it couldn't happen, or that it won't happen in a timely manner?
It won't happen.
It won't
It
happen.
probably can
Why-
happen.
Well,
We
if
can't
it
go
probably can
everywhere
happen,
on the
then-
Earth, dude.
No, hold on,
We
hold
can't
on.
go everywhere.
Not yet. We might be able to at a later point in time.
Ooh, yet. Okay, let's appeal to the future. Let's go ahead and let's just head down this rabbit hole. Dude, you're done. You're lost. It's over.
Oh, hold on! Don't get hostile with me, mate. No, because
It's not hostile,
we're
bro.
speaking inductively, and you're rejecting. You're saying that we don't. This category cannot possibly exist. When, in a Cartesian sense, we know that it must be possible for it to exist because we're
In
able to
a
conceive of it.
Cartesian sense. Kid, listen. Do you not know Occam's razor? Keep it simple.
Yeah, I know Occam's razor. Occam's razor isn't actually an argument. It's a problem-solving tool. Occam's razor doesn't prove anything. It just simplifies arguments.
No, you're just someone who thinks he knows everything.
No, whoa.
Can I ask? Can I ask? Do we think that that meteorites are from Earth?
What is a meteorite?
A meteorite is a floating space rock smaller than a planet.
Nope, that's not an answer. What is a meteorite? Here on Earth.
Literally your
Where
answer.
can I go? Where can I go to see a meteorite and test it and know that it's not from Earth?
Well, no. He just defined for you what the category is. So a better question from your position to ask would be, can you demonstrate to me a meteorite?
Oh, I'd love to see it. Yeah, please. Let's demonstrate to me a meteorite. Shit, show me one fallen. Yeah, and then just assume that it's this meteorite thing. Show me a rock, and I'll assume with you that it fell from the sky and from space.
And the meteorite that, are you talking about the meteorite, the one that destroyed the dinosaurs on Earth? Is that the meteorites you're talking about?
Yeah, I guess. No, or is that an asteroid? I don't even know the difference anymore.
I don't know, meteor shower, space.
Oh, yeah. I think you're right. on that one.
But like, what happens
Guys,
if a
what do you
meteor
think?
were to hit the flat Earth? Like, if this massive rock.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, kid. So we don't know.
Have you ever seen a meteor?
We've observed it happening.
I have not.
Have you ever seen a meteor hit the Earth?
Okay, here is a
When was it
Google search
recorded?
of
When was a meteorite recorded and to hitting the Earth? When
was it recorded hitting the Earth? Do you want me to go searching through the fucking
Look
depths
at
of
the link
live
I
leaks?
just sent. Look at the link. It's literally right there, front page.
We've
of Google.
recorded meteorites hitting the Earth.
Yes, we have. They're also in museums. We have.
Where?
Wait.
What place? Where?
I don't see any footage of a meteorite hitting the Earth coming from space.
Never seen
Where do I see
meteorite
this?
showers.
How about you click on
Never on
videos on Google and it'll show it.
No, I'm not talking about. No, I'm not talking about.
Guys. Can those who are criticizing the meteorites demonstrate? Can you explain where these rocks came from for me?
Absolutely not, and neither can you.
Okay, so if you just want to go into radical skepticism, how are you going to make any affirmative claim then?
I don't have to. Meteorites are stupid to talk about.
Okay, cool. Flat Earth is stupid to talk about, and you can't prove it. I can just.
You brought it up, kid.
No, I didn't bring up meteorites. I'm just trying to make you. I'm just trying to make sure you're
camp
consistent.
brought up meteorites.
No, I don't have a camp. I don't have a camp. We're two very different
and that
positions.
turned into meteorites somehow.
You guys brought up space.
Calm down, kid.
Coming from fucking falling from fucking space.
No, listen. I want to clarify my position that I'm not a glober. I just was asking about meteorites.
Okay, well, meteorites, nobody knows what the fuck they are. How's that sound?
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, that's fine.
So, like, if you
so
guys
what standards do we use to obtain knowledge?
Well, first you got to prove that any of these rocks came from the sky. Any of these fucking rocks we're looking at in the links that you shared. How do we prove
I've shared
that
no
came
links.
from? No, not okay. There's somebody sharing a bunch of shit in here.
Yeah. Like I said, we've got two different individuals talking about the capacity
No, I know, but
to have knowledge
okay.
about
So
space.
sorry. I apologize. A flat earther is showing us stuff that doesn't help your case. But I clicked on. Let's see. I did a search for meteorites on Earth. I can't find footage of any of them falling into the spot where they go and get it out of the ground, and then they go and test it, see what it is.
It's hot as fuck. You know, it just came through the atmosphere.
If it were something we could prove, listen, bro.
I'm fine with the skepticism. I'm okay. We can go. Okay, there's no such thing as.
Are you
meteorites.
sure?
No, I'm completely fine with that. I'm completely fine with that. But
thank you for telling us we can continue with this. I appreciate that.
Hold on. No. I never disagreed with your skepticism. But what my response was is that how can you make an affirmative claim for a flat Earth when I can apply that same degree of skepticism to your position?
Because
we can make the claim because we observe the Earth flat, bro.
How can you prove that your observations are reliable?
Measure it.
When you look from left to right,
no.
When you look at the ocean from all directions, what do you see, bro?
Well, no, hold on. When your eyes perceive sensory data in the form of light, you're actually flipping the image. So how can you say that any light perceptions of the world are relatively accurate? See, this is the problem with skepticism.
No, you know what you got to do? You got to measure it, bro. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, just measure it. That's all you got to do.
What a fucking
Prove that your measurement's accurate, though. Prove that your measurement's accurate.
Oh, that's definitely provable.
This kid, bro.
You get.
He's not a kid. He's probably older than you guys. I'm not even gonna lie.
Hold on.
That.
So you get known distances.
He's not
you point
40.
a laser.
He's not 30.
He's not older than you guys.
I'm 26.
But he's not a kid.
26 going on 15.
Yeah.
No, I'm 26. I've been to uni. I've got my degrees. I've got a full-time job.
So why, when you talk, are you smiling ear to ear? That's a defense mechanism when you know that you're not right about something, but you're trying hard anyway.
No,
I'm not. Listen. This is my field. This is what I do for a job. So yeah.
Awesome.
Anyway.
Yeah. No.
Wait.
I do this as a hobby. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying my.
It does sound like you're having fun, but do you have any evidence of the globe? That's what I'd like to know.
Oh, I'm equally skeptical of globe and flat. I'm a phenomenologist.
No
I think
shit.
ontology
You're
is
on
only
the
understood
fence, huh?
Yeah. I'm a
fence.
phenomenologist. I'm a phenomenologist. I think we can only
understand.
Yeah.
So you're a magician.
No, don't be cheeky. No. Phenomenology refers to our ability to only perceive things through our own subjective psychology, and that how we are able to interpret sensory data from that to then attempt to make knowledge claims about the world.
So you don't.
So you've never heard of objective reality? He hasn't heard of objective reality.
Was that what I said? Was that what I said? Don't strawman me.
Huh? Crazy.
Have you read Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit?
Change your words.
I'm just not sure what that has to do with the shape of the Earth, partner.
Really? Because well, we're talking about metaphysics here, aren't we?
No, we're talking about the shape of the Earth.
Well, how can you do epistemics without a metaphysic? How
I
can you
don't
do
know,
epistemics
man.
before ontology?
What's the shape of the Earth? That has nothing to do with
isn't this your field
measuring
of study?
curvature.
Isn't this your job?
Measure the curvature.
I'd say that you're being
Show us a
reductionist and
measurement.
without a sound onto. Well, I don't need to because I'm not making any affirmative claim.
So you're just coming here to argue?
No. I'm demonstrating. Oh, guys, come on. I just explained this guy. I just explained this to the guys in the verification that I don't make any affirmative claim for flat or globe. They were fine with that, and that I wanted to engage in and discuss specifically Karl Popper's logic of scientific discovery as well as phenomenology. Most of my reading is grounded in metaphysics and ontology.
Yeah, we don't have a channel for that. This is
so you're unable to engage with me on these terms.
Hold up. This is the live stream dedicated for Flat Earth, right? I don't care what you want to discuss. You can move it down to the chill room or whatever. This is the room where we discuss Flat Earth. So, do you have any measurements of curvature, validation of the radius?
Well, hold on. If you're only discussing measurements, what did airplanes and meteors have to do with the conversation?
There's not.
Is that a yes or a no, kid?
That was not.
No, I'm saying that the question's invalid. No, I'm saying the question's invalid.
Okay, so this is. I'm going to repeat myself for the last time. This is the live stream dedicated for discussion and conversation about the Earth, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Earth.
Okay, so do you have any empirical evidence that the Earth is a ball or a flat level Earth?
No, but I exist on the Earth and I'm able to make observations of it.
Okay, so what is your observations telling you?
Well, I haven't observed it, and I am trying to find a compelling. Yeah.
So you haven't observed Earth?
No, I've observed some parts of Earth, but I have not observed the entirety of Earth.
What does these parts tell you? How do you experience the Earth?
Well, I experience it through subjectivity.
It's
like,
so.
I experience color and light. I experience like.
Yeah, let me be more specific for you. Do you experience the Earth as a globe or as a flat, non-rotating Earth?
Technically, neither.
Cypher, what's the curvature of the Earth?
Technically, neither.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say either of those are no, it's not sophistry.
Yeah,
it's a rejection of your presuppositions when you assume your conclusion. It's the same problem with Earth theory.
So what do you experience? Is it? Just describe the sensation.
Hold on. Let's take it one step at a time. Do you feel the Earth is rotating?
No, but I might have a tolerance to that rotation.
So
it's a no. It's a no.
So, hang on. Can we not have a tolerance to sensory phenomena?
Hold on, hey, everybody, quiet. Elbow, go ahead.
Do you feel the Earth is a ball? Have you experienced this? All right.
But I've also felt the Earth not be flat.
Right, because it got topography or whatnot. That's fine. We don't deny topography. You have gas pressure in the Earth?
Maybe, probably.
Right. So you know what it takes to have gas pressure?
What does it take to have gas pressure?
A container.
Okay.
Now,
a container is a very broad category.
Yeah, it is supposed to be broad.
Yeah.
So, because we don't know what the container is, but a container is necessary for gas pressure.
Because we're in one.
Right. So, where on Earth, on a globe, is there a container?
Couldn't there not just be an adequate force that would function as a container, as opposed to like a solid material container?
That's not how physics works.
Just because for you to have gas pressure, it needs to bounce off the walls of the container. Without that, that's the definition of gas pressure.
But to assume all containers are solid is kind of
Show me a container that's not solid.
So can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, no. He showed me.
No, you could have gas pressure without a solid container. Yeah, it could be a liquid.
What's
container,
the difference
maybe?
between a container and a solid container?
Well, you're presupposing a solid container, and you're saying that any
I'm just saying containment. I'm just saying containment.
Yeah.
That's what we're
Okay,
saying.
cool.
That's what Elbo's saying.
So then why couldn't we have a non-solid container around a globe?
Dude, I don't know. We're just saying there's containment. You got to keep it simple.
Yeah, that's
Go
cool.
ahead, Elbow. Go ahead.
Well, you never have to keep an argument simple.
Hold on. Well, you will have to demonstrate a non-solid container for me.
Well, I'm not making an affirmative claim that we're on like any type of globe Earth. I'm just saying it's possible.
I'm telling you what a container is, right? And that the molecule of gas needs to bounce off of it to create gas pressure. That's the definition.
Why could it not bounce off another gas?
Not because gases doesn't have any bonds. They don't have inherent shape. And
what happens to cold and hot air?
That's gas 101, bud.
Yeah, but like I think cold and hot air is actually a pretty good example.
No, because gas doesn't have any. For you to have an area, you have to have some kind of, dimension. And otherwise, gas disperses to all.
So a container must be solid.
Well, it has to be.
So, like, what about dried ice when you put it in water?
What about
Is the Earth made of dried ice?
Where's the water in?
That's a red herring. He's making a criticism of his argument.
Well, I'm
Where's
just
the water
demonstrating how gas doesn't always just rise and keep.
Yeah, but call me. Where's the water in?
Is carbon dioxide or monoxide, whatever it is that lighter or heavier than the gas that's around?
Sorry, could you repeat that? Was that directed to me?
There's also something called density, right? So the density of the air, the medium that's in, since it's not in a vacuum, it's not gonna disperse. It's gonna go to its density property, right? You understand that?
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So that's why that dry ice, which is what carbon dioxide or whatever, or carbon monoxide, not sure which one, is denser than the air, the gases that are around it. So it's not gonna rise up. If it was helium, what would happen to it?
Well, hang on. So why can't I just make the claim that I reject the property of gas pressure because I'm not able to observe it?
Because it's a natural law. Do you want to deny a natural law? That's okay, but it just doesn't look good for your argument.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Well, realistically, my position is coming from skepticism. Like,
not facts.
I'm interested to hear what it has to say.
Yeah, we know that you're not talking about facts. You're talking about argument tactics, kid.
No.
So yeah, we'll go down the rabbit hole with you, man.
No, hold on. Logic isn't quote unquote argument tactics, and that'd be an ad hominem to say. Naughty.
Sidebar.
Yeah.
We have observable reality where we have natural law, which dictates that you need containment for gas pressure. Why are you denying this?
Well, I'd express the skepticism that any like deductive claim can only be made once it is deduced, and then it's temporally bound to that example of deduction.
That's what makes it a fact.
How can we know?
The second that time passes, that is no longer a fact. It was only a fact at that time. It is temporally bound.
Yeah, that is.
No, not at all.
Why not?
Just because someone doesn't remember it doesn't mean it's not true.
Well, no, you're going back to inducting from that point.
What the fuck are you talking about? Truth is truth regardless of if you want to know about it, kid.
I love that you're still calling me kid. That's great. Well, no.
Well,
the thing is,
you're acting like a child. I gotta do it. Shoe fits.
Again, ad hominem, adorable. I think I've been very cordial.
Not ad hominem, man. You're obviating it. There's a big word for you to learn. Write down obviating.
No, because you were making it sound as though I'm being immature.
So we are here to talk about globes.
Yep. And what I was saying before is once you make a deductive claim and test it, you can cite that exact time for when you demonstrated.
Man, that's cool. These are cool stories. So we're here to talk about the Earth. If you want to talk about argument tactics, that's fine. But I'm pretty sure the reason that you're obfuscating and trying to talk over me is because you're not here to do anything but muddy the waters.
No, you're not.
Unfortunately, I can't mute you or ban you, but I can turn your volume down so that I don't have to listen to this anymore. Does anybody else want to destroy this kid?
But like, no. First off, please don't call him a kid. Actually, I can't tell you what to call him or not. I'm just gonna tell you not to.
Jurak. What?
Second off, like, he's just trying to talk. Like, why can't you let him talk?
Jurak, we don't need your commentary, right? We don't.
You don't need a white knight for anybody, buddy.
Well, sorry that I want to give my opinion.
We don't need that. Okay.
I don't need that.
I don't need your
I thought you guys valued open discussion. That's what they told me in verification, is that you guys value open discussion.
Please stop. Jurak, I'm gonna warn you right now. This is inside the welcome. It says there's no what do you call that?
Concern trolling.
Insulting?
Yeah, concern trolling is not allowed here, so you will get muted if you do it again.
Am I trolling?
That's called concern trolling.
Called concern.
Concern, yeah. If you're concerned for somebody else's position or argument or whatever, and you start defending someone else, we're not going to do that here.
Fair enough. Trying to let the guy speak, but whatever.
You can speak. You can speak for yourself and whatever you want to defend, but don't speak for somebody else.
Yeah, so I don't see how expressing a rational argument that is skeptical of epistemology not valid to the conversation.
All right, but hold on. So basically, if I was listening to you, you were saying that basically your senses appear to be telling you that the Earth doesn't move, and maybe it's not really flat because of topography or whatever, but you can't really trust anything because, it's only true for that specific second. It's not necessarily true for all time. And you're saying, well, because you view your world from your subjectivity, it just means that you're saying, well, the Earth could be flat, but from my subjective experience, and, well, I can't really talk about it because I don't know if the next second is going to be true. So if you can't talk about so if you can't talk about it, shut up. People don't want to talk about whatever.
No, hold on. Why this is? May I present why this is relevant?
I failed to see how you could. I failed to see how you could. But go ahead.
Fantastic. So it is from the same like foundation of the argument that the flat earthers in this discussion have used to criticize other forms of evidence and other forms of scientific induction, appeal and the other scientific rules that people have appealed to in this conversation. So when they are levying that criticism to other people, but unwilling to undertake that criticism of their own position, that renders their argument as either bad faith or unverifiable by their own standard of proof.
Can you give me an example?
So the skepticism I'm applying is not particularly different.
Not what you're applying. How, like, what an example of the thing you're accusing them?
The rejection of meteors. The rejection of meteors, the presupposition that the etymology of words has anything to do with their meaning or truth value. Those would be the two main ones that I heard.
About the second one, I have no idea what you just said. About the first one, I wasn't here the whole time, but I heard them saying, all right, there's a stone. Can you show me that this stone is falling from the sky? They've told you numerous times, okay, bring us evidence that the stone fell from the sky.
Well, no, and then when evidence is presented to them, they engage in scientific skepticism, which is completely reasonable. I'm happy, and all I'm doing is applying that same scientific skepticism back on them. But they are just being preferential and selective with the evidence that they want to take in.
No, that's incorrect.
I mean, I do remember them saying, show me that the stone fell from the sky. You tried to show them that, well, because of a bunch of things that we can do and test, we can deduce that the stone is fell from the sky. But that's not what they ask you.
But see, the whole thing is he wants to apply our skepticism from saying that we don't know what they're saying meteors are to the same
check test. Sorry, my internet cut out.
So he's trying to apply the same skepticism as we don't know what the meteors are or whatever they call so-called meteors are to the second law of thermodynamics, and which that's completely different.
But hold on, if we take away the law of second dynamic of thermodynamics, like if he wishes, like if it is his choice in the argument to say, well, maybe the law of thermodynamics is not necessarily a law, it's not true all the time, then yeah, it means that if that's not true, right, then your entire heliocentric model collapses. If you take this out of your equation, Cypher.
Sorry, but he will have to.
Yeah, I'm fine with using that to disprove the globe Earth. Yes, Nick.
So he will have to demonstrate the second law of thermodynamics not being true, at least once.
I mean, even if he does, I'm saying fine. From my perspective, I would even consider it. Okay, say it's not true, but then it definitely means that the Earth is not. That we can't trust heliocentric model.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe the Earth is just a fucking pizza flying somewhere.
Maybe it's dinosaur shaped.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, it's definitely not. But it's definitely not a heliocentric globe. It's definitely not a heliocentric globe. Yes.
Well, it's probably not. Probably not. We can express a reasonable skepticism about it. That's fine.
Yeah.
Great.
You still have to show me the second law of thermodynamics being broken.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not a scientist. I don't have that much experience in performative or experimental research. But I would say that for the purposes of my argument, and you're free to throw this away just as freely as I'm putting it out there, because we have the capacity to conceive of such a thing occurring, it is possible. So even though we haven't had an instantiation of it, it could occur.
I mean, shit, I could conceive Superman flying over the damn Empire State Building. Doesn't make it actually possible.
But it could be possible.
No kidding. Would that make Superman real?
What the fuck is Superman?
Yeah, Superman could be real.
Wow, are you fucking serious?
Dude, genetic modification's getting wild, man.
Fuck this guy. This dude saying Superman can't be real. What's your name?
That was what was that?
Cypher.
All right,
Star Wars.
You're being muted, bro.
No.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
The world is round.
Yeah, that's just fucking delusional.
That was weird.
But like the thing about Superman though, you don't know whether he exists or doesn't exist. So he could or he couldn't.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You, Chirek?
He's in both states. He's in both states of, or it.
Yeah.
So far, he's only imaginary.
Imaginary bullshit, bro.
This is what the girl takes you, bro.
What's going on about Superman?
That's what we're trying to tell them. That's what we're trying to talk about. That they're sitting there believing that Superman. They're gonna sit there and tell you that it could be real. No.
Well, here's what I thought was the best part. He said it's only a fact for right now. So it's like, just let some time go by and the Earth won't be flat anymore. That's what he was basically saying.
Yeah, let time go by and Superman will come.
Oh God, that was the best part right there.
Do you guys have do you believe in like multiple dimensions, or are you like a singular dimension kind of?
We don't talk about that here. We don't talk about beliefs. We like to do the empirical thing, evidence.
I don't think it's ever possible to find like empirical evidence for like multiple dimensions.
I don't talk about that shit here.
Maybe we could talk about it in a different channel.
Give us the radius.
But just a question, and I'm digressing here. If we do open up to the possibility of multiple dimensions, would you have open to the possibility of, I don't know, spiritual dimensions where maybe angels exist and gods exist? Would you open up to that possibility?
So I'm actually a Hellenistic pagan, so I already believe that gods exist.
All right, cool. Good for you.
I'm glad we got that cleared up. Does anybody have any glove evidence? Please.
All right, just provide the curvature of the Earth, please.
Yeah, I'd just like to provide some input on some of what was previously said. So someone brought up asteroids and meteorites. So we can actually determine that they have come from outer space because they have a trace amount of the element called iridium, which is exceedingly rare on Earth, but is abundant in meteorites, which we have observed.
Okay. Hey, Paige, when did you confirm that personally?
No, what? I don't.
Yeah. So you don't actually know it. You're just believing a story you heard about it.
Sorry? I mean...
Where did you get your information? Paige, where did you get your information?
Also, Paige, another
I
question.
would happily provide a source. Give me a minute.
Paige, also another question. So they have found stones on the Earth containing iridium, which is rare, but you know what? These stones keep showing iridium and we call them meteorites. Can you prove that any of these stones, right, came from the sky?
Sure. I do have video evidence of a meteorite falling from the sky. Hang on.
And then going to the place where you see the meteorite supposedly falling at, and then taking that stone. Do you have any of that?
I imagine that's many hours of stuff. You have the raw footage of all that stuff?
That raw footage.
Sorry, Paige, go ahead.
I mean, if you could find it even in form with cuts, like even if they edited and cut it, I would give it a look, right? But first, I want to see if even
the Chelyabinsk media, which is what I was talking about.
The what?
Hubbard just DM'd me about the Chelyabinsk media, which is what I was talking about.
The what meteor? The Chelyabin? What are you saying?
She posted it in the live stream.
Russian city.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch this now. Hang on.
So yeah, you're begging the question that the Earth is a ball spinning in Narnia. Paige, when did you ever validate the radius for you to make that claim that a rock from Narnia?
Okay, I'm seeing this Russian meteor. I'm seeing this light in the sky line. Appears to be something burning up. I don't know. It could be burning with fire, heat, plasma. I don't know. Maybe it's even cold to the touch. I don't know. I'm not there to touch it. I see it making a line to the sky. Appears to be descending towards the Earth. Where is the point where they are going to the location where it supposedly struck the Earth and found a big stone that wasn't there before?
Maybe if you can actually observe it in a museum. Let me find it.
No, that doesn't prove anything but rock in museum.
I don't know if you're interested, but there's videos of them pulling it out of the ground with ropes and whatnot after it landed. So,
I guess I could watch that, but I still don't. I mean,
okay,
yeah,
well, let's see.
Doesn't confirm anything for me.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure,
post it up. Let's see it.
I'll grab it.
A second. So is first-hand experience the only way you guys comprehend any existence?
Empirical evidence.
I mean, for now,
demonstratable, observable, repeatable, demonstratable, kind of validatable. Tangible.
It's like what?
We don't have much footage of meteors. I can also send you.
Gosh, that's weird. Then how do we know it came from space?
Weird.
We have this footage, but what?
But I still want okay, fine. We all agree. I haven't seen it with my own eyes about this.
This is the exact
they
same
say to be meteorites.
that you muted Cypher.
Wait, hold on. So I have seen it with my own eyes. There's lines in the sky that happen that people tell me they are meteorites. Okay, I've seen them with my own eyes, and I see them in the video that you have linked that happened in Russia. I still want to see a video where they go to where it landed and they find a stone that wasn't there. If you could show that, that would be great.
And then the question
if I can find it.
Yeah. And then
here's a video of them.
How do you know that stone wasn't there?
Just stop lying.
I mean,
stop lying.
Well, wait. She was saying she had a video. I want to hear what video she had.
Yeah. So this, I don't think you guys are going to deny this for sure. Here's a video of them. This was a chunk that had broken off and it had landed in a river. Most of the rest of it had burnt up in the atmosphere. But the shockwave of certain portions of it created such a massive displacement that it broke out the windows of a nearby town. It caused thousands of people to be injured. And it created such a big boom that it shattered the windows and burnt nearby people. And it's considered a disaster in Russia.
Okay, fine. That's a bunch of fluff. So We have a video from Russia of Russian people going to a lake in the area where they have the footage, from the car cams showing the meteor that we've seen going down from the sky. But now again, how can I be certain that this stone that they found at the bottom of a lake is the same alleged stone that was present in the meteor that we've seen falling from the sky?
Come on, man, you don't need that.
Skepticism that you muted Cypher for. I mean, if you're going to continue on the route of hardline skepticism, you should unmute Cypher.
You could just assume that that's what it is. I'll just go with the story. Come on, dude, you can't just go with the story.
I seen the monster in my bathtub.
There is so much video evidence.
I mean, maybe in the past, I would have gone with the story because it seems rather convincing. But now that I know more, like I've seen evidence that that maybe the Earth is not a globe, maybe it is flat, I tend to be skeptical more towards things that allude to the heliocentric model. So I have higher criticism towards the evidence that are now being presented for the heliocentric model. So, okay, fine. I accept your evidence. I have seen people recovering a stone from a lake. I have seen something going down from the sky. How can I know that this is the same, that the stone in the lake is the thing that we've seen going down from the sky?
Yeah. So, I mean, I suppose there's no amount of proof I could provide you that would make you believe. And obviously you're going to have implicit bias in favor of your model for sure. There's nothing wrong with that. So I'm not sure I'd be able to provide you with the evidence that you're looking for.
Okay, fine. I agree. You had a fine analysis of my position, an honest one. Will you be honest to say that if we were to show you evidence for why we think the Earth is flat, it would say, oh, well, I don't know, maybe, and we could never really convince you because likewise you also have a bias towards your model. Would that be a fair analysis? Okay, great.
Yeah, everyone has implicit bias towards their beliefs.
I'm glad we could agree.
What's the furthest distance?
No, it's not beliefs, though. That's the only problem, Habit. You're making a habit out of sounding ridiculous because we don't talk about our beliefs here regarding this subject.
I haven't been condescending to you at any point in time. So I understand that this is your debate style, but I've been having an honest intellectual conversation. I've been trying to be as genuine as I possibly can. So if you'd like to be engaged, if you would like to engage in honest conversation with me, we can do that. But I'm not going to engage with you if you're going to be condescending.
Do you think I've been lying to you this whole time?
No, there's a difference between lying and being condescending. I can tell you the truth while being condescending.
So tell me some truth.
I don't know. My hair is short.
Okay, super. See, even I can't prove that, so how am I going to believe you?
Because that's my subjective experience, right? So how am I supposed to believe you when your
my objective experience is that I've never seen your hair.
Yep, and my objective experience is that I've never seen convincing evidence of a flat Earth. So.
Then you haven't measured it.
What would you take as evidence?
I don't know. What would you take as evidence?
Oh, you go outside.
That was not
answer the question.
Hold on.
I would prefer one at a time conversation because this seems to happen often.
Yeah,
you're dogpiled.
So you're not in control.
You're kind of dogpiling on them. That isn't exactly fair in a debate.
So
this
I suppose hang on.
This isn't a debate.
Allow them to speak, please.
I suppose I have to lay down my honest rules. Obviously, you are a group of grown individuals, so you should be capable of respecting me.
Wait, you have rules?
I'm not.
Please calm down.
I'm not going to engage in a conversation with you if you're going to be condescending.
All right,
I'm not going to engage in a conversation with you if you're going to dogpile me.
I think dogpiling has been happening, and I apologize.
I asked you a question. That was a simple question. What would you take as evidence? Okay. And your response was, what do I take as evidence?
Yeah. So evidence would be, sorry, I have a stutter. Evidence would be completely subjective to an individual, right? I am 100% convinced that the Earth is not flat.
It's not
So there is almost no amount of evidence that there's no evidence that I could conceive of that would convince me. I'm not going to say I'm not 100% unconvincible, but I cannot think of a piece of evidence that would convince me of your position. Just as you most likely cannot think of a piece of evidence.
Okay. Do you know what's the radius of the Earth?
No.
Isn't it like 6,300 kilometers?
No. It's about.
It's about. You just gotta look it up on
39,000, 3,959, 3,959 miles.
Did you say
Yeah, about
circumference?
6,000
Did you say radius or diameter?
Radius.
I said radius.
Said radius.
Yeah, 6,371 kilometers.
Yeah. Kilometers. 3,159 miles.
So okay, fine.
Same thing. So having that radius necessitates, a certain amount of drop, meaning because there's supposed to be curvature on the Earth, right? If it's a globe, right? And a certain amount of miles, it should be able to drop a certain amount of, let's say 10 miles is, I think, 66 feet or something. Or something like that. I can't recall at the moment. But what about measurements of the Earth, a certain distance, right? So we could have, let's say, 24 or 14 miles worth of distance. It should be a certain amount of drop. Would you accept that measurement as evidence?
I haven't specifically been educated on that specific thing. I'm not necessarily educated in that topic, so I'm not sure.
Could I go on to explain it?
I would rather. Oh, sorry. I would rather me self-educate on that topic before coming back to you.
Okay, that's not a problem.
Being able to concede to that
for sure.
Could I explain it a little bit?
Yeah.
Say that according to what it says, right? There's a claim the Earth is a globe. If there's a globe, there is a radius. If there is a radius, then it means we can calculate the rate of curvature, meaning that at a certain distance, objects should be hidden below the curvature. Now, say that we give you a picture or evidence or video telling you showing you there is an object that is so and so and so miles out from the point of observation, and by calculation of the globe, that object should be 100 feet hidden behind 100 feet of curvature. But in the footage, you see it clearly. Would that evidence cause you to doubt the calculations for the globe?
Once again, I'm not fully educated, so I don't know if I would be able to make a statement on that.
That's fine.
Yeah, so I personally have debated flat Earth in the past. I genuinely do believe that you all have a very sound scientific knowledge. But one thing that I am skeptical about regarding your position is that often it feels like you're disregarding confounding factors, and like when I've brought up some certain factors, it's just complete disregarding. Because of Habit and I's lack of scientific
well, we're gonna have to rehash them.
It would be ideal if we just stick to history and philosophy.
Well, since you brought it up, you're definitely going to have to rehash some of those. What did somebody say something that was wrong about maybe a comment you made, or did you have a piece of evidence that did they make a false representation of it? So you have to give us a description now, because I'd love to know if that ever happened. So please explain.
I couldn't provide any specific examples, but I would say probably the laser test, which often disregard refraction, and the God rays, which also.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, you just used a special word that I was waiting for. When did you learn about this refraction ideology?
Since the atmosphere existed.
Hold on. Excuse me. That's a lie. When did you, the person that just said refraction, when did you learn about this refraction idea?
I don't know where I learned about it. I learned about it in school.
Oh, really? They teach that in school? Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding me? When do they teach this in school about refraction? The refraction makes things that are balls look like they're flat. Did they teach that?
Yeah, in like 6th grade.
Wow.
We did an experiment on refraction of light.
And it made a ball look flat?
That I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth. I'm talking about God rays.
Right. When I'm talking about no, the whole point. No, wait. So you completely missed the entire point of everybody's entire discussion for the past 45 minutes was about the shape of the Earth. So what you basically just did is you painted yourself into a corner with this rhetoric, this brainwashing thing that the atheists have developed in the last 6 years, telling people this word refraction because they can't trust their eyes. You didn't learn that from school. You learned some other refraction. You learned the way to use it now as far as accusing people of disregarding something when you don't have an example of it removing the ball and making it look flat, which is what you just claimed. So we're claiming it looks that way because we're seeing it. You're claiming there's a magical thing going on and we can't trust our eyes. That's where the religion comes into play, and that's why we have to call that out, because all we're telling you is that we trust our eyes. There's 1,000 Earth models. There's tortoise Earth, and there's the ball Earth, and there's triangle Earth. We don't believe in any of that. We're just talking about reality, so we don't have to come up with magical excuses to why we see things that are much farther than when we should be able to not be able to see them anymore, because we shouldn't be able to see past a certain curvature of the Earth. And it's actually everything in history. That's why there's no evidence, and we don't need to have an excuse, you see. So you got to be careful when you use words like that, because that means you're just making stuff up. There's no such thing as a magical force that makes the Earth turn into a flat surface when it's really a ball. That's some sort of religion. Sorry.
And when I was hold on.
Wait, can I talk?
Hold on. No, wait. And when I was referring to habit, was that it was measurements, meaning via laser. It wasn't even the actual be able to see too far. Measurement with a laser,
right?
20 miles, 14 miles, definitely disproves the globe.
Well, it was turning into a train wreck. I mean, I'm just glad that he got to that point, but I got to be honest with you. Don't try to now explain to me why you use the word refraction, because all you're going to do is dig yourself a deeper hole. And what's going to happen is I'm going to end up making another example out of you. It'll get much worse. So listen, I'm not mad at you for making stuff up. It happens all the time, but there's no such thing. And I had to call you out. Thanks.
Right. So, what you went on about like our eyes making the Earth look flat, that is completely unrelated to what I said regarding God rays.
No. You're doing it again. You're trying to hide from the fact that you said people disregard refraction. So
yes, because I provided this specific example of God rays.
You're panicking. No, you're panicking. We're not talking about that. We're talking about lasers. You were first talking about lasers, so you implied
lasers
that
and God rays.
Yes. Okay. Stop. Listen. See, now you've dug yourself a deeper hole. So now I have to explain this further, unless somebody else wants to. Listen, kid, you got to stop lying. It's okay. I already tried to get you way out of this. You don't need to lie to me, because I'm just going to hurt your feelings. You already said that lasers this, but therefore you disregard refraction, meaning you're implying now. We're going to elaborate this. You were implying there's a magical force that causes flat lasers, straight line of sight lasers, to bend magically over a ball but make it still look flat. Okay, that's your claim now, even though you don't want it now because of how psychotic it is. You did this to yourself. You claimed lasers actually bend, therefore refraction, and stupid flat earthers don't believe it. That's the point, bro. You guys have to make up psychotic claims to have these arguments of a magical ball Earth. That's the problem here. Listen, it's not even about evidence. It's about the fact that one side has to make up outlandish, insane, religious, psychotic claims about a magical world we can't trust our eyes. Bro,
and
that's what.
And by the way,
hold on. Right, hold on. I'm almost done. Hold on.
Again, you're dogpiling on me.
Excuse me. No. There's no dog pile here. Just stop trying to come back with an excuse to why you're, because now it's turning into deceit. You don't know what you're talking about anyway. You're just using rhetoric that you heard other people, where the atheists use these terms, because the whole entire atheist movement is based on you not being able to believe reality, and you fell for this part of it. I don't know if you believe in evolution as well, but that's part of this scam where you can't trust reality and everything just magically happens over time. And by the way, you live on a ball, but because of refraction, it always looks flat. That's a psychotic religion, and it destroys your mind. I'm not interested in discussing about it. It's not a debate. You're destroying yourself by having such an idea to just knee jerk. Nobody in reality on the street.
Can you let her get a sentence out?
I know. Yes, I understand. I'm not going to be here very long. If a moderator, are you a moderator?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you're gonna have to give me 1 second because the moderators have known me for a while. When somebody does this, now it's gonna take me longer to explain it. So forget that. We'll just end it here. Okay, don't try to reply to me about this problem, man, because all you did was expose yourself. I had to use you as an example. So thanks.
No, right. So if you actually let me finish what I was saying before interrupting me, I would have actually finished what I was trying to say. So
you're just gonna
I'm just going to completely disregard the tangent you went on about evolution and God. So
you're just going to go into it. Yeah, you're off. The fact that
you said you're done. Dude, you said you're done.
Yes.
Exo,
stop addressing me. I know. Stop addressing me. I know it's not about me. Stop
the entire time you went on your tangent.
I know, but you're addressing me. You're already addressing me. Stop addressing me. Thank you.
All right, so can I talk to you?
Okay, so I guess I just won't address specifically.
Yes, I'm not interested. I'm not interested. This isn't a discussion. Stop lying. Thank you.
Paige, can I talk to you for a moment?
I'll just mute Exo. All right.
So Paige, can I talk to you for a moment?
No, we're not going to mute people here in the chat. That is not allowed. Okay?
They were interrupting me repeatedly.
So
Paige, can I talk to you for a moment?
We are not going to mute people in this chat. That will only create more confusion, Paige. If you are going to mute people in this chat, you are gone. Okay?
I will only interact if they agree to not interrupt me while I'm speaking.
This wasn't a question. This was me as a mod telling you we are not going to mute people in this room. Is this clear?
If you're not going to hold the people who are debating for your position to the same standard that you're holding me to, then I'm simply not going to engage in this unfair debate format.
Then it's fine and leave, right? We are not going to mute people in this chat because this will only cause more confusion. Okay?
It's not a question.
This is streamed to 2 YouTube channel, and if people like you mute others, then it's going to be a crazy place. We are not going to speech, okay? Did I make myself clear? These are the rules.
I'll unmute them, but if they continue to interrupt me, I'm going to mute them again. Regardless, they already muted themselves, so I don't see why it's a big deal.
Paige, can I talk to you for a moment?
No.
Not before I actually want it. Not before I can say what I wanted to say to you, what Exo was saying. Right, so they weren't completely off topic to what I was originally saying about God rays, which, so...
Over the cliff. Yeah, to the cliff.
Please let me finish. Please let me finish.
God rays? Are you kidding?
Can I please finish? Right, so I've actually done this experiment before in school when light travels through a denser medium, such as by going from a gas to a solid, a clear solid, it does refract. This is completely undeniable, and if you're saying that if it's like a conspiracy theory, then I encourage you to perform the experiment for yourself.
So
you can even just do this.
That's good. How's that Earth curvature measurement?
That's a straw man, because guess what? We do understand that light rays can diverge because going through different media. Now, there's a problem there. You're not going through a different media, are you?
No, not necessarily, but it's a denser.
So then, you need 2 different medias to be able to diffuse light. To diverge
not
light.
Necessarily.
Yes.
So hold on, guys. I got a question, Paige. I got a question.
True.
That would be
guys, I was holding on.
Oh no, hold on. Yeah, we can't let people off the hook when they deceive you guys like this. When they just lie to you, it didn't show a ball looking flat. It didn't make a magical hidden object all of a sudden appear behind a hill. So that's not relevant. None of that has anything to do with Earth curvature. So that's called deceit. That is what is a lie. You're making stuff up because you have no evidence. So refraction happens. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. That's not an answer. Thanks.
Paige, I believe I can calm down this entire situation. Paige, so you're saying, Paige,
you're already insane.
Paige, you're saying no, Paige, hold on, please. I've been waiting for a long time. Paige, you're saying that you like when we do this measuring of the test, you're saying that you believe that the light of the laser bends towards the target in a way that appears to be flat, in a way that appears that it's flat, meaning that not only do you believe that the light bends, but it necessarily bends according to the rate of that is calculated through the assumption of the radius of the Earth. And if that's what you believe, and if that's what you believe affirms your globe model that you claim to believe in, I would say that is a ridiculous belief, and enjoy your religion.
That's actually true. Yeah,
I
definitely.
am
You definitely need to
agnostic, I'm not
stay. Yeah,
religious.
you definitely. Yeah, you're extremely religious. You need to stay believing in this ball cartoon, bro. Yeah, it's for you.
Yeah, I don't think you could handle it
so-
if you actually found out the truth.
Okay,
And
so
see, what we're
if
trying-
can
see,
you please
Paige,
stop
listen,
God
Paige,
dogpiling me?
Paige, listen, we're not.
You
Listen, Paige. Listen. Okay, this is you're talking about your your experiment that you've done, right? Right? Edge. You not just
Could you repeat what you said?
you just you talked about your experiment, right?
No, I was just providing a justification and reasoning for why I wanted to stay away from science. Because I don't consider myself scientifically literate enough. I would prefer to stay on the topic of philosophy and history.
Well,
particularly with what I
you came
mentioned
into-
regarding the asteroids.
Paige, so you came into a lobby, right? Talking about the Earth. This is 24/7 flat Earth Discord. We came here to talk about the curvature of the Earth. Okay. Now you came in and started talking about refraction. This is what EXO just pointed out to you, and that you just dug yourself a bigger hole. Okay?
Master Chief.
He was trying to help you. Now look, you told your example of your experiment, correct? Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, now let's talk about how lasers work. From point A to point B, I'm
not willing to talk about this.
You gotta stop
No, you know
interrupting him.
exactly
Stop
what
interrupt.
I'm
Do
trying
not
to point
interrupt
out to
him.
you.
Let him talk.
What is the fastest? What is the fastest? Hold up, bro. What is the fastest way from point A to point B?
Dominoes.
Traveling at the speed of light.
What is the answer my question? What is the fastest point? What is the fastest route to take from point A to point B?
Straight line.
A straight line.
Hey!
Everybody,
All right.
they deserve a pat on the back. Pat on the back. There you go. You are a smart individual. Now, that's how lasers work, right? Straight line from point A.
No, not over long distances.
Whoa!
When was the last time you did that
That's
long
another
distance
lie.
test, my dear?
That's another lie. You
just
did it
told
again.
me-
Right,
told
so
me-
the entire laser experiment relies on the assumption that the Earth is flat. If it's round, then the laser
Dude.
experiment proves the curvature of light over long
Paige,
distances.
listen to what I am saying.
Wow.
From point A
Do you know
to
what
point
reification
B,
means?
Yeah, just let Master Chief go though, because hey, he's got
Sorry.
a moment. Yeah, just
Yeah, go
real quick.
ahead.
From point A to point B, what is the fastest travel?
Straight line.
Okay, there you go again. That's how a laser works.
Not when it's
Okay.
curving downwards.
You gotta stop lying. It's not curving. It's a straight line. You gotta stop lying. This is why the religion
lying
is so
to yourself.
dangerous. Sorry to interrupt, Master Chief, and I'm a
all
hypocrite,
good.
but this is why it's a dangerous religion, because you have to
Okay,
lie to
so
protect.
I've actually already asked
I'm
to
done. I'm done.
disengage
You guys
on this
continue.
specific topic. Can we
Yeah, I'm
just
done.
go
You're-
back to
I'm not gonna. Yeah,
asteroids?
you've lied. That's too many lies for me. I'm out. Yep.
Okay.
Listen to me, Paige.
Right,
I'm
so-
trying to help you. I'm trying to help you.
Can I just finish what
Listen,
I have in my
listen.
notes about what I was
No,
trying to
Paige,
say to
no
EXO?
more. No more. No. I want you to listen. This is the time for you to listen. All I want is just yes or no from you. That's all I want.
What? What do you want me to say
Okay.
yes or no to?
Right. Just let me ask you a couple questions here. Go from point A to point B, the fastest points, right, is a straight line. Since you like to use your imagination, I'm gonna give you something to imagine about. Okay? This is something that you can test for yourself. Okay? You open your eyes and you close your eyes. Do you or do you not see the image that you just last seen? Yes or no?
What image?
When you look straight ahead of you.
What about
it? Just close your eyes. Do you or do you not see that image vaguely in your memory? Yes or no?
Yes. In my memory.
So exactly. See, that's how imaginary lines work. See, it paints it. No, listen. It puts an image in your mind. Your eyes yeah, you're laughing because what I am telling you, okay, is blowing your mind. That's how your eyes work. They have these imaginary lasers, okay, and it paints an image. This is how we can, and our brain processes these colors, which is why we are able to see these colors in our eyes. You want to talk about refraction? Now, look, you want to use your imagination? Put yourself in a raft. You're out in the ocean in a raft. There's no storm. Everything is calm, and you're looking out in the distance. What do you see?
The horizon and the ocean.
Right, but what do you see from left to right? What do you observe?
The ocean.
Right. So, what does it look like?
Flat.
I think she's getting it, but Beavis.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I'm just going to cite what Cypher was previously saying.
No. We're not talking about him. I'm talking about
dangerous.
you. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm talking about you right now and what you see and what you think. Because I'm telling you what you observe in your imagination and what you just saw was of what? A flat. Everything was flat. The ocean is flat. What you observe is flat.
So can you send me like a image of Paris from the coast of the United States?
Why? Why? Paige, why?
This would be possible on a flat Earth.
Why would you think that would be possible on a flat Earth, Paige?
It's flat. Like you wouldn't see nothing would be disturbed by curvature, and
so
like
Paige,
I've seen your P900 zooms into ships, so surely you should be able to provide a image of Paris from the continental United States.
Can you see a fly at 10 miles away?
No.
No. So why would you think you can see Paris from 1,000 miles away, 2,000 miles away? Why would you think that you can see it?
We can't see that far.
Paige, does light travel?
You can have a telescope.
So, Paige, does light travel? 1 second. Does light travel infinitely through a medium?
It depends on the luminosity.
So that would be a no, right? Infinitely, no, right? It doesn't travel infinitely through a medium, right? So no. When you go down to the ocean, the bottom of the ocean, it's dark there because the light cannot reach you. The same applies to the atmosphere. So why would you think that the light would even reach your eye when you're standing on the shores of America looking at Paris? Why would you even think that?
I mean, we have very powerful telescopes.
It's about the light traveling back, right? It doesn't travel indefinitely. The air holds particulates it becomes opaque when there is enough distance, right? So there are multiple factors why you wouldn't see Paris from the United States. It would be too small, right? Light doesn't travel infinitely through a medium.
Right,
It's
like
pretty. So that is pretty. That would be the same on a globe, right? Light doesn't travel indefinitely through a medium, right?
This
shit shrinks. Shit shrinks when it gets too far away from you, right?
Yes.
Okay, so no, you cannot see Paris
Yeah,
from
but you can
the
have a
United States.
telescope and you can zoom in.
So then we go back to the light, right? It doesn't travel indefinitely through a medium, so the light doesn't reach your eye, and there is no telescope that can do this. None. So you're talking hypothetical. What if we built the greatest, biggest, most powerful? There is none. So
we've been able to like take a telescope image of a black hole, which is
no,
it is
that's
so far
not
away, and it is actually.
So you're
let me
convoluting
finish.
the atmosphere with something you see in the sky, right? And there is no picture of a black hole. It's only data. There is no picture. They converted data into an orange glow for you to believe. There is no picture. It's only data. Radio telescopes.
Yes,
that's not taking a picture. So that's not a picture, though, right? It's not something you take with a camera, right? So no, that it would not be the same as looking from America to Paris. Why can't you see this? Pun intended.
Right, you can still observe objects from very far distances.
That depends on the day. Yes, of course. But you will never see Paris from America because it will be too small and the light couldn't reach your eye again. Why is it so difficult to understand?
Let's just give a bit of an easier example. Give me a bit.
So did you know that the World Guinness Book of Record long distance photograph is 274 miles away?
No, I did not.
Okay. So that would be pretty much if you take infrared cameras, people can see maybe from an airplane 1,000 miles, right? But there will come an end to what you can see because A, it will be too small for you to see. It is too far away. And B, the light doesn't travel indefinitely through the medium, right? The air will become opaque and obstructs your view.
Sure. I'm trying to find a good
Okay, so we have a concession that you will not see.
No, I'm just trying to find
so
No, he said no, he can't. Yep.
So no concession, right? It's just basic stuff, right? How your vision works. You're denying how your vision works, that you can see forever through a medium, and that shit doesn't get too small for you to see eventually. Is that what you're denying now?
Oh, I'm just going to provide you an example of something that's the smaller distance that you could do on a flat Earth.
So you deny that shit gets too small for you to see at a certain distance. Yes or no?
Not if you have a good enough telescope, and if it's not too far away.
Okay, but that is shifting the goalpost again, then, right? You're saying, well, then pull it closer. Your first question was, give me an image from America to Paris.
Yeah, now I'm asking for an image from Taipei to Nagasaki.
So you never conceded that, right?
Sure, I'll concede that you can't take an image from the continental United States to Paris.
Okay, awesome stuff. Awesome stuff.
But radar can. So radar works flat, and it goes from Russia to the eastern seaboard of the United States over the entire Atlantic Ocean because it can look through air a lot better than eyes can. Yeah.
Right, and it's from point A to point B.
Yeah, about 5,000 miles flat. Yep.
So the way that we know this works is because of 3 words: line of sight.
What a lot of snipers like to use.
Bye-bye refraction.
If I were a sniper, I'd like line of sight. How about you guys?
Me too.
Globe Earth Sniper.
We all know that when the bullet comes down is because of the curvature of the earth.
Well, you can never take a shot at anything at the horizon because it's actually just a mirage. So you'd be wasting ammunition, you know?
I don't know how snipers do it. I really don't. On this globe.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm just gonna check the air real quick to see why, the bullet like seems to go down because of the curvature of the earth. Maybe the gravity as well. It's the gravity, guys. Gravity pulls the bullet down.
If I can just address something that Ozzy was saying, you were talking about just get a better camera or a better telescope, and then you can zoom further. There's this little scientific principle called the Rayleigh criterion. The Rayleigh criterion is the known distance at which you can no longer resolve an image or light. And the Rayleigh criterion is based on the aperture size. The aperture is the hole that collects or receives the light. So the human eye has an aperture size of about 4 millimeters, which means at 2 to 3 miles, we can no longer resolve certain visual stimulation. When you take a bigger camera that can zoom, it has a larger aperture or a larger f-stop in the camera, which means I can open up the aperture, which means more light enters the camera, which means I can now see further. When that camera has now reached the end of its zoom, I can take a larger telescope, which has a larger aperture size, and I'll be able to see a little bit further based on the aperture size. But like Roger was saying, there is no aperture size that can see cross-continent, but we already do that with line of sight radar technology. All microwave transmissions are line of sight. All radar transmissions are line of sight. It has to bounce off the physical object and return back to the receiver for you to get that signal. So it's not that the object isn't there. You can send a signal from the eastern coast of the US all the way to Paris. But to resolve it, you don't have an aperture size large enough to be able to zoom in that distance. So there's very scientific answers as to why we see what we see, but there's normally a ball earth straw man where they say, if the earth is flat, show me this photo of Paris. You can't show me the photo of Paris, therefore the earth can't be flat. And that has nothing to do with aperture size or Rayleigh criterion or any of the things that actually restrict how far you can see something. So it shows you how disingenuous the question was in the first place.
Just out of curiosity, do you know the difference between how a pistol bullet travels and then how a sniper bullet travels? Do you know how much consideration you would have to put into the weather? And then also, like, because since they're trying to claim the spin of the earth, do you know how much, like, math or, like, you have to put into a lot of consideration of what's happening around you when you're firing a sniper rifle? Wind,
you're trying to put this curvature. How far does the bullet travel from point A to point B? No, I'm not a sniper. I don't know these things, but I'm pretty sure these are things that would have to be put into consideration, right? Air travel. Have to put in consideration is to air travel for that bullet, right? To travel from point A, from leaving the barrel, to point B to hitting your target or hitting a target. Why does the bullet drop down? It goes to a certain amount of distance.
Air pressure.
But by asking bullet questions, you're going to invoke gravity. You're going to invoke all these other non sequiturs. It's a
right. That's what I'm trying to exactly point out. That's exactly what I'm trying to point out. Precisely.
I mean, yeah, gravity and air pressure.
Right, but gravity doesn't exist. This is what I'm trying to point out to you.
I mean,
but
what?
Isn't that the same sort of skepticism that I was expressing before?
What?
Hold on,
Yeah, so gravity doesn't exist, Paige. I know you think that, but yeah, gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah, cool. Neither does a gas pressure, and neither do lasers.
Paige, can you define gravity?
Sure, a force that attracts certain bodies with mass to other bodies with mass.
Right, so you believe in Newton's law of gravity then?
Yeah, you think you're describing Newtonian mass attracting mass?
Sure. Well, I mean,
Paige
in
doesn't know, but
Einstein,
that's exactly what she just quoted.
Yeah, I mean, sure. In relativity, it would be the curvature of space-time.
There you go. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is in the same sentence. In the same sentence, you invoked two different types of your fantasy conception. One was Newtonian.
I'm just trying to help get down to what you believe in.
Master.
Yeah, I mean, Newtonian physics is just a simplified version, I suppose. It's no longer supported by the scientific community.
Actually,
it's one or the other, kid.
The Newtonian has been debunked about 105 or 6 years ago.
By Einstein.
It got replaced by Einstein. So it's no longer the gravity being a force or inert masses attracting masses. It is now the bending of space-time, which, again, they still don't have any scientific evidence for that either. Einstein didn't have a hypothesis, and nobody else has. So it's still a fairy tale.
Like the idea of space-time, how many kilometers are there in a second? Or how many minutes are there in a mile? They're non sequitur. Precisely. How many kilometers are there in a second?
That would be non sequitur.
And how many hours are there in a mile?
The same thing, non sequitur.
They have no bearing or relation to one another. You would normally measure time you'd normally measure distance against time. So you traveled X amount of miles in so much time. So to call it a space-time fabric, that space and time are multiplied together, that now you can have hours in a mile and you can have miles in an hour, is a non sequitur fallacy, which is effectively it's the same thing as saying love and freedom. So can you bend love and freedom the way you can bend time, or that you can bend matter, or bend space, the space between matter? So this warping of space-time, they say, is caused by the uneven distribution of mass throughout that space-time continuum fabric that causes these gravity wells, which then pulls down like on a bed sheet. Where that bed sheet pulls down, that's why we have orbits. And that says nothing to why something would be attracted to something else the way in your mind it has to be for the gravity to hold everything down. And why does it have to hold everything down? Is because you can't have a low pressure vacuum next to a high pressure earth. Everything would instantly rush out to fill the available volume. So they say, no, gravity holds it down. And then that's why he asked you which type of gravity. You were probably assuming it's the Newtonian, which is over 100 years out of date. And if you were going to use the bending of space-time, how would the bending of space-time hold air down on the Earth so that it doesn't get sucked into a vacuum on all directions from the Earth? If there was a space-time fabric and the Earth was pulling that space fabric down, there would be a downward vector, but there wouldn't be sideways vectors. And there wouldn't be a top-down vector keeping the gas at the top of the Earth still down. It would only be the gravity affecting at the base. So there's a reason why we ask you these questions. This isn't some, what would you say, some erroneous or pointless exercise for us. We have discovered that the Earth is flat. And if the Earth was flat, would you want to know? Would you truly want to know the truth? Or would you
but
prefer...
I would hold your evidence to a certain standard, like the evidence that would be required to convince me.
Absolutely. And that would be a necessary requirement. Like, no
I'd
one's
also
asking
add that
you to
your
believe
evidence
them.
must be subject to the same skepticism with which you've approached every other claim.
Good point.
What you should show him is the black swan, bro. That's, you know.
But Paige, this is the point. This is the exact point that you must go into the skeptically, and you must challenge the evidence. It's the only way to discover the truth. But like the previous guy said, you have to look at both sides of your coin. You're thinking the ball is right because it's familiar, because it's been indoctrinated into you since birth. So it just seems more logical. Whereas when you take the information at face value, so if you never knew that it was a sphere and we presented the stuff to you today, what would make you assume it had to be a rotating sphere in a vacuum from your daily experience of life? Where in your interaction of life would you think it's a spinning water sphere in this infinite vacuum?
But aren't we just back at the point that I made before? Like a rejection of like an employment of adequate skepticism to where we can't make an affirmative statement if we do that?
Cypher, when I checked you and we talked about the philosophical idea, you know, that you're just going to take the side of it could be this way or it could be that way. And, you see how they're jumping on you because of that, right?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I was just frustrated before because I got muted because of it.
Yeah, you said that you believe that Superman could be real.
Yeah, you
Superman
said
is
that.
a possibility. That's why we're capable of conceiving of Superman. Yeah, it's Cartesian.
That's just retarded. That's what makes you believe that people could actually be.
Well, no. See, you're not criticizing my argument. You're just ad hominem me.
No. Cypher. Let me ask you this: if there was something that you physically experienced, like that you did on a daily basis, that would be impossible for you to do on a spinning ball, and that were to be shown to you that it would be impossible, would you then stop believing in that?
Well, depends on what you mean by feeling. Like you're throwing so many loaded terms at me.
Let me give you.
Sorry, experience.
I muted you.
Like experience.
But we're talking to Paige at the moment. Can you please hold on?
Sorry. I didn't know that.
Yeah, we were talking to Paige, flat or solar. You were going.
Yeah, sorry, I just got a call there. I don't know. Did Paige respond? It was about a minute that I was
No,
gone.
because Cypher decided to freaking butt in.
My ribs hurt so bad from laughing. Thank you, guys.
So it's really, you know, what's amazing is that you've got to understand that if you're trusting someone else's opinion, it's a belief. If I trust what my pastor says, or my preacher, or whatever religion you're in, if you trust them, what they say, and you never question anything they say, that's a religion. When it comes to the ball earth, you've got these priests that stand up and tell you how it makes perfect sense in this ball, and they normally use very childish examples, because when you start getting into the details, that's when you find out that this model cannot work. So as long as they keep it very simple, very top line, the average dumbed down individual in the population accepts it without challenge. I don't feel motion, but it must be spinning. I don't see curvature, but it must be curved because he has a picture of a curved ball from space.
They believe that there's actually people walking antipodal.
So people are actually walking upside down in Australia. So if you've ever flown from Australia to anywhere in the north, did you notice where the aeroplane turned 180 degrees from being upside down to being normal-sided? Or did you just fly flat?
No, it changes over time. It's very gradual.
Okay, so visualize this. Take a ball.
Our senses are fallible.
Take a ball in your head and put the aeroplane upside down on the bottom of the ball.
No, you wouldn't.
Now, keep that aeroplane.
No, the reason why you would feel upside down if you were in the position of that ball is because you're being attracted to the earth at much greater force than the tiny ball you're holding in your hand.
Attracted by what? We just discussed this gravity. We just discussed So we discussed the Newtonian versus bending of space-time.
This is a very...
People are on the bottom because they're being attracted to the center, which is the outdated version.
Hey, Solar, could I give an example that complements what you were just saying? Okay, so if you're flying, right, now you realize that when you were flying in a plane, you can fly against the spin of the earth or with the spin of the earth. You realize that, right? Paige?
Could you repeat it? I really wasn't listening because I'm quite annoyed by being interrupted and being dogpiled.
Well, I'm sorry. I just wanted to give you an example. This is a real practical one.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to deal with gotcha. Just a practical example. This is what I meant by a direct experience. That if it were impossible, then you might start rethinking of if it's actually a spinning ball. We've all flown in planes, and we all know what it looks like out the window when you're landing, right? That you don't see the earth moving below you when you're landing. Now, that may seem okay with your ball model, just assuming, but then when you realize that the plane can either land with the spin of the earth or against the spin of the earth, because if you look up, does the plane fly against the spin of the earth? They'll tell you yes, and then they'll give you these answers that just don't add up and can't add up, because it would make a difference if you're landing on a runway that's north-northeast with the spin of the earth or south-southwest against the spin of the earth. There would be a difference in how you would land that plane, just by sheer common sense. If you're landing against the spin of the earth, you would have to time it differently because it's spinning in one direction. But the plane goes in every which way. Now let's say conservation of momentum, as if that just like takes care of it. Like it's just like being inside a plane and there's no difference. No, you're talking about a spinning ball in one direction and then flying against it or with it would make a big difference in how you would have to time landing that plane. But none of us ever see the spin of the earth below us, and we would have to if what they're telling us is true.
At least in one of those directions, like you say, either against or with.
Separate. Yeah.
So to visualize a page, think about trying to land your drone on a treadmill.
A treadmill, like a ball that has different latitudes, that have different varying speeds of the ball, because depending on where you are on the ball earth, it would be a different speed. You know that, right? As the circles get smaller, they're saying now it's 700 miles an hour you're spinning. No, it's 500. Now it's 400. And then if you were at the North Pole, supposedly you wouldn't feel it at all. You wouldn't have any spin, right? So this is what we're supposed to believe. Then you're talking about a plane that's going 200 miles per hour against that spin, and then having to figure out the latitude that it's at and the speed that the runway is spinning towards it. But none of that ever happens. All flight simulators assume a stationary plane. So would you think that they would train pilots on a simulator that has a stationary plane where they can land the plane and it doesn't make any difference because it's a stationary plane, and then put them up in an airplane where they have to deal with a spinning ball? Does that make any sense, just on a practical level?
Yeah, because it's not a perfect tool. It's just the best tool applicable.
The what? The simulator?
The simulator, yeah.
Well, that's the thing, is it's not the best tool. If there was a spinning ball, they would simulate a spinning ball to train the pilots on so that they don't crash the plane.
Well, hang on. Why is the spinning ball
it would be very
to the
different
behavior of the pilot?
Because why fly a plane on a go?
No, hold on.
Why practice flying a plane on something?
That's equivalent. That's equivalent to saying I'm going to go be a race car driver that travels at 300 miles per hour, and instead I'm going to rather just ride a bicycle that goes at 15 miles an hour because it's the closest equivalent to practicing at driving 300 miles an hour.
Yeah.
It's non-equivalent. You can't compare those two examples.
A completely different situation. You would have to time it so that you're landing on a runway that's not in front of you yet. And then you would have to
dip your nose down constantly.
No, that right there is an argument that we try to stay away from now, because they don't actually have to dip their nose down. The reason they don't is because it's a stationary plane, yes. But even if it was a ball, that it doesn't matter. The better argument is, can you explain how, if the ball is spinning in one direction and the plane is going at various speeds in various directions, how it would treat every one way the same? Can you answer that? And if you can't, you might consider why it's so ridiculous.
Well, what about if I just say that the plane is also subject to that spin? And the plane's momentum is just augmenting that spin.
So then you're claiming conservation.
You can say that, but then you're talking about the plane going in the opposite direction of the spin or with the spin. And you're saying that there'd be no difference?
And as soon as that plane took off with the spin and then turned north, it would now no longer be carrying that eastward trajectory.
Because, no, we're talking about just a modification on momentum.
No, so your example only applies if moving east or west, and you're either conserving that momentum.
You're assuming that we experience absurdly high winds at the rate of the Earth's spin, aren't you? Because you're saying that the second you're off the surface of the Earth, you are subject to the spin of the Earth. So if that's true, then why when I jump, I don't go flying the fuck out of the way?
So this is your model, dude. It's called the Coriolis effect. It's called. So let me finish my sentence. It's called the Coriolis effect. It's called the Coriolis effect when you leave the surface of the Earth and it apparently deviates the things that are above it because they are no longer attached to that spinning reference frame. That's your model.
Newtonian, or does that use the other bloke's physics, Einstein's?
What?
It's got nothing to do with gravity.
I'm talking about gravity.
Yeah, but it's to do with physics, you know.
So your non sequitur.
If that's disproven.
All right, just stop talking for a second and just try and concentrate for the next 20 seconds. An aeroplane's max. Okay. An aeroplane's max cruising altitude, let's call it 500 miles. Mm-hmm. Okay. The aeroplane just takes off the Earth, which means it's moving at 1,000 miles per hour eastward, where its maximum speed the aeroplane can travel is 500. It's half that. It takes off eastward. So in your mind, yes, it's conserving that energy. The moment the aeroplane banks towards the north, it would now be traveling northward at, call it 300-400 miles an hour. But in your mind, it's traveling still eastward. So the aeroplane is now traveling sideways at double the speed that it's designed to travel, while traveling northward at the speed it's designed to travel. And that eastward vector is never demonstrated in the real world. But just in your imagination, you think planes can fly laterally, so side on, at double their rated cruising altitude because it conserved some imaginary momentum that is not detectable on the Earth. The Earth is stationary. You assume it's spinning, and then once you're in the air, you just kept the spinning rotation, and then I can always just cross out both sides of my equation. I started with 1,000, and I can cross out that 1,000. So I can work with it practically like it's zero,
But the tools
But I
you're
could
using
make
to
that
measure also
1,000 any
assume that it's spinning.
What? No, it doesn't. The tools you're using don't assume it's spinning. All the manuals for pilots, in the manuals, we'll show you the manuals. It says assume the Earth is a stationary plane.
Yeah, that's a normative claim, not a physiological one. That's saying what you should do in practice, not what is actually true. It's not a truth statement; it's a behavioral statement.
Why would a manual tell you to do something in practice that you don't actually do when you're flying a plane?
Because
the manual is the real world application.
No. Because this is the distinction between metaphysics and ontology and
We're not
normative
talking
ethics.
metaphysics. We're talking
No.
physics.
It's the same distinction. No. It's the same distinction because there is a difference between what one ought to do and what is true.
No, dude, you're talking about crashing a plane when you land.
It's a
or
false
not
equivalency.
crashing a plane.
So this is why you're stuck in your
It's not at
brain,
all.
is that you're thinking
You
of it
can't get out of it.
philosophically. You're thinking
Yeah,
of
it's
this
not a
philosophically.
It's a practical
This
demonstration of something that's impossible.
this is an
No,
object.
you're
and this
citing
object can be
an airplane operations manual, which is a normative document, as some sort of objective scientific statement of truth.
I'm not. I'm saying.
Every manual.
I'm asking you. Would it make sense for them to train the pilots on a simulator?
Yes, it would.
That is nothing. That is nothing like they would actually be when they get in the plane.
Yes.
Why would they do that?
Because if the behaviors that they learn in that manner are the most effective, irrespective of any truth statements, then they are ethically obligated to train them in that way. Why would it not be? Why would it not be?
You're obviously just taking the position.
No, because you're breaking Hume's law. You're breaking Hume's law.
Then it wouldn't be a simulation, would it?
No, that's precisely what it is. They're simulating a specific set of circumstances. It's just a low fidelity simulation.
Do you understand that would be
what? No. What is fidelity? What is fidelity?
Dangerous. Dude, we're not talking
because there is a
philosophical.
difference.
We're talking about practical reasons that they would do one thing or another, and you can't honestly.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about reason. We're talking about logic.
Intellectually honest enough, right? You
Point
can't be
out
intellectually
the
honest enough
fallacy.
to say that on a
No,
on a
point out the
surface level, that
fallacy.
doesn't make any sense. The fallacy.
I'm not operating on a surface level because I'm thinking about the logic that goes into the decision
You're
making.
saying that the flight simulator,
Dude, you're just
a completely different situation than being on a spinning ball when you're up in the air. Is the closest that you could possibly get to that simulation.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. Now criticize my position, please.
That it's a philosophical question. It's not a philosophical question. I'm asking you to be practical, and you can't do that.
Why is it? What is the distinction between philosophy and pragmatism?
Oh, dude, you're just ridiculous. You're just
No,
trying.
no, I'm not.
You have diarrhea of mouth right now.
No. If you think that, then you don't understand philosophy.
Oh, dude, I understand exactly what you're trying to do.
Obviously.
No, because
you thinking everything can be described in the realm of philosophy, and that's not what the real world. The real world, physics, natural science, is the real world. You can apply philosophical understanding.
What was natural science called before it was called natural science?
Physical science.
No, it was called natural philosophy.
But you can't. You're talking about practical, real world situations.
Yeah, and that uses logic.
It's not philosophical, dude.
Yes, it is, because philosophy uses logic. Philosophy is what gives us logic as a tool to navigate the world. And you are rejecting that.
Us fallacy
you're humoring
fallacy.
yourself and your friend, right? I know that you came in, you said you wanted your friend to hear you argue from the ontological perspective.
Yeah,
I understand that. But you understand that when you're not being intellectually honest enough to at least answer a practical question, which is,
let him finish.
Would you train somebody on something that would not be the situation they're in when they're taking the lives of other people into their hands? And you can't intellectually honest. You would train them on something that would make them crash when they actually get in a real world situation.
No. See,
because
that's your assumption. That's your assumption. No. On the basis that it is,
my assumption is that it would be a totally different situation they wouldn't be prepared for, and you can't even say yes.
Exactly.
That wouldn't make sense for them.
You're assuming.
Prepare them properly, right? You don't think
you're making logical leaps.
No, I'm saying, can you understand that it makes sense to train them on something that is exactly what they would be experiencing, rather than something that's completely different? And you can't even say, "Oh, yeah, that would make more sense."
Because it doesn't, because it's a normative statement. It's saying what we ought to do. And if the truth value of the scientific claim has nothing to do with the most effective method of training someone, then why would you include it? Why not just do what makes people the safest? And you're equivocating those two things.
No, a simulation that actually matches the real world situation would be the safest. That's the practical answer I was looking for.
Only someone who's playing with this philosophical infinitism, that it could be anything. I could just think of it this way, or I could make it this way, or I can adjust it in any which way.
Can you engage with what I'm saying, please?
He said you would train them to be the safest. So he answered our question without even having us to ask now. You say, yeah.
Think about this from like a business perspective.
You're making another assumption.
So from a business perspective, I'm expecting customers to call in and be angry. All right, so then listen. If I'm expecting customers to call in and be angry, the best way to train them would be to use a customer who's happy at my service. And the happy customer can speak to my consultant, because the more they speak to the happy consultant, because that's easier. I don't want to make it complicated for them philosophically. I don't want to. I just want to do a normative study. I'm just going to do a normative study. I'm going to use a happy customer to train all my staff as to how to deal with a sad customer. That's the illogical break in philosophical logic that you're actually making here. You are doing the opposite of reason and logic. By assuming anyone would simulate a non-real example. What would be the purpose of simulating a non-real situation? Okay, so if I have to save 10 people's lives, let's go practice only saving one. It wouldn't be the simulation. A simulation has to be the most accurate representation of whatever it is that you're going to encounter. That is why you're engaging in simulation.
Is there no variability in the fidelity of simulation?
NASA claims their simulators are the most accurate
of simulations.
NASA claims their simulations are the most accurate simulations. Why would you want an inaccurate simulation?
If it's more effective for training purposes.
Illogical. That's retarded. I want an inaccurate simulation because then I'll become more efficient at the inaccurate simulation.
I thought you were talking from a business perspective here, where efficiency and profit motive is the ultimate ideal.
All right. So would you train your staff to handle unhappy customers by giving them a happy customer?
Effective way possible. Yes.
Would you use the opposite example?
What you're saying is not analogous, and you cannot demonstrate how it is analogous.
It is analogous.
This guy is just here to. He's not here because he's not interested in the subject.
Yeah.
He's got no logic, and he's throwing out words that he thinks are big.
This is ad homs. You're not engaging with what I'm saying. This is just ad homs.
No, he's like,
you're not making sense to engage with,
and take the ontological position and make these guys kick me out. That's basically it. Even message
no, because I could put this. That is not what I said.
Not important. You said it's not important to me.
It doesn't affect my normative behavior. I said it doesn't affect my normative behavior.
Yeah, that's what I said. That beforehand. So you came in not deciding.
And that was what I said in verification as well, because as I said, I'm a phenomenologist, but no one here knows what that means. So instead, you just accuse me of being irrational and in bad faith.
No.
When instead, you presuppose your conclusion.
You're not even letting me talk. I'm saying you're admitting that you came in that without any openness to learning anything new or accepting anything new. You just came to argue.
That's not what I said.
And you've demonstrated it. You've demonstrated your illogical positioning.
You're not open to learning anything new. It's not important.
No, you've proved nothing. That's the problem. No, you proved nothing. That's the problem.
I did. I proved it.
Give me the syllogism then. Give me a syllogism.
The fact that you can't even intellectually answer.
Syllogize it for me.
The planes.
Hold me accountable and syllogize.
I'm not going to play your games, dude. I'm not here. I'm not playing your.
No, you're a coward and can't engage with a degree of intellectual honesty.
Now you're on the ad homs. Huh?
Wow, I can't believe.
I'm sorry that after a couple of hours, I've descended into your ring of chaos. Okay.
Well, you're just using disjunctive syllogisms.
Your claims.
Yes, listen.
How I'm being bad faith or
we're not here to humor you. We're not here to humor.
And you're using disjunctive syllogisms to make absolutely erroneous points that wants to bring it back to the metaphysical the entire time on a topic that's physical in the natural world. Disjunctive syllogism. You are being illogical, irrational, and arguing for the sake of arguing.
Demonstrate it. Which one of my premises is incorrect?
We have been.
No, you
And I
haven't.
think the
Because you're making
audience that's
assumptions.
listening
You're
to
hey,
you.
Real quick.
That's an appeal to the audience.
By the way,
I don't care about the audience.
calm down for a sec. Cypher, you never sent me the name of that guy, that book that you were talking about that you said.
Oh, sorry, I think it's sent to the wrong
Rava.
person. It's Karl Popper, The Logic of Scientific Discovery. I'll type it for you now.
PAP? Okay.
POPPER.
So in every other real world application, you try and train someone for the most accurate simulation of what they might encounter. If you're going to train nurses or medical
there's
staff,
no reason to argue
you
this point,
would
obvious. He's
train them always on what they're going to anticipate. It's the reason you cut up fucking cadavers is to work on a human being, not to work on the plastic doll that makes it most logically, and it's like just slightly less accurate than a simulation. And hey, this doll doesn't really die if I cut through its aorta, and I can do all these. And then the more I train on the doll, the more accurate I become at working on a human. Or do nurses and doctors actually train on physical fucking bodies? Like, do they train on physical fucking bodies? Because it's the most accurate simulation for what you're going to fucking do.
All I've said is that you train for the best
He's here
outcomes.
just to entertain his friends.
No, dude, that's just an homonym, and you're not engaging with what I'm saying. I'm saying that you train someone for the best normative outcomes, and that why would you not train them for the best normative outcomes? Typically, in most situations, yeah, probably a highest fidelity.
A normative outcome would be training them in a normal environmental simulation. If you're going to go into a war environment, you train them for war, not for fucking peace.
Why do we require pilots to take flight hours with a co-pilot who can guide them and correct their mistakes if this simulation is so perfect?
Dude, the fact that the simulators use a stationary plane proves that they must be in a situation like that when they're in the air, because they don't change anything when they get in the air. They do nothing different.
That's just saying that that's the best outcome of normative behavior. It's not a scientific statement.
There's nothing to do with it.
It's not an empirical claim.
Has nothing to do with that. If it were a different situation,
does it use logic
differently?
Does it use logic? Are we using logic right now?
Then you're just being ridiculous. You're saying that doesn't use logic to train somebody on the situation.
No. I'm asking you. Because you keep being like we're not using philosophy. If you're using logic, you're doing philosophy.
You think you're being smart, but you're not, dude.
No. I just understand.
You keep using the word normative wrong.
Yourself. Yeah, you do.
You keep using the word normative wrong.
You're trying to impress your friends, but you're not impressing us, dude.
Normative is relating to or deriving from a standard or a norm. Normative means the norm. Normal means what you anticipate.
I'm using a different definition. I'm using a prescriptive.
Oh no, you're using your own. You're using your own to try and make normative sound like an important word, so that what you said actually made sense. Meanwhile, you're being illogical, replacing the same bullshit every single time.
Cypher.
They talk through me. Why can't I talk back?
Come on, let's just try to have a civil conversation. We're very excited. I can tell.
He came to fight, and that's why he's bringing out the fight in me.
Yeah, and that's fine. I know I'm not a mod, but it's really hard to listen to.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to be a mod either. I'm just like, it's very
really annoying, dude.
No, mate, they're just jumping down my throat, throwing ad homs.
And you're doing it to me now.
Cypher, he's talking to you, dude. You're being
not even finished. I'm not even finished my statement, man. And you're very excited. I get that you're against the whole room here, but yeah, just try to at least let each other finish, each other's sentences.
All right.
It's very hard.
Hey, Globus, could I outline what I would like them to demonstrate, and then could you please hold them to account?
You're not even interested in this topic, dude. You don't have a right to ask us anything. You're not interested in this.
Globus, why should I engage with you?
You're just here to pose a philosophical frustration. That's all you're doing.
I know. I just came here, but
that's a direct assessment of what you're doing.
Yes,
I was posing a philosophical question.
If you're really not interested in this, we're not going to waste our time with you, dude.
Is he not? Are you truly not interested? Is that true?
No. I'm happy to. No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
It's not going to affect your normal behavior.
Yeah.
He's here to win at all costs. He'll sabotage the boat. He'll sink the boat. He'll do whatever he needs just to make sure that our points don't land. Can you hear that I'm busy talking, Cypher? Can you hear that I'm mid-sentence? Can you hear that I'm mid-sentence? Do you have this kind of manners generally in your life?
Okay.
No, it's normative. No, this is normative. Your behavior is normative. This is what we expect from a moron who's got no logical ability. So, no, proven. So exactly like we've been saying to you this entire time, that you won't listen to, because your point is, I must argue regardless what anyone says.
No.
So you've gone back on some of the points that you raised, and then you drive forward saying this can be described philosophically and metaphysically when we're describing the physical nature of the realm we live in. This is a physical, natural sciences question. And yes, the philosophical questions can always come later. But for now, we're talking on the really is level. And if this really is a flat stationary plane, that is how they would make simulators. And if it really was a spinning sphere, that's how they would make simulators. It's not that impossible to program a moving surface into a video simulator. So any assertion you make that they've removed that just for the sake of keeping it simple for these stupid pilots who wouldn't know how to do the mathematical calculation if their runway was moving. If you look at aircraft carriers where the runway is moving, even just by 5 knots or 10 knots, they have to take 15 more equations into consideration, and sometimes even avoid the land, reaccelerate, and have to take a second attempt at it because the runway moved, and that's at 5 knots. That's not at 1,000 miles per hour. So if you're training an aircraft carrier pilot to land on a moving runway, would you go train him on a stationary runway? Or would you train him on a real world moving runway?
That's the point. Could I suggest either mute Cypher, or Cypher, if you could let Paige answer this question real quick. We were talking to her as well.
We went muting
Paige,
people.
what do you think of this scenario? Does it make sense that you would train somebody on a stationary plane situation and then put them in the air where they would have to deal with different speeds of the
question's
spinning
irrelevant.
ball?
It's about the behavioral outcomes.
Hey, Cypher,
It's not irrelevant.
You're not answering, dude. You're done, dude. You're not interested in this, okay?
Yeah, because you're making assumptions and they're bad faith questions that are loaded.
Runway
You're making
is a moving runway.
Yep, here we go. Yep, back to the cowardice.
No, it's not about being cowardice, dude.
Your
You're interrupting.
demonstration you can't waste your turn.
We're trying to get an
Because
answer
I've
from
outlined,
Cypher.
I have outlined your assumption and you don't engage with it.
Dude, you were not even intellectually honest enough to answer the question, dude. You're talking about a philosophical situation, not a practice.
I have answered your question countless times. You're just refusing to hear me.
No, you're refusing to understand it. You're just trying to argue, and you're not interested.
No,
in
because it's because I'm not
And then
giving you
you
the answer
say,
you want.
because you can't
you presume
understand
your
it,
conclusion.
and I use an analogy.
No, not at all. Presuming a
You
conclusion
then
that
say-
you would actually want to train somebody properly.
Hey, look, you two are talking over each other now. Were you raised to do that? Do you guys do that normally? Come on,
He's here
boys.
to troll, dude. He needs to be muted because he's not here to learn.
Is there a mod in here?
Yeah. Done.
Thanks, Rog.
This is what loaders need to do, right? This is what they need to do to hold up their position.
And if you go into Gamma server, you're muted in the first second that you display half the behavior that Cypher just displayed. We at least tried for at least, been about 30 minutes now, to actually try and have a back and forth discussion with the guy. And he's only demonstrated that he's here to ruffle feathers and that he's not actually here to listen. When we were describing the moving runway surface from the beginning of the conversation, and then I bring up an aircraft carrier moving runway example, he says the example has no bearing on what we're discussing.
Maybe we
I
should
couldn't
hear what
think
Paige
of a
has
more
to say.
accurate. Yeah, I couldn't think
does
of a
Paige
more
have to say?
accurate way. So, Paige, what is your?
Great job, by the way.
Would you train someone who has to land on an aircraft carrier on a moving runway? Would you train them, say, in a helicopter on a static landing pad on the Earth, just because it's going to be simpler than actually making them practice the real world simulation?
Like, I would train them to assume that it's flat, not because it is flat, but because I don't think that this equation is exactly necessary, because the role of the Earth's spin on how we perceive it and all of that, and like the sensory sensations, it is primarily acceleration influenced by the size of the Earth. I don't think that the Earth spins the same role.
This has nothing to do with feeling the spin of the Earth, you realize. We're talking about that flight simulators use a stationary Earth. Now, if you were using that to train a pilot, and then he went up in the air and he's flying either with the spin of the Earth or against the spin of the Earth, it would be a completely different situation. So does it make sense that they would train them on a flight simulator that assumes a stationary Earth and then put them in the air with a totally different situation? Does that make any sense to you?
Could you repeat what you said?
I'm saying that if the flight simulator was a spinning ball simulator, and it was actually training them how to fly over a spinning ball rather than a stationary Earth, wouldn't that make more sense?
Not necessarily, because the size of the Earth is playing a significant role.
All right. So
it has nothing to do with the size of the Earth. Wait, hold on. It has nothing to do with the size of the Earth. Paige, get on the same page, right? Please, Paige, on the same page here. We're talking
just on an aircraft carrier.
A stationary Earth is a totally different situation than a spinning ball Earth, correct?
No, I mean, like, I'm really having a lot of trouble paying attention.
Just work through the logic of this. If you're flying in a plane, you can fly against the spin of the Earth or with the spin of the Earth, yes? You understand the question?
No, I kind of need to go to the toilet and I'm having trouble focusing.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah, can I go to the bathroom?
Go ahead, do what you need to do.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, you may leave. You've got 2 minutes. I want you back here.
Is she for real?
No, but so once again, a demonstration of avoid the question that's been asked. So would an aircraft carrier, so forget the stationary Earth or spinning Earth, that is the part that they can't even entertain the idea to answer the question honestly.
That's why I like this example, because it doesn't give them a chance to like, say, oh, well, because of gravity. There's no one word answer they can get out of it. This one, they've all been in a plane. They've all landed on a plane. We all have had that personal experience. And if they actually have to go through the logic of it, they can't get out of it. This just ends the conversation, in my opinion.
But this is also why the aircraft carrier has to line up in a very specific way when the airplanes are returning. The airplane has to land with the motion of the vessel. An airplane will not land against the motion of the vessel because it's going to go off the back of the fucking runway.
Right.
So
it's
there's
real world practical demonstrations.
There's things that you have to take into consideration when landing on a moving target. And they would never come in easterly or westerly or like from the side, should I say. The ship is going to be going forward and the airplane will land in that same alignment. It won't try and take a 45 degree and land on the runway from one of the extremity sides. It will always position itself behind the vessel and then it will come in for a landing. If anything changes, a wind gust, anything, they will reaccelerate and do the landing again because of having to deal with these other vectors which are now in play. Now, the people who land on an ocean carrier are trained for several years as a co-pilot before they're ever allowed to pilot the vessel. So this process of just landing on a boat that might be moving at 5 miles can take 3 or 4 extra years because it's a moving runway. So this is why I asked you the question, if you're going to land on a moving runway like the vessel, would you need to train on that vessel to be able to land that way? Yes or no?
Well, it depends on if you're a normative or not.
No, if I say normative 5 times, then that means that there's no objective truth.
Right.
It's just a I can play in the metaphysical space forever, for eternity.
Or just call insults ad-homs, right?
Yeah, exactly. Call a review of his behavior an ad hom, right?
Like when you're talking in class and your teacher tells you to stop talking, you stand up, you say ad hominem fallacy.
And he thinks it makes him sound smart, which is the interesting part about it. And he is probably pretty smart, which is the sad part about it, because he's just here to argue from that philosophical standpoint that he decided to from the start.
I consider smart the ability. I consider smart the ability to accept new information. I think that he's an adequate parrot. I think it was demonstrated already.
There's a difference between being smart and being intelligent.
He was parroting stuff and using the wrong words and using the wrong definitions of words, but he's heard someone else use those words. So he's repeating them because he thought they sounded smart when they used those words. And then when he throws out these word combinations, he assumes he's won the point because everyone in the room must think he's smart, not addressing the point of the matter, which everyone in the room is actually trying to hear. It's gamesmanship.
I sent him a list of links. He won't look at any of them, so it's just a waste of time.
Yeah.
Too bad, because it's the most interesting thing you could ever find out. Beyond any philosophical book he'll ever read, this is the most interesting thing he could actually look into, and he doesn't even realize it.
This kicks every other philosophical narrative that's ever been generated by any human mind.
Yeah.
This is the pinnacle. And it's like you say, it's sad when you see someone who's so drawn to philosophy that doesn't understand.
Well, there'd be so much to find out too. The psychology that they've studied, when they devised this whole thing, they knew exactly what they were doing, and the cognitive dissonance included, and everything else that we're seeing firsthand. All of these psychological effects that the ball Earth model delusion had on people. It's a go-to answer that they're supposed to have memorized rather than something they're supposed to explore and figure out on their own.
And honestly, give me a second example where a simulation doesn't need to be accurate, and that there's still validity to simulating that.
Right. It depends on how you look at it.
If I'm going to build a square home, I'm going to go simulate building a round home and see all the load forces of a round home, because then when I build my square home, it's going to be the same? No, it's not. If I'm going to go simulate power, like high voltage infrastructure systems for utility grade power infrastructure, if I'm going to be sending 50,000 volts across a network, I'm not going to go measure 20,000 volts and assume it's going to be okay when I send 50,000 through it. You have to measure at the really is level. And if there's any simulation software like solar software or utility scale software, it works out the losses in every cable accurately, not to a normative, unrelated, irrelevant topic. It's like NASA training in a swimming pool to go up into space. The swimming pool has inward pressure, and space would be outward pressure. In the low pressure,
you wouldn't do that.
It's the opposite of what you're simulating. So, I'm going to be a car driver. I'm going to go be a race car driver. So let me go simulate bicycle BMXing. So the more BMXing I do, the better race car driver I'm going to become. No, the race car drivers spend 6 to 8 hours in a simulator, which are touted as being some of the most accurate simulators that literally give feedback back to the steering wheel, so that the racer actually forgets that he's in a simulator and starts to believe that it's real. And then when that bad scenario happens on the racetrack at 320 kilometers an hour, he's already dealt with those type of scenarios through his simulation to be able to deal with what is occurring in the real world, not to some philosophical normative level of some irrelevant scenario.
Yeah, he was
It's
just when I talked to him in check-in, he was saying that he wanted to demonstrate to his friend, arguing from this philosophical position. So it was just his entertainment, his friend's entertainment.
Yeah, that was demonstrated.
Yeah.
But like, where can you think of one other simulation example that you wouldn't need to be accurate for?
Exactly. Yeah. And I was thinking like if you were playing tennis, like, you know, they have the clay courts and the regular courts. Like if you're going to play on a clay court, you'd want to train on that to have any chance, you know. But that's like that's actually at least a little bit similar, where you could maybe, you know, get a game out still if you were on a clay court all of a sudden. But you know, this is a situation where people will die if you're not trained properly. So it's just a practical, real world way of pinning it down for people. Like, okay, I'm on a plane now. Maybe next time I go on a plane, I'll see that the Earth isn't spinning separately from me, but the globe model requires that. There you go, debunked firsthand.
Yeah, you know, like that clay example, the ball will bounce differently.
Completely.
On grass or clay, there'll be all kinds of different vectors. The thickness of the stripe, how much clay is being carried on the ball will also slow the ball down during the course of a rally. There's so many real world things that if you were going to be playing on clay, you would go and practice on clay. If you're going to be playing on grass, you would go practice on grass. It's
right. It's like playing. It's a more extreme example to say than you'd try to play on a game on a sand, you know, compared to a pavement. You know, it would be impossible. You would never be able to play on the sand. That's the kind of situation we're talking about, you know.
Or say we're going to go play like Roland Garros. It's the clay championship for the world. We're going to go play on this, you know, world famous court. So let me go practice on my beach. And then you go practice your tennis on your beach because there's no bearing to what you're actually going to encounter. So therefore, I'm going to get a lot of practice.
I like how you said, can the airplane fly with the spin of the Earth and also against the spin of the Earth?
Yeah, and they'll tell you it does. They'll tell you it does, but none of the explanations add up. I mean, I've Wikipedia'd, I've copy-pasted so many pages of people trying to explain how it's possible to land on a spinning ball. And they're either completely just delusional that it wouldn't make any difference, or they're trying to say, oh, yeah, it does matter, but it doesn't matter, and it's just complete double talk. Wikipedia's answers, I mean, it's just ridiculous. So you would have to fly against the spin, and therefore you'd be traveling this way. And like they're giving you the contradictions right there when you Google it.
The Globers like to use the example of I'm in the back. You're in the back of a truck that's moving, and you can fly freely back and forth in the truck.
Or you can toss a ball.
And that's the same as the spinning ball somehow.
Yeah. They give you a situation where you're in the same reference frame and try to act like it's the same thing, but it's not. It's a totally separate reference frame once you're spinning. The
back of the truck is not spinning, right?
Yeah, and it's not a ball, and it's not different latitudes, and it's not that you're flying above
a ball.
Yeah, it'd be like trying to throw a ball to somebody on a separate train that's crossing you at every which angle, you know, and it would be the same no matter which angle the other train's coming at. You would just toss the ball the same.
Well, they're putting it in the back of the closed truck.
I'll be back later, guys. Cheers, man.
Take care, Solo. Good job.
Right.
Yeah.
Is Paige back? Paige, are you back?
I got to go too soon. But yeah, it's one of those things I think that ends the discussion. Like with other examples, they can say, "Oh, refraction," like the one-word answer, and then they can just believe it because okay, maybe refraction is actually causing the illusion that the horizon's that far away or whatever, and they can just be set on that and go with it. But this one, they actually have to apply the logic that says, "No, okay, you're right." So if the runway's in every direction, then it would be treated differently because you're either with the spin or against the spin. and you would have a totally different scenario that you're landing the plane on. And they get it. And if they're intellectually honest enough, they can't not get it. I'm still waiting for Platypus
Paige is
to
eating.
give me an answer on that one, by the way.
Yeah. Who was his friend? New perspective. Who was his friend?
Who? Paige? Or you mean
No.
Cypher?
The philosophy dude.
Cypher? I don't know if his friend was in here. I think he's just in the same room with him or something.
That was exhausting, man.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I brought the situation up to Matthew Learns, and then QE jumped in, and I was saying, Matthew, can you give me the calculations that would be different for a northwest runway compared to a south-southeast runway? And QE's just like, that's not fair. You can't ask him that. Like, it was an unfair question for something that people would have to do on a daily basis if you're a pilot.
Why is it unfair?
You know, because the calculations are impossible. You'd have to figure out the latitude that you're at and the speed of the Earth compared to the speed of the plane, and then figure out the timing on it. The reason it's impossible because it never happens. There'd be no way to calculate that, especially in real time when you're in the plane and you're like, okay, now I'm going 200 miles an hour and the Earth's spinning this fast, and so then if I'm coming in at this angle, I'd have to speed up to this. It would be impossible. There should be a flight simulator that actually uses the spinning ball, and you get unlimited lives, but you just die every time because you cannot land a plane on a spinning ball ever. You'd have to have Dyson ball wheels. It just wouldn't work. So that's the reason that the simulators assume a stationary plane. This ends the discussion for anybody that's intellectually honest. There's no choice about seeing it one way or another. You either can land the plane or you can't.
Well, that was heaps of fun.
That guy was annoying. I knew he was going to be too. I was trying to warn him. I said, if you go in with the philosophical idea that you're just taking this objective position, like you can argue both sides, and then you're gonna think that you're gonna not have people jump all over you or get annoyed. Just warn you.
Yeah, but he wasn't arguing both sides though.
Yeah, but he said he wasn't claiming anything. He wasn't claiming ball and he wasn't claiming flat, so he could take that position. That was his strategy.
Yeah, but he wasn't though. He wasn't. He was arguing for the globe, right?
Yeah. He was trolling.
Well, of course he was a glober, but he was trying to do something different. They're always trying out these new tactics. The only problem is you can't change the fact that the Earth is flat, stationary, and contained. I don't care how good you are with words. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and he's more interested in the heady word games than figuring out where he's at. His normative position is that he lives on a spinning ball because that's the normative, right? That's
the normative, yes.
Yeah.
It's a good word. Is that his favorite word? Because I muted him after a while. Was that his favorite word?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I just need to be his girlfriend.
My aunt's, I'm used to dealing with people like that because my aunt's a Lucanian philosopher. She would use the normative word a lot too, and always psychologically analyze everybody that she ever met, including us, and every situation was something like psychologically, intended in a way that someone didn't mean to, but her interpretation would be. But she's brilliant and she's actually famous. Jacques Lacan is the philosopher. He's kind of a predecessor to Freud in this for people's mind. It's you can break things down psychologically and philosophically take a position on things. Sure, when you're talking about issues that aren't with a pilot taking the hands of everyone's lives, it is risking their lives because philosophically it wouldn't matter if the simulator was the same as a real world situation. You could look at it that way. Come on.
Philosophically, I have 3 buttholes. Like, okay.
Yeah. Right.
Yep. Yeah, it became not fun after a while because I grew up with pedantic stuff. I won't get too name cally there. I grew up with personalities similar.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Taking the
better
position
or worse.
to argue that position rather than actually.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And we played ball, and you guys played a long game of ball, and I'm actually quite impressed that it didn't turn into a screaming match. He really wanted to take it there. I could tell.
Hey,
But
he was screaming. We had to mute him. He was just like, he wouldn't stop talking.
Yeah. Well,
here?
if he's still listening, brother, just you are. I think you're smart. I think you got some couple 2-3 brain cells up there, man. Just use it for good. Do the next right thing.
Yeah.
Just do the next right thing. Well, I feel, this is my opinion now, and we can drop it after this, but my opinion is that his intention needs to be pure first before he does anything else in life. And I can leave it with that.
Well, he's got to be a normative because otherwise he can't argue from his position that he's, decided to look into this, to be this type of philosophical person that only can argue from a normative standpoint because he's analyzing everybody else and how they're not normative.
Yeah. It's a lot of work.
Yeah. You ever heard of Jacques Lacan before? You're in psychology. Yourself.
No, I haven't actually. So please,
yeah.
I don't know how to spell it. Can you share a link?
Oh, I'll share it to you. Yeah. My aunt wrote several books using his philosophy. His famous actually made a great living doing it. And actually, she was at a conference in University of Michigan. She tells a story about how, well, she doesn't brag about it, but this is the story. What happened was the guy was like lecturing on Lacan, and she got up and asked a question from the audience, and he said, "Well, I would refer you to Eloise." I'm not going to say her last name, but he referred her to her own. She's like, "Well, I am Eloise," and he got down off the stage and like came and kissed her hand and stuff. But yeah, it just gets really nice. She ruined like almost every family occasion from antics.
Well, that's, I mean, I've already, I'm early into my career, but I've already had to dodge a lot of moments where I was like, oh yeah, I'll just shut up. I'll just,
She's the smartest dumb person I've ever met. And there's something to that when someone's so smart that they just socially ruin themselves because they have to fit everything into their intellectual process.
Yeah. Isn't it always your aunt too? I've got an aunt just like that. Same deal. It's always my mom's sister. It's always your mom's sister that acts that way.
That was my mom's sister, yeah. Tortured my mom a lot.
Yeah.
But I actually did bring up flat Earth to her, and she was like totally on board from the very start. Like, okay, like she couldn't like not argue. She didn't try to argue the other side. She was just like, okay, yeah, it makes sense because that's not what did she call it? The master discourse. There's always been the master discourse, and then there's these other levels. And if you look into Lacan's word, that's basically what it is. So the master discourse is the heliocentrism. That's the master discourse, right? And that's what people are buying into and made to think. That's the paradigm we've been given, And then there's other levels of questioning that comes with your intellectual capacity, and that's where we're at.
Yep. There's a lot of wasted intellectual capacity on the anti-flat earther side.
Right. It's such an interesting discussion, unless people are just arguing to argue. If they're actually interested, it's interesting.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, earlier that was just but we are putting ourselves out there as people. Well, I mean, we're going against official narrative, right? So there's going to be a lot of this kind of pushback. And to me, it's just evidence. Because, see, he came in to argue for the sake of arguing. That means he knew there was nothing he could say to evidentiate, to obviate the globe, right? So instead now they're just resorting to argument tactics in place of any semblance of evidence that we're spinning, rotating, spherical, going millions of miles an hour through the universe at all times. You know what I mean?
It automatically imposes, this psychological challenge that really is, you're going crazy unless you're not crazy, right? So,
right.
And holding on to that psychological stability is it's like a panic button that people hit, and especially in this guy's case, because he's like, I have to be the stable one that can see things from every side. And if I understand that there is one side here that is practically right and one is not, then I'm losing my stability.
But
hyper crazy.
He didn't, right? He didn't see everything from every side.
Right. Exactly. He didn't.
Well, I mean, I feel like it sounded like he's new to this because what is it? Yeah, it was phenomenology, right? Is that what he made up on air with us? Phenomenology.
It's probably a real thing that he decided to cling
Well,
on
I'll
to.
tell you, I typed it a bunch and it said it was misspelled no matter how I typed it. So
okay.
That may or may not mean anything, but phenomenology, I've never heard of it. And it sounded like he was trying it out, seeing if maybe this is what he wants to do the rest of his life kind of deal, belief system kind of religion kind of deal, right?
Right.
That's what I was laughing about when he said that. I was like, did anybody catch what he just fucking said?
Yeah.
Phenomenology.
He's a phenomenologist, guys.
He was a phenomenologist or something like that.
Here's what's really funny. To have an ology, it needs to be the study of something in the natural world, which you can't manipulate and vary phenomena only. Does that make sense? So you can't really be a phenomenologist. It's not a science. It's it's what, are you just going to look at it, phenomena and be like, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Oh, what's it doing? It's doing that. Why is it doing that? Oh, I don't care. I just look over there. It's doing the thing. Look, phenomena. Yay.
Right.
Yeah, well, this is from Brown EDU. Phenomenology is a philosophy of experience. For phenomenology, the ultimate source of all meaning and value is the lived experience of human beings. All philosophical systems, scientific theories, or aesthetic judgments have the status of abstractions from the ebb and flow of the lived world. The task of the philosopher, according to the phenomenology, is to describe the structures of experience, in particular consciousness, the imagination, relations with other persons, and the situated of the human subject in society and history.
Oh, so not really anything to do with reality. Got it. Thank you, Roger. Imagination was the first descriptor, Roger?
No, it was about human experience. Human experience.
Okay. That's a pretty loose term, human experience. What is even meant by that? Right? We could be talking about my experience waking up in the morning to my experience going outside here. It's raining here. I could go outside and get wet. What kind of experience are we talking about? Just broad, just like, kind of like what Einstein was doing with the relativity. That's all relative. Screw it. Yeah, you guys figured out. Phenomenal. You got it, Jay Doherty.
So the guy that he sent me the name of that he was really into is called Sir Karl Raimund Popper. And the Wikipedia's description, one of the 20th century most influential philosophers of science, Popper is known for his rejection of the classical inductivist views on the scientific method in favor of empirical falsification. So, rejecting the classical inductivist views on the scientific method in favor of empirical falsification. That's what he was doing exactly. According to Popper, a theory in the empirical sciences can never be proven, but it can be falsified, meaning that it can and should be scrutinized with decisive experiments. Popper was opposed to the classical justification amount of knowledge, which he replaced with critical rationalism, namely the first non-justificational philosophy of criticism in the history of philosophy. And he was trying to apply that to like why philosophically it would make sense that you could train somebody on a flight simulator that totally is different than the situation they'll be in, because that could be scrutinized. I'm just scrutinizing the idea that you would have criticism with that.
Wow.
Just
so it's skepticism for the sake of it. It's not like there's going to be a result, right? Like a definitive. Because that's the good thing about science is that you get data. I don't think you can get data with this thought process. However brilliantly constructed, it just falls short. Anyway, go ahead.
Now, if you were to apply this to something like it goes on to talk about liberal democracy and social criticism and all that. Now, if you were to take that position when you're talking politics or something, I could understand that it might be useful because you can look at both sides of it and rationalize why both of the sides have their own truth that makes sense to them, and that it could make sense if other people agreed with them that that would be one political stance to take, and another one would also make sense. But I tried to explain to him before he came in here. We're not talking about philosophy. We're not talking about it makes sense this way and this way. Postmodernists get a bad rap for this as well because they're taking the position that all of these different means will get to the same place. It doesn't matter how you get there. But we're talking about what on a what is level, which is totally not in the realm of this guy's philosophical standpoint at all. It doesn't apply, even though he thinks it would.
Yep.
And
I think he likes
this discussion is not politics. It's not like you can choose. It's like we're trying to get to that point where we're saying this isn't a choice. This is it or isn't it? Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And it also seems like this may be the first or one of the first times this person has ever had to develop a thought process of their own. And they're kind of, this is just a guess, because I remember doing this. I was flailing to try to figure out what to think. Once I knew I was smart enough to kind of choose what I went after instead of just blindly accepted what came my way, right? And so all these thought processes start showing up like, do I be a contrarian for the sake of it because it's fun? Or do I really seek out the evidence? Or do I just ignore it all and say, fuck it, because it doesn't matter? And you know what I mean? All these kind of things.
Right.
So, yeah.
And that's what this whole, system does to us. Most of these kids that are coming in here, they don't have any clue of why it would matter. The main assumption we get is it wouldn't matter either way. It wouldn't affect my daily life. And no, it doesn't affect your daily life in some ways. You're right, but they haven't even considered that it might. There's all these assumptions in it, and it's just this nihilism that goes along with this spinning ball model that is so prominent, and that's what we're dealing with. 9 out of 10 people don't want to know. They just don't want to know.
They don't want to know. And dude, we're lucky to come out of the generation that we're coming out of, because I think, there was critical thinking still left in the schools when we were kids, and there was still, truth wasn't as hard to find, I guess. I could still, when I was even in middle school and high school, I could stumble over truth and facts kind of everywhere. Now it's just rhetoric. It's specifically these
teachers could get away with a lot more when we were in school. The teachers could.
Yes, they could.
A cool side. They could show their cool side. Now they're probably, totally.
You're right. I had a biology teacher that I was friends with on Facebook for a while. I don't have Facebook anymore, but until I got rid of it, my old high school biology teacher and I would always talk flat Earth, just kind of on the sidelines.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. He's the only teacher that I ever. I got into flat Earth many years ago, but I didn't start reaching out to people in my life until probably 2016 ish, and just started just bombarding people and losing Facebook friends and separating the wheat from the chaff in that arena. And I didn't expect much. I expected everybody to kind of just start ignoring me, and it didn't happen that way. Some people are actually good people. But then my old biology teacher, he just sends me a message, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry they're treating you that way. I've been trying to look for someone to talk to about this too." And I was like, "Man, no shit." But I felt bad for him because he teaches for a Catholic school. Really strict Catholic school, so there's no way that he could probably be the cool teacher and keep his job.
No. Oh, well, they got everything systematized now. They're trying to even tell us what we can and can't do in our own homes now. So
own homes, yep.
Yeah. So, man, interesting times. And it's weird. I was just thinking that I think that this topic could even have on some of these kids the opposite effect of what we might hope it would have, is because they're like, oh, well, if they're lying about the spinning globe, then what does anything matter? You know what I'm saying? Like they could think that. You know what I'm saying? It's like it all depends on if you've got something deeper inside that you're acknowledging, and eventually maybe you would if you actually realize this. It takes time maybe, but I think that the first reaction we might be getting is, well, shit. If they're lying to us about that, then I guess that I won't have any faith in anything. And it kind of does that to us in a way. I mean, we're not automatically believing anything anymore. So
right. And someone was, I think it was either Cypher or somebody else was trying to do that. Was like, I'm just using your skepticism against you, huh? You can't be if you can use the same skepticism with flat Earth as you do with everything else in life. No, because it's not skepticism. It's observable, measurable, and repeatable. It has nothing to do with my feelings or my opinions.
Right. And it's crazy because the psychology, again, the way they devise this is so brilliant. Like the fact that they've got us convinced that the reality is the opposite. Like, think about when they were making this up. They're like, we'll own their thoughts. We'll own everything about them by making their reality something that they have to believe rather than know. And that's how they know that what you believe, what you think, is the thought they gave you, because it's totally absurd. That's why they know you didn't come up with a thought on your own, because they gave you the absurdity to believe in, and they made science into a faith that way. If it was just common sense, then we'd all think the same, and they wouldn't have any idea of what they told you to think was what you thought.
Precisely. We know the deal, man. You and I, we know the deal. Everybody that's still in the server right now, I'm pretty sure knows the deal.
Yeah.
Paige. Oh, she's not listening. I was going to ask her if she knows the deal yet.
Right. Someone else here to talk to you? Because I'm at Kenny's house and they're in bed already. I should go to bed.
Oh, dude, whatever. No. I mean, yeah, I'm actually. I should probably go do what I was planning to do. It was just this was keeping my attention.
Yeah. Cool. Good talk with you. I'll maybe message you. You message me back. I think I sent you one recently. There's some,
you do. You did, and we need to figure out some art stuff.
Yeah. We'll talk.
All right, brother.
All right, bro. Talk to you soon. Good night, everybody.
All right, have a good night.
See you.
I'm just agnostic about the shape of the Earth. I want to debate philosophy.
Believe in Superman.
I just wonder how that kid would survive without Adderall. That's all.
Keep that shit away from me. Uh-oh.
For real.
Wow. Yo. To me, the curvature of the Earth and gas pressure.
Damn it. I was going to play the keyboard. You play the guitar, okay? You play the guitar.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll let you play the keyboard.
Well, I don't have much to play. I was just going to fuck around.
I was going to do the same shit. I'll do it with you a little bit.
No. Don't worry about it, man. Acoustic by itself and with a little singing, that's nice. So I'm not gonna annoy people with my fucking synthesizers.
But piano always sounds beautiful, man.
No, it's not. It's not gonna be piano. I'm gonna find I'm writing EDM music, so all the instruments I have loaded up are not like a nice, pretty piano sound. So yeah, just play.
I love EDM.
I know. Me too. Just play.
All right. I'm just playing around. Yo. Second and minute and every hour that passes by, how do you spend your time? Are you even trying to find out for yourself curvature's a lie? Why the curvature a lie? Why would they lie about the curvature of the earth? Teaching it in our schools. Why are they teaching this witchcraft to our children? Why are they teaching this crap to our children? Sure, they curve of the earth and you know it's a lie. Why are you lying to yourself that the earth is some circle on a shelf? That's what you think. And you spread this lie to our children. Why would you do this? To protect the ones that doesn't even know that the earth's not a globe. The earth's not a globe. In Sorry.
That was cool. That was so. No, that was that key. So that was B. Was that B minor?
I was doing in the key of here. Hold up. Is E C?
Oh.
And then that's just a chord. Like it's from if you know the Cranberries.
Yeah, I do. Mm-hmm.
Yes, basically those kind of chords.
Got it.
It's the same chords. I just played it at a different pace.
Yeah, man.
Uh-oh.
Pretty.
Show you something that no guy's gonna tell you. There is no curve on this earth, and it's okay. I just wanna show you. Enjoy the view with you. I wanna enjoy this view with you.
Nice.
They had a kind of Beatle-esque kind of feeling to it.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I made people leave. My bad. Just trying to share you the curvature of the. Hey, how you doing, Nene? What's he?
Oh, what up, Nene?
Don't be shy. You can talk to us. We're good guys.
Well,
nice guy.
he's a good guy.
I don't say nice guys. Don't say nice guys. I'm a good guy.
Nene, welcome to the server.
How do you think about the Earth? Do you observe the Earth? Yeah.
It's late night, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What are your thoughts on the shape of the Earth?
Yeah. He's still us. Come on,
Nene, if you'd like to speak later, we'll be available.
24/7 after the hour. Flat Earth Discord.
After the hour, even though it's 24/7.
I don't know, dude.
That's awesome.
Gladflub and Master Chief here as your host, speaking for you, letting you know the Earth is not a globe. Thank you.
It's not a globe.
I have like this Jim Carrey like thing going like for like the.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's not a globe.
Yeah, exactly. For your information, the globe is flat.
The globe is flat.
All the dolphins told me. The animals? Oh yeah, they whisper it in my ear all the time. The birds even told me themselves. We flew up that high. We can tell you from our eyes. I mean, from our field of view.
Dude, they say dolphins are close to us in a lot of ways, like biologically. If I could speak with a dolphin about what the dolphin thought about humans, I would cry. I would break down and cry.
They probably think we are so stupid. We are not intelligent people. Apparently, we look towards the sky to see that the Earth is a globe.
Right. See, that's a problem. That's a behavioral issue that needs to be addressed.
I think Roger doesn't like my music. He had deafen himself. Like, damn it,
no.
this guy.
Well, let's be fair. I don't expect anyone to listen to this stream 24/7.
I know, man. I be in here and I fall asleep. Literally, just fall asleep.
Yep. So this synth is called Antarctica.
That sounds cool. Uh-oh.
It's okay. I mean, it kind of does sound like cold, boring, and you know, kind of like Antarctica, I guess.
Dude. So, got some buds from my friend, and you know what he did with the... He ruined it.
What do you do?
He put oil on it. Oil from a vape. And it's not CBD or THC in the vape oil.
Yeah.
Bro, it's
So are you okay?
Regular,
you feeling all right?
Yeah. I looked it up and it was like, because he told me it was CBD and stuff like that. I was like, dude, this is different. I looked it up, and it's actually nicotine.
What?
Yes, it has nicotine in it, and it was 15
This bitch.
ml. Yeah, and I was like, fuck, dude. And he poured it all over. He put it all over
something.
He put it all over the flour, bro.
That's bad. That's no good, dude. Nicotine, ugh.
I don't even like smoking nicotine. And it's making me feel weird, bro. Like I can feel the THC from the medication working, but then like I can feel how the nicotine is making me feel, and I don't like that feeling, bro. Makes me feel all depressed. I get all like oh my goodness, I get very depressed.
The nicotine makes you that way? Yeah, dude, fuck nicotine, bro. It's horrible. Oh, shit. Let's see. Yeah, dude. I quit smoking cigarettes, 3 months ago now? I crave one almost every day, but it comes and goes. You know, it's funny. Being an addiction counselor, I have to know about these things. And any craving that... this is like an average found, you know, amongst counselors and institutions and all kinds of shit. The average craving apparently lasts no more than 7 minutes. And in my life, I have never experienced a craving last even longer than a couple minutes, let alone a whole 7. I bet a 7-minute craving would be some serious shit, but you know. Anyway,
that's
go ahead.
normative. That's normative, man.
It's normative, yeah. So I figure I'm in the clear, right? I'm okay because that's normative.
Normative.
So yeah. Anyway, but my mom smokes, or she used to smoke. 40 years ago, and she says, "Oh, honey, I still get cravings."
That's you.
I'm like, Mom, why do you sound like that? Why did you start talking like that?
When did you start talking like
Yeah, like, what? That's funny.
I don't even know how. I'm not gonna even try to attempt it, bro. Like that was you did it like perfect.
Well, it was in the moment. I probably couldn't do it again like that. Shit.
Like how that philosophical guy tried to come in here and talk philosophically to us.
It was a valiant effort, man. You know, he was really going for it. He was getting after it. His friends were probably all like, yeah, do it. You'll totally get him. That kind of thing.
I mean, it just showed his ignorance, bro.
Right.
How ignorant he was, and
well, he's excited because somebody told him he's smart, and that's exciting. So I remember the first time I was told that, and it's only happened once, so I wish it would happen again. Anyway, so yeah.
we had any flat earthers in Texas?
I'm sure there's a bunch.
Curiosity.
You're in Texas, aren't you?
I'm actually thinking about. I don't know where to go in Texas, but I'm thinking about going there.
Yeah.
I just heard a lot of other people that do live over there. Like I know some people in here that live over there. And then they talk about the laws over the gun laws over there and stuff like that, and I'm like, that's why I don't like guns. But you know, everybody each to their own. You know.
Yeah, I mean, if you like guns, Texas is a good place to be.
Right.
I don't own any guns, but I lived in Texas, in Austin, for 10 years. Now, Austin is kind of a haven. It's not your typical Texas city by any means, but it's still Texas. And yeah, they like their guns, man.
I mean, a gun is a tool, just like any other thing. You know what I mean? It's a tool. Knife is a tool. Pencil is a tool. A pen is mightier than the sword.
A Glober is a tool. I'm sorry. I had to. It was right there in front of me. I had to grab it.
Oh, bro.
Can you blame me? I mean, literally, that was the best time for that.
Nah, that was like the perfect time for that. Oops.
I just like to see if that Cypher guy talks like that to adults to their faces.
Yo. Like, he's trying to get into what, psychology? He was talking about psychologist, right? Being a psychologist?
Something. No, he calls himself a phenomenologist, and apparently that's a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it's a branch of psychology. Yeah.
Well, he was talking about philosophy, right?
Right.
I was like, bro, you're talking about something about people's emotions, about what they think. And that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the curvature of the earth. We're not talking about what someone thinks if whether they're Superman, whether there could be a Superman one day. No. Really? No, somebody else said that, I think. They said something about they got muted real quick. They believed in something that a Superman could possibly exist. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me, man?
Nothing to do with the Earth at all.
You just said that shit. I can't believe. Oh my goodness. Should get slapped in the face. He should be slapped. Yes, he should just slap himself. Just have him. He just
Slap him.
himself. Saying something so stupid. Just smack yourself. Ow! I didn't. Yes, you dumb mother. What?
Yeah. Well, he's not dumb. He's just attitudey. That's kind of what I got from it.
The what he's doing, he's not a dumb person. He's just doing dumb shit.
Right. Exactly. That's the story of my life, by the way.
When I say that's dumb or that person's dumb or no, I'm not saying that person individually. I'm not talking about them being dumb. No, I'm just saying you're doing dumb shit. You're believing in dumb shit. Because you look towards the sky, you believe the earth is round and a globe. Like, what the fuck? I'm gonna throw my bottle at your forehead. Sorry.
You're good, dude. I agree. I'm trying to find a sound that's not completely abrasive, and I can't do it.
Yow. Oh. Ooh. Balabab. Sorry. Oh. Shakalaka.
Strange.
Ooh. Yeah. Shakalaka.
Yeah, it's funny how it's all normative, man.
Uh-huh.
Normative. Hold on, I'm gonna see about that word.
Relative.
All right, the definition of normative generally means relating to an evaluative standard. Normativity is the phenomenon, of course, in human societies of designated some actions or outcomes as good or desirable or permissible and others as bad or so it says this is good or this is bad, just like any other philosophy. Oh, man. So, yeah. That's tiring and boring. I thought normativity was going to give me something new.
I don't know why, but I always keep thinking that every time people leave, I always feel like they're leaving because of me. Like I'm the reason why they're leaving. You know, I'm the
No, dude, it's late. It's late and or early in the morning, so guarantee it's not you or me. And hey, listen, let's just keep telling ourselves that just so we don't actually think that it's because of us, okay? God forbid that be the case. I have to have everybody like me.
No, I mean it's.
I'm not making fun of you, man. I'm saying I know what you mean. Like I've been in this server a lot late night, and I've just been going off, flapping at the gums, and people start to pop off like flies, and I'm like, yeah, I know, I did that. I'm sure I'm doing that right now. Ain't no shame in my game.
No, like sometimes I'm a little afraid to talk. be honest, like I just like to come in here. I like to listen, and is everybody has their own experience, and the ones that are older, those are the ones I like to listen to because they've been on this earth longer. So it's like,
right.
Listen, just listen to them. Don't take everything what they say. You know what I mean? Like, don't be too gullible. Be gullible, but not too gullible. Want to seek to learn knowledge, but don't be like a know-it-all. Don't need to know everything. No. And I just feel like there was the kid was speaking as if he knew it all, talking about the meteor shower and stuff like that. I said, bro, when did you see a meteor shower? All the years that I've been on this earth, when have you seen a meteor shower, little boy? You're gonna tell me you seen they make a claim of seeing a meteor shower? Seeing a comet or whatever you want to call it coming down from the sky, coming down to Earth. Don't show me CGI bullshit and then show me a rock that's on this Earth and say that that's from the moon. But that's from a different planet. Don't give me that bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what they did. Show a CGI bullshit of a video and then show a rock that's on this planet that could be like any other rock and then gonna tell us that, oh yeah, this is from Mars.
Dude, he tried to philosophize his way out of that reality. Like that's what was so. Yeah, it was mind-bending because I was like, wait a second, you know what? I'm just going to mute him. I'm not going to listen to what he's saying at all, and I want to see how other people react to him. And every time I came back to listen to him, he was always just talking and yelling and trying to be smart, and then everybody else remained completely calm, the rest of us, the whole time while he was just going nuts. And you know what? I'll be honest, I don't have the self-control that a lot of these dudes do, so that's also another reason I muted him because I was like, all right, well, I'm about to give this kid what he's asking for, so I better check out for a bit, you know.
Yeah, so I really wasn't trying to be disrespectful on trying to give him news, you know, and information on how stuff work or stuff like that, because there's different ways on approaching it and telling somebody, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep. What were you saying, Roger?
Guys, so Flat Earth Solar is one of the most chill guys I know, right? And if you get him angry, which this Cypher dude did, right? And you've done a lot, so that's pretty telling.
Yep. Yeah. Well, it's like I said earlier, all they got is they know they can't come with facts, and that's why it's been so dead lately in here. It's not because, let's just ignore them and they'll go away. It's like, well, no. Why don't you bring the facts? And they can't do that. So they're kind of refining their tactics. You know what I mean? Like, no true, genuine person who believes the official narrative, like a normal, true glober, right? Thinks this way at all. In fact, most of the people that are anti-flat earthers are smart enough to know it's flat. They just come here to poke the bear, see what the bear will do once they poke it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh man, I'm an angry bear. Don't push my buttons.
Yeah.
Bro.
No, you're right, Roger. Solar's awesome. Yeah, and he's always. You know, like when I hear his voice and certain other people, even yours sometimes, Rogers, I'm just like, yeah, I should probably calm down. Is what it is.
Yeah, I get a bit agitated when people like Cypher come in. I need to work on that.
Yeah, it's all right, man. We're human, but I think it's wise to say that we should probably start expecting more things like that in the future.
Think.
Oh yeah. Because what happens when something is fighting for its life at the last few moments that it thinks it can? You know, you back something into a corner, it's going to fight its hardest. So I feel like we're going to be seeing an influx of all kinds of different tactics. But hopefully not, you know, because we've also seen an influx of really honest people, right? So good with the bad, I'd say.
Right. I agree.
Yeah, it's crazy. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. But when you ask somebody, so if I train you on a doll, right? Is that the same thing as a human? And he then cannot answer. So if I train you on a flat, non-rotating Earth, and I put you in a plane that is supposed to be flying over a spinning water ball, would that be the same? And then just say, yes, of course, yes. I mean, what is there to discuss after that, right?
Yeah. I mean, it is literally like a train wreck, like that you just can't. It's like a train wreck that's happening over and over and over in front of me, and I'm like, no, that's horrible, and I just keep looking back at it. No, that's horrible. Oh wait, no, it's horrible. Wait, no, it's horrible. You know.
The fact that he said that he believed that Superman can exist was annoying, Roger. Like, that was fucking...
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The philosophy part, I guess. And you say, well, in my experience, I saw Superman, right?
Yeah.
I saw him with my own eyes.
But that doesn't mean I have to believe you.
But it was real.
Right?
I saw him.
Yeah, I know it.
Doesn't matter how much shrooms you took, right? You saw it. I mean, I get it. Science comes from philosophy, but we have to agree what we use to know stuff, right? That is the whole deal. We have to agree that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. That is what we have to agree, and then we can build upon this and then say we know that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at sea level. I get it.
Yeah.
But if you then say, well, it is all based in philosophy and we can't know anything, and I'm agnostic about the globe shape because, well, reasons.
Yeah. Here's the thing. It's like, you know, that kind of speaking, it's not even a way of thinking. He was just being annoying for the sake of it, and he knew it, and we all knew it. But imagine actually thinking like that and trying to live in the world, right? So if everything is philosophy and nothing is set, well, then you can just run that red light, can't you? You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Who cares? Consequences only exist in philosophy. Fuck it.
I go to
You're hungry.
I go to some of the other flat Earth debate servers, and the mental gymnastics and dishonesty and just straight up madness that I hear in those servers it's crazy. I'm glad that it doesn't get allowed in this server, and it may cause this server to get a bit quieter than the others, but it's a place of sanity, and reason and logic, and that's why I come here, to get away from the other servers.
Well, good. You're in the right place.
Yeah, I mean the dishonesty. It's crazy that they need to do it, and they're all anti-flat earthers in these other servers. They're not even globers at this point. And,
Yeah, you know what? Calling these folks globers at this point would be giving them a compliment. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a glober. Obviously, we all have, but I've never made stuff up to defend it.
Yeah.
I don't understand like how much them thinking that they live on a globe. They don't understand how much it affects their way of thinking. Like if you just you point out, okay, like if I told if you say, oh, if you believe that the earth is a globe, and they say yes, you automatically just your mind automatically goes to a mind state like, okay, I know what they're thinking. I know their way of thinking. I know what their mind is thinking now. You know what I mean? It's like, how do you change that? You can't unless you tell them, and show them for yourself. Show them that it's a lie, that, that it physically, you have to see it in order to believe it.
Yeah, but some of them, they're so far gone where it doesn't matter what they see, that they think it's a trick, and they'll go out of the way to not believe what they see, or find an excuse, or find a reason for it not to be true. Anything to cling to that globe, Like I heard one of them say, he watched a flat Earth video, he saw that the horizon was level, saw that the horizon rose to eye level, and then realized that he was falling for the spell of flat Earth and had to snap out of it. And all that was happening was he was breaking out of the spell of the globe Earth.
That's terrible. Right. We heard a guy turn back, even though, everything he really wanted was right in front of him. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Poor fella.
Well, he's an anti-flat earther as well. He's in the other debate chats regularly.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't even do it anymore. I can't like I'm just super sensitive to it, because I know most of the cognitive deficiencies that are running rampant in these people's heads and in their lives and in their relationships, because of what I do for work. And to me, it's just really sad. And I get really emotional about it, because I hate to see fellow humans act so deplorably. It hurts me. It hurts my core. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's not just that they're wrong about the shape of the earth. If that were all it were, there'd be no reason for me to get emotional. It's the fact that I have to imagine these people and the way they are acting as adults, having children, and making more generations of them over and over and over, the way they act, right? I don't care if you teach your kids, you can teach kids whatever you want, as long as you teach them how to think correctly, because then they'll probably end up getting the right stuff anyway. But it's this.
I was just about to say way of thinking. I was gonna add to what you were saying.
Go ahead.
Because what's disturbing, bro, is that way of thinking is like a destruction to your own physical and mental health. It really is, because then you're lying to yourself. Okay, they're lying to themselves. Because they like to use their imagination. It's them making the choice, making the decision, and wanting to stay into their imaginary mind. Everything is imaginary, therefore everything exists.
So,
right,
and that is why, or I like the question, have you ever experienced the Earth as a globe, right? Because then they have to think about it, and then they come to the realization that no, right? Whenever I walk outside my door, I experience a flat, non-rotating Earth. And when people got asked these questions, and then they go into, they can't concede that everybody alive on this Earth experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth, right? That is just the base axiom. Nobody experiences the Earth as a globe. I mean, if this is something you cannot concede to, then, I mean, all bets are off, I guess.
Right. Yeah, it's a thinking. It's literally like there's a guy in the YouTube chat that comes in sometimes, and he always talks about thinking errors and how, and he's an anti-flat earther. He's trying to fix our thinking errors, the flat earthers' thinking errors, and it's literally it's back towards him. He's projecting basically because the thinking error is to ignore all of your natural senses, all of what the data presents itself as, right? Ignore the empirical data right in front of you and trust everything and everyone else. Yeah, it's a decision, and it's an unhealthy, like it's being programmed into people's DNA at this point. That's why it's scary.
Well, yeah, I think you're right. It is programmed into the DNA, and well, not technically programmed into the DNA, but that their core belief is that it's impossible that they've been lied to. And because they hold on to that, anything else afterwards must be incorrect, because in their core, they know it's impossible they've been lied to. So it literally doesn't matter after that, because they know it's impossible they've been lied to. So
you know what also hurts me too is like think about the psychologist or the psychiatrists and the therapists that talk to the actors. Bro, do you know how much it's if they don't they're stuck in this world of imagination. It repeats and it goes on in a circle. So it's like, how can you what about the actors and their way of thinking? If they don't know the truth and you guys constantly lie to them. I think our psychiatrists and our therapists should also know this information, that the earth is that the earth is flat. Not tell people that the earth is a globe. They want to help other people. They want to help, people that get into that industry. They get into that imagination, but how about getting them back out and pulling them out? Like, okay, you're not Deadpool, right? And Reynolds, you're who? You're Ryan Reynolds, right? Ryan Reynolds? Like Ryan Reynolds has to constantly tell himself, because when you step into character, you're trying to be an actor. You're trying to sell that character. You're trying to sell that that imagination. And then trying to pull that person out of it. And then thinking like, well, what do you think about this? And what do you think about that? You think you're helping them, but you're not. Bringing them back to the point of, do you know who you are? Do you know where you are? Do you know what time it is? Do you know what date it is? What day it is? Like, those are the kind of questions I feel like they need to ask them. It's like like hearing people that claim to be a psychiatrist or claim to be a therapist, and they come in here and talk about what they think. Dude, oh my goodness, it's so disturbing. It's disturbing. Then you got people that claim to be psychologists, and they come in here trying to mess with our minds, but they don't understand that you're not messing with our minds. We're speaking the truth, and we're showing people the truth. There's no messing with minds here.
Right.
We have a bit with us? Maybe she want to ask some questions. Abid?
I'm just listening. I'm good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the basis is, right, we all experience the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. This is how the Earth presents itself. That is the base axiom.
Precisely.
We see that stuff moves over our head. We do not feel rotation. We do not witness rotation. All we ever experience is a flat, non-rotating Earth. And then they came to us and told us, well, actually, it's a ball with the radius of 3959 miles, right? So what about testing these claims? How can we then know, right? We have to believe it is a ball. We have to believe it is a ball. All our senses are telling us it isn't a ball. But we have to believe it is a ball that is curving away at any direction from where you're standing. So surely we can know if it is a ball. We can measure, right? It is not a belief when I measure my table. I know its dimensions. It is not philosophy when I understand the dimensions of my table. I know its size. So surely we can measure the surface of Earth, determine if it is actually curving away. And they told us it is a ball spinning in space with the water sticking onto it. And when we observe water, we experience it as a flat surface. When it is in your glass, in your pool, in a small lake, in a big lake, a sea or an ocean, you will only experience water as flat and level when it is in rest. So they showed us pictures, right? Images. They even told us, well, these are not actual photographs, these are compositive images. But they showed us this perfect orb in an infinite vacuum with the water sticking onto it. So the water must conform to this ball with the radius of 3959 because they showed us these images. And when we go out and test the water, it does not conform to a ball with the radius of 39. So the model they showed us is not reality. It is not the thing we live on, or else it would show convexity. And it does not.
Nope.
Sorry for my rant.
No, that was awesome. Thank you, Roger. I agree 100%.
Good. Yep.
And we can go into tangents about what do we believe and what is philosophy and what is this and what. But the point is, if you cannot agree that we have observable reality, right, and testable realities, then what can we discuss, right? If you
Right.
want to say, well, yeah, that's just philosophy, man. It's just, well, what are all these quote unquote scientists doing if it's all philosophy, right? We need a baseline. We need to agree, and I get it, right? We need to agree what is a number, what is a measurement. We need to agree, but when we get past that point, we can know stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Objective reality doesn't cease to exist because you learned a few big words.
Jacob,
You know what I mean? Like a tree's going to be a tree hanging on out there. I'm looking at a tree right now. Now, it doesn't have a name, right? We came up with the name for the tree. But the tree exists regardless of names, regardless of philosophies. You know what I mean? So that was just silly when he came in with that. But anyway, who I just spoke over someone. I'm sorry. Who was that?
Okay. I was saying Jack of Ducks, I think, is a new person.
Oh, cool.
I don't know if they want to ask any questions or speak.
Jack of Ducks, the floor is yours.
Yeah, he's not verified, so he needs to hop into the VC check-in. I see MJ there. He's a mod. He can check you in.
Yep. Yeah, if you can hear us, Jack of Ducks, scroll up a little bit to the see check-in 1 and hop on in there so you can get a role to speak if you'd like to.
But I just want to say something for the people listening here that aren't flat earthers. You may get the idea that it's like a cult or something like this, but it's really not. 'Cause if it's a cult, I know I don't want to be in it. Like, it would be much easier for me to go back to believing it's a globe and go back to normal. Like, I don't want to be a flat earther. I don't want to be labeled as a flat earther. I don't want to be ridiculed as a flat earther. But unfortunately, until someone proves the globe and disproves the flat earth, I have to stick to what the truth is. And it, unfortunately, again, it is flat earth, you know?
Yep. That's a good point.
Like, don't think you're joining some cult or we're trying to trick you into it or anything like that. Like, just we have a lot of information on this server. If you scroll down to on the left side, from measurements, experiments, photographs, videos, all sorts of stuff that you can look at that's been censored over the last few years on YouTube, Google. Like, the only information you find on Google right now, if you type in the words flat earth on Google, the first 40, 50 things that come up is going to be anti-flat earth information.
Yeah, you can't trust the internet anymore. Just go out and measure it, guys. Just that's it. You know, at this point, don't come in here. Don't try to figure anything out from us. We don't have the answers. We just can tell you how we tested and measured that it's not a globe, right? And then please go do it yourself. And hopefully we don't see you for a little bit of time. And then when you come back, you've measured, and then we can talk.
I mean, ask us questions all day long. That's fine. We'll try our best to answer them. But just a warning to you that I don't know if you've ever heard of something called a straw man argument. Basically, I had no idea what a straw man argument was before I got into this.
Yeah.
When you search on Google, the answers you're going to get are what are known as straw man arguments. So they're going to create a ridiculous position and claim it's something that we believe, and then argue against that, and then disprove the ridiculous position they've created and say, see, flat earth is rubbish, when really none of us believe it. None of us believe the stuff that they're arguing against. It's called a straw man argument. And the first 30, 40 things you're going to find on YouTube, Google, are all straw man arguments. The real flat earth information's been completely censored and just deleted from YouTube. People have lost YouTube accounts with like hundreds of thousands of subscribers over this.
Yeah.
But people promoting strawman arguments, they're fine.
Can I chime in for a second?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they can't call us a cult because everybody came here by their own volition. They all knocked the globe down for themselves, just looking at the data, the information. So nobody was recruited, nobody was converted. We all just walked our walk, and we came here, and we ended up here. So that's where truth leads. It's where intellectual integrity leads here. So.
Like I'd see stuff on the internet saying, "Oh, this is what all flat earthers think," and I was thinking, I'd never met another flat earther, but I was still labelled as being part of some group of people that all thought the same thing about everything,
Yeah, that's how they get you.
I'd never met one.
Because they try to call it a religion, like so. There's religions out there. They are systems of behavior based on systems of belief. And what the globe is clearly that. So what they do is they just switch it on us and say that we're the ones with the religion. Because it's all in the same kind of realm. Oh, you believe that. Oh, no, you believe that. And that's all we're doing. Nothing gets accomplished. It's just mudslinging.
The cult argument's just another straw man. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
And it's so much simpler than they make it too. Of course, they're supposed to obfuscate and muddy the waters, right? But, this is very simple stuff. What do we see? What's the sky do? It moves. All the stuff in the sky, yep. Is it moving? Yes. Are we? No, I don't think so. The first thing I noticed was that the sky stuff was moving. So maybe later I'll find out about the Earth moving, but I don't feel it, and all I see is the sky stuff moving. And then you just kind of go down the logic pathway. Inductive or deductive. Like if I look outside, I'm looking at a tree. It's right there. There's no amount of thinking myself out of that situation that's going to take that tree down. Right? That was a total tangent, so I do apologize.
It's all right.
It's raining here. It's very stormy. It's been raining for like 3.5 hours.
I don't know if any of you guys watch Dell from Behind the Imaginary Curve. His street activism.
Yeah.
He always kind of opens with that question: do you think you can be brainwashed? Do you think it can happen to you? And I think that's the biggest thing. A lot of people just, at least in the Western world, the Western nations, they think they're immune to this type of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a really important question for a person to ask themselves. Do they feel like they're under the influence of brainwashing in any sense of it? Because they clearly are, and
right. That is a good question to ask yourself.
Know if they're in a cult themselves,
Yeah, I like that. That's a really good point. Because I didn't see a lot of it came natural to me. Like I don't know. I didn't have to sit around and think myself out of the globe paradigm and into the flat Earth. You know what I mean? Like it just clicked. I was like, oh yeah, wait, yeah, But a lot of people have to do that. Like they have to be kind of shown a different way of thinking about something, so that they can see the truth about it instead of either what they want to see or what they've been told to see about it.
Yeah, it was much the same for me. I've always been kind of asking questions and thinking of, pondering alternative ideas. So yeah, when it came along, it clicked for me too.
Yeah,
it makes sense. How can it not click?
Right.
That's the only thing I can't relate with Globers is I've never experienced severe cognitive dissonance, if any, to be honest, because I was always very open to alternatives that just go completely against the grain, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. It just clicked straight away. Even now, as a quote-unquote flat earther, like, if they prove the globe, I could click straight back into it. I'm only biased to whatever the truth is.
Yeah, nice. I like that. That's a good quote. I'm writing that one down. I'm only biased to whatever the truth is. I'm going to quote you too, man. I'm putting your name after these quotes.
All right, cool.
I ain't be stealing nothing, man. I know how intellectual property works. Shit.
Clay Davis up in here, man.
What's that, Gray Davis?
Clay Davis from The Wire. Shit.
Oh, I didn't. You know, I never saw the show.
Yeah, it's a good show.
I watched a couple episodes and I was like, I was bored, and that's my fault because I know it's a slow burn show, and I was like, no, I don't want to watch it. So.
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of, if any, really much TV or movies nowadays, but I watched The Wire, 10 plus years ago.
Yeah, I started watching when it came out too. A lot of people were still watching
Probably
it.
the type of show you could still enjoy as a flat earther.
Yeah.
It's quite grounded, you know, there's not a lot of, I forget that phrase, artistic liberty.
Right.
Yeah. It tries to stay kind of in the real world, but, you know, it's still all about, you know, diet woke bullshit, like politics and this nonsense. Politicians
Right,
fix
right.
things and stuff like that, you know?
Oh, heroes.
Oh, it's just the incompetence of our political systems. That's why everything's falling apart.
Right, yeah, right. There's not something a little bit bigger, a little bit more mischievous going on. No, it's just faulty politics within local systems. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I mean, The Wire does a good job at portraying politicians as kind of the scummy that they are, but not to the full extent that we know them to be, you know?
They can only be so honest.
But yeah, anybody with eyes to see can clearly realize that it's a societal problem. It's our fundamental beliefs that are creating all these systems that are just corrupting everything.
Yep. And the apathy that is allowing it to continue.
Yeah, exactly. The apathy, man. That's what atheism does, though, you know? It just breeds apatheticness.
Yeah, unfortunately, this whole thing, this battle that we're in, is about personalities and not the facts. It's attitudes over evidence, and that's the way they want it, right? That's if you're going to muddy some waters, that's a really good way to do it. But, you know, as long as at the end of the day, you know what, I don't even have to say that, because I know at the end of the day, it's the facts that win. So this is just like it's the trenches, as it were, before, I mean, they call it the apocalypse. It's the revealing, right? And that's what we're experiencing right now. With everything. Flat Earth's just a little piece of that. And I don't mean to minimize it. Flat Earth is super important.
People are waking up than we even realize.
Absolutely. Oh, dude, it's crazy. Most of the people I've talked to over the last couple of days that I've actually seen in public, almost all of them have had something pretty actually woke to say, not just diet woke, but, you know, they've been paying attention not just to the news and not just to, you know, their family, you know?
Yeah.
It almost seems, though, in these last 2 years, like maybe last year and a half, a lot of people have had what I'm going to just try and call like a fake awakening almost, where they've never watched any conspiracy stuff or anything like that, and now they love Alex Jones. You know, they've fallen for all the shills. A lot of them.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole idea behind them bringing in the phrase fake news in 2016. You know, was to create these like little animal farms. You know, like Alex Jones is like one step above like watching mainstream media. Basically, he's a bit more than that now, to be honest. But you know, he's still pretty conservative. What you're going to learn from him.
Oh,
And it is a type of fake awakening. Yeah, it's a good phrase.
It's pretty coincidental, should I say, that just before this whole pandemic and everything, they were pushing all the fake news. This is fake news. Like, I'd never heard of fake news not being pushed on TV, and it was like, be careful what you watch online. It might be fake news. This is the fake news, and they put all that in place just before whatever happened in 2020.
Yep.
Oh yeah, all ties in.
All ties in, yeah. They had to have that in place to make people immune to any truthful information, I guess.
Yeah, people just need these little 2-word hand wave dismissal mantras, you know, and they just, the powers that be give it to them, you know. Oh, fake news, you're fake news, you're debunked. Oh, you've been fact checked, you know. Stupid shit like that.
I know people that, you know, they're told what to think by not even the news, but like TV shows and fictional TV shows and movies that have, and even video games that have such a heavy influence on what they do in their day-to-day life and the way they perceive things and what they think about stuff. And yeah, it's crazy. It's almost like worshipping false idols or something like that. Like I know one guy, and he's like just watched movies and TV shows loads in his entire life. He's obsessed by him, and he was playing the video game Red Dead Redemption, the cowboy game or whatever it is. And there's a character in it who drinks like shots of whiskey, right? And because this character drank shots of whiskey, he was waking up in the morning and having a shot of whiskey to start the day.
How old is he?
Huh?
How old is your friend? Or?
Mate, he's about
this
30, 35 or something.
Jesus, he's still that impressionable.
Yeah, but this was probably 5 years ago, so he was probably about 30 then, maybe 28 or something. And his whole life is just based around TV, movies, video games.
So wait, because of the video game, he takes a shot of whiskey in the morning?
He was doing until obviously he stopped playing the game and grew out of it and probably got moved on to the next thing. But yeah,
do you think he still does that?
No, not at all. I think he's probably moved on to whatever the next game tells him to do.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's how.
I mean, I probably shouldn't say something like that. That's interesting.
That's just impressionability from when you're about 10 years old in the mind.
Oh yeah. It's
like Yeah, sorry, go on.
Sorry, it was the guy in the video game was having a shot of whiskey in the morning because it was like an old cowboy, and then he started doing it. That's what he was doing after he spent like days playing the game.
And did he ever tell you why he was doing it? Like,
no,
do you think there was some kind of benefit, or was just
he was doing it because someone else who lived with him told me?
What did you think he was getting, like style points or some shit?
I'll tell you what, man. I've heard of weirder excuses to become an alcoholic.
Strange.
But you see it all over. It's not just that. Like when you see like a famous person's got a new weird haircut or whatever, and then you go outside like a week later and you see like 10 people all with the same haircut, and I'm thinking, are they even thinking for themselves? Like, they've
they're
just done it because this guy on TV's got the same haircut. I see it all the time with haircuts of England footballers. When like one of the footballing superstars gets this like snazzy haircut, and then I see like 5 guys at the pub all with the same haircut.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just devoid of their own identity, basically.
Yeah, they haven't got
Their identity is the consensus, you know. Or,
Yeah, I gotta admit though, those soccer players, those football players, they got some pretty cool fucking haircuts, man. I'll tell you what.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because they spend about like £1,000 on a haircut.
Yeah.
Soccer
They probably, let's be honest,
you're
they
about
probably get it for
football
free.
You're on about football
Yeah,
soccer
yeah.
players.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
soccer.
confusing. Right, yeah. It's confusing hearing Americans say football because they always say soccer. So I'm like, they're on about American football. Or, what?
I can say
said soccer.
football if you guys, you know what I mean? Like I'll say football around a bunch of Brits to talk about soccer.
I'm straight. Good. I'm glad. Yeah. I didn't really think about it. English hours, isn't it?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with like, you know, oh yeah, that haircut's cool. I'd like that too, you know. But it's when like, oh, they changed their haircut. I'm still on their old haircut.
Right.
I'm gonna
Right.
change it. I'm gonna update. You know.
Hey man, I'll tell you, I'm almost 40 and I did the same stuff when Michael Jordan was big and New Kids on the Block and all that stuff, dude. Milli Vanilli had I don't know if you guys know who Milli Vanilli is or was, but they had the and Vanilla Ice too. So Vanilla Ice had the lines in his eyebrows, and Milli Vanilli had the lines in the sideburns, and I had them both. So fuck y'all. Yeah.
Yes, bro.
Maximum pleb.
It was dude. Maximum pleb. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just kidding, bro.
That's brilliant.
No, it was fun. It was, and you know what? It did make me feel cooler, and it made a lot of other kids cool. You know, it made kids kind of cool to do that. But at the same time, you know, if you're going to do that into your 30s, that's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, but all that stems like from when you still build your identity with the consensus with pop culture. You know, you're supposed to grow out of that. Like you do that stuff up until maybe your 20s. Fair enough. You know, but you're supposed to grow out of that. But most people are like nowadays are totally stunted in that mindset. You know, they take it well into their 30s, 40s, 50s, man.
It sounds like a classic case of like identity disassociation. Like you disassociate your concept of self so far away from you that you require other people's input to be able to function.
I don't think they're disassociating their concept of self. I don't think they've developed the concept of self yet.
Yeah. Which is like, I mean, I guess it's hard to tell between the two as well, right? Because if you don't develop a sense of self, and even just a minor sense of self in your youth, you don't have one. But if you have any sense of self to begin with, you disassociate it to be able to take on other people's identities. So it's like really
that's
difficult
something
to
that
tell.
kind of goes over even flat earthers' head, is realizing just how many people are running around this world that their mind stopped growing at like 15.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm serious when I say that. You know, like they don't have a sense of self whatsoever. It's like humanity is their identity. The all is their identity.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not against that because, you know, I'm of the belief that, you know, we're all one, we're all connected, you know, we're all in this together. And we should help each other and work as communities, etc., etc.
Here's a problem.
It's a balance, you know.
Yes, it is a balance. Here's a problem. Families are less close now than they ever have been. And so kids are raised on computer, phone, and TV screens for the most part, instead of human interaction. And so their idols turn out to be, you know, their heroes and idols are things that, especially at a young age, some of these things kids shouldn't even be looking at or seeing or knowing about. And then, you know, all of a sudden it becomes a part of their personality. They don't really get the chance because of, you know, real human interactions, especially now. I mean, good Lord. You know, is this the best we're going to have for a while? How are you going to grow up when we can't even look at each other and talk and shake each other's hand?
For sure.
But anyway, I think, if the family were closer, if people were able to learn from one another in real life situations and not from whatever they can find on the internet and on their phone. I think we'd be better off.
We haven't even. I mean, children growing up with the internet, they haven't even reached. A majority of us haven't even reached adulthood yet.
Right.
So we don't even know how access to this amount of input all of the time affects brain development.
It can't be
mean,
good.
it would not surprise me that in if in 20 years there's like this huge study that comes out and it's like, oh well, it actually like stunts brain development significantly because all of the input you see. I mean, we see rates of ADHD skyrocketing. We see like all of these different things that are in direct correlation with the way that the internet is formatted. I wouldn't say that it's access to a multitude of information. I would say it's probably like the predatory nature of media companies.
Habit, are you talking about Habit? Can I just ask you to preface what you're talking about again? I just received a phone call just before you come in, and I'm very interested. I believe I know what you're talking about, but the topic is what? Thank you. Go ahead.
We're talking about like the general psychology of the generation that's grown up with the internet, had it all their life, and been surrounded by it.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so you're correct. That's basically right. This overstimuli that people have never ever seen this before, have they? Right? And I always say this, like my name is sort of attached to this, and it's again, adults are being reined into this, right? People are effectively addicted to dopamine hits, and they're living out their life searching for the next dopamine hit. And again, that is effectively going to remap your brain. It really is. At the end of the day, your endo-pleasure system is a very finicky thing. When it becomes disequilibrialized, it's very difficult to re-equilibralize it, right?
I don't know how many people think about this or realize it. With the internet, it's like the first time in at least our known history, as far as technology goes, it's the first time in our known history that children have an opinion in adult matters, because as long as you can type grammatically well and, sensibly, you can put an opinion out on Twitter or wherever, and all the people reading it can take you as a 30, 40-year-old, Maybe the opinion is sound, but, I'm going to lean that most like teenage opinions are pretty shit, to be honest.
Yeah.
And should probably be disregarded because they just don't have any real experience behind them. How could they? They've not lived long enough, So it's like this is a really weird time for social interaction, societal interaction, because
100%.
we have any kid with access to the internet can get their opinion out there, and it can be taken seriously, Whereas most of the time in real life, I'm not trying to be ageist here, but I think it needs to be considered.
Well, no, dude, you're not being ageist. There's also someone else that we need to consider when we're talking about younger people. So what is it that younger people don't actually have? They don't have a sense of sort of morality, not morality, sorry. They don't have they feel as if they're immortal, right? So a person that's coming from a position that sort of, believes that their life is not finite, is one that's not sort of taking in all the variables into account when making decisions, right? And you are correct, like the internet and actually public opinion in itself and how much it can be changed by anonymous people behind keyboards. And sometimes, remember, like, sometimes the anonymous people behind the keyboards are presenting their opinions across vast and spans across different platforms, right? They may be doing so from different accounts, right? So yeah, man, like, again, it is something I personally don't think young kids should be even allowed on the internet in certain capacities whatsoever. right? The stuff that we know about neurology in terms of the fact that, you know, the widening of, you know, of the neural pathways in our brains from dopamine hits that are effectively, and they do design, the media companies, like, this is what that's what I heard Habits.
The
media companies,
and everything.
exactly, bro. They're making sure that it does that to the brain. They're making sure that it hits, you know, this is something like in Fortnite, for instance, you hear the gun when they pick it up in the chest, it opens up, it makes the little noise, right? And they know that it's not just auditory, it's, you know, it's also our hearing, it's every little thing, and scientists have really been playing with that concept for a long time. It goes back
you could pretty much conclude that the entire like mainstream aspect of the internet is 100% predatory to children.
Yeah,
everything has been designed to exploit them. So.
Yeah, like, and it isn't even just there's like such a deeper aspect to it than just like, oh, well, we want kids to keep consuming our content. These media companies are gaining profit from children and manipulating them. It's like, it's a group of adults like designing products to keep children entertained so that, you know, their parents have to pay for like money and apps, and or these kids keep clicking on whatever, and it's so predatory in so many different levels. And then there's like completely different levels to it of this like innate predatory nature, like pushing certain things onto children, like views and opinions and whatever that are they know that parents are just handing their 3-year-olds iPads, and that the kids are just going to go looking at whatever, right? Like, there's no safe area on the internet for children. Like, there's apps designed for kids, like YouTube Kids or whatever. But give me 5 minutes on YouTube Kids, and I'll be able to find something completely abhorrent. Like, it's predatory. It's a rabbit hole for literal 3-year-olds.
Yeah, and all the while it's just constantly diminishing their cognitive potential. You know, the longer and longer they're at it.
Just to add to what Habit said, though, quickly. So, you know, you were saying about how, you know, their predatory nature in terms of pushing on big opinions, right? With these big opinions, that this is a process in which that people can sort of try and say, no, this isn't occurring, right? You know, it definitely is. It's got a lot of evidence back behind it as well. It's just that people aren't willing to look in the right places, and that is effectively the quantitative easing of political opinions, in order that this generation effectively needs to be made to believe, right, that it's okay to be away from a form of gold standard or to go toward a type of, you know, fiat currency, because the old generation is really realizing where it's at, right? You know, and we're understanding that, let's say, you know, every bank in the world is backed by American dollars, right, for instance, and this is going to collapse very, very soon, right? Going back years and years, it was already apparent to certain individuals. But again, it's again a quantitative easing towards, and if you've ever seen anything to do with the people that, let's say, were, you know, communist activists or communist dissidents that were effectively that have gone back over to the side, realizing what it is, what they were actually doing. And they'll admit to you, right? Like Yuri Bezmenov, for instance, will tell you that there's a quantitative easing of programming towards children, is that they will take up causes, right? That these causes need someone to protect it in order to sort of reify the idea of government. Right? Government itself is in cahoots with all of these media companies, and they have to do so in order to stay relevant, right? To stay, because obviously the state at this point has managed to convince every generation since that the dollar isn't going to collapse, for instance, or the pound isn't going to collapse. And at the same time, exactly, like, because like, what are we going to do when they have crypto? Right? Everyone in America, if they just, what if they dump the dollar? What if they just dump it?
Why would they lie about that? Right?
Yeah, why would they lie? Exactly, Roger. But like, I just want to say the end part of this. So if they dump the dollar, you're ruined. So they need to basically inculcate the new generation into sorts of like moral, or, you know, forms of like a moral justice that they need to fight. And again, they need it to be presented as if it's bigger than themselves, so there is no way they can organize it through themselves, right? There's different ways that they're going to do this, but this is something that is very apparent when you sort of look at, you know, everything to do with like even Black Lives Matter. I don't even care about the cause. I don't care what it represents. I'm talking about what it represents in conjunction to other things, right? And kids are being exposed to this, even on kids' YouTube. You know what I mean? On kids' YouTube, they're being exposed to these like political agendas in a massive way.
Definitely. And what is it? They're teaching critical race theory and all that fucking garbage. So yeah, they're definitely exposed to all this nonsense.
100%.
Not even like, I wasn't even necessarily thinking like political. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember like Elsa Gate, but that shit was like literally like child trafficking. You can go onto YouTube Kids and find like actual videos of children being trafficked. And these are things that are very easy to find. It's ridiculous, you know? Like,
yeah, that Elsa
YouTube,
thing was crazy.
on.
Yeah, like it's still there. Like you can go on YouTube and find like
and it has
stuff
all
that
this
they
weird
say like, oh, you can only find it like
weird
if you're using like an Onion browser or whatever, right? And it's on YouTube. Like,
yeah, and it has all this
And it
MK
all-
Ultra type mind control thing behind it.
yeah.
And it all starts with the globe Earth. When they convinced you by telling you you're on a spinning water pair hurling through infinite vacuums, right? They can make you believe anything. Anything. If they made you believe that the observable reality that you are living in is different, right? So you observe reality as flat, non-rotating. You measure your reality as flat, non-rotating. But they made you believe you're on a spinning water pair. It is not being significant. You're insignificant. You're a speck of stardust somewhere in the back of an infinite universe. Right?
A result of random happenstance and chances, exactly. You know, which is a nihilistic worldview.
Meaningless.
Carry
An
on, sorry.
asteroid can take you out any second now, right? Because you are just an accident, and meaningless piece of dirt on another piece of dirt, right? This is where it all started.
Again, it's the same thing, right? And I feel like right, so think of it this way: if you want to look at like predictive programming or game theory 101, right? This is one way of looking at it. So if you were to say that everything started from a singularity, or everything comes from a globe, right? And this globe comes from a singularity, these are like two axioms, right, in which are true. From those two axioms, going on from there, right, there are only certain things that could be true in order that we are where we are today, right? In terms, so, and that's the other part of it. So people say, well, no, but the globe, you know, the idea of the globe, if that's what it is, what does that mean? And it's like, well, you can actually see how it is actually something that would cause a form of predictive programming, right? So if you believe in the Big Bang, right, then you're likely to believe, because obviously remember the Big Bang starts off as the universe comes into existence out of hydrogen. Everything we have here comes only out of hydrogen, right? So if you're able to believe that portion, well, that's just my point. I know, but again, yeah. So again, if you're able to believe that everything comes from hydrogen into all these other different things, then you're likely to believe that evolution would be the same, right? And then, so as in, you know, amino acids to protein cells all the way up to DNA, right? Which is obviously a load of bollocks as well. But that's kind of the point, is that there are certain axioms that they set up, right? Right, singularity, globe. From there's only so far that you can go in terms of what story or narrative there is. There are certain ways that you can wiggle around it. That's why we sort of see all of these like terrible sort of stories that come out that are effectively just rubbish. Like, for instance, where the moon comes from, right? You know, if anyone, you know, Theia, the wayward planet that crashes into the Earth, you know, and the Earth's molten core was about to go out because they'd already established the evolutionary timeline of the Earth and how long the core had already been there. So they had to create a story that would like swing this back in so that the axioms weren't messed up, right? But again, it's based on the two axioms. Okay, it's based on the evolutionary timescale of the Earth, right? As in how long it took for it to be formed, and how long let's say the so-called Earth's core would be burning for. So then they have to say, okay, a planet has to come along to replenish the Earth's core in order that we can have the gravitational field or force that we have now, right? In order that we effectively have a moon as well, because remember, the debris from that planet was what coalesced into a ball and was thrown out to create the moon. But again, everything relies upon that one event in the globe model, and it's what 4.5 billion years ago it happened. They have no evidence for it happening, but it has to have happened. That has to have happened for us to currently be existing in the state that they say in this heliocentric model. Because if it didn't happen, the Earth's core wouldn't exist, and we wouldn't be able to exist right now, because obviously they say that gravity is the thing that holds in the atmosphere of the Earth. So that we wouldn't have an atmosphere, according to them, we wouldn't have an atmosphere anyway if we did live on the globe. Obviously, it wouldn't make sense. Entropy would dictate the higher to lower pressure movement. But the point is, everything relies on that one point because of these axioms that they box themselves in on. And again, if you can believe in those little axioms, you'll believe anything that goes in between that has to happen to connect the two axioms, or maybe it's three. There are certain tangent points, like I said, that they've created that box themselves in. And at this point, it seems like a little bit of ridicule from my point. It's like, how are people still even seeing this? And thinking
it's not ridicule. It's painful just listening to you describe their religion, man. Honestly, it's so ridiculous.
But when you have things like that, you have to basically believe in an event that was 4.5 billion years ago, right? That effectively had to have happened in order that we can exist in the way that we do now on the globe. And it's like, do people not see the inconsistencies there? That again, this is but people will just affirm the consequence and say, well, no, because we do exist now, then it must have happened. Well, things don't actually work like that.
They're literally saying the science is settled on what specifically happened 4.5 billion years ago.
Yes, mate.
Yeah, that's the thing that you're instantly taught as a child in grade school, is that this is how it went, this is what it is, don't question it, and pretty much that. And if you try to say anything else, then they'll fail you out.
Again, think about the likelihood of a wayward planet smaller than the Earth.
They literally punish you in school for thinking differently. Like they punish you for thinking differently.
Geomancer, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was talking.
Yeah. Sorry.
When I'm in here, guys, the talking over thing ain't gonna happen. Like I literally, like it ain't gonna happen. All right. So, basically, again, you're gonna also have to believe that this planet, the wayward planet Athea, 4.5 billion years ago, when it crashed into the Earth, right? Remember, for it to deposit its molten iron core to replenish ours. Remember, think about how stupid this is. Another planet crashed into our planet, its molten core, right? And it was only a glancing blow, as in the story says, because if it wasn't a glancing blow where the planet bounced off, the Earth would have just been shattered. But at the same time, a glancing blow does not happen when you have a sort of boring effect of like an RPG, right? Like a Monroe effect, an inverted copper cone, boom. Yeah, this is a liquid molten jet of the Earth's core that's hit this Earth with the other planet, and it's bored through our Earth all the way down to the center and replenished our Earth's molten core so that it might not burn out. Right? This happened 4.5 billion years ago, and this planet again didn't break our planet. In fact, again, the debris from the blow was what coalesced together eventually over the next couple of million years, or maybe more, in order to then throw away the moon from that planet. Right, in order that we as well remember, it's coalescing together a planet, like the moon. The planet's coalescing this moon together from this thing, from this event, and then the moon so happens to be 400 times the size to distance ratio needed that we could experience eclipses. Just think about the likelihood of all of this sort of going on, and how that's settled.
What's the claim for the age of Saturn's rings? How long has Saturn had its rings in the heliocentric model? Anybody know that?
Yeah, 1 second.
I am very into astronomy and astrology. It should have been.
They say they're as young as
before it was formed. At least when it started to become an actual, right there, a gas giant. That is supposed to fuck.
They're made of ice, right? They're made of ice, right? With some dust.
Yeah, they're ice rings, and they're either from a comet or something. So some kind of contact happening with the planet way back when.
So wait. Fucking comet. A comet.
And
like
so when something makes contact or hits the planet, no, it wasn't a comet. I was just thinking a comet because a lot of the comets are made out of ice, apparently.
and it like ripped the comet apart and formed the rings, right? But a fucking planet-sized object hitting Earth.
Yeah, it was an entire planet-sized object that glanced off of Earth, and the fragments.
Yeah,
ended up becoming our moon because of our gravity.
They say they're 100. Whether they say they're 100 million years old, effectively, they used to say they were 4.5 billion years old as well. Again, that would probably put some onus on looking at the other stuff, because there was a lot of skepticism over the 4.5 billion number, right? People were like, and again with this new number, so they're effectively formed when the dinosaurs roamed Earth.
Oh yeah. Wait, what? They were? Well, that's when they were formed. Galactically, that's not a long time, like in the sense of space and time, apparently.
Of course, 100.1 million years ago is the answer that you're looking for. So they come up with this answer, right, when the Cassini, the Cassini spacecraft, it perished, right? So they're saying that it crashed. They basically plunged it into the gas giant swirling atmosphere. The crash came after a last few months of furious study, during which Cassini performed the grand finale, a sensational, death-defying dance that saw the spacecraft dive between the planet and its rings 22 times.
What the fuck?
Yeah. It managed to dive in between the rings and the planet 22 times on its orbit.
And according to space agencies and NASA, they don't know what the core of like the gas giants are supposed to be, but they had shit like this where it's between the rings and the planet itself. And
well, again,
what the fuck the core of the planet could be. No, but continue. Sorry,
I can't remember if they claimed. Did Earth ever have rings after these impacts? Did they claim that?
No, the rings are because of impacts, because of the gravitational force pulling the debris towards the body of the planet.
The Earth has a much larger. Remember, listen, wait there. So, because it's a gas giant, right? It's different than a solid object. So when we're taking into consideration centrifugal force versus gravity, and remember the centrifugal force, the outward here, is only a 3% differential when plugged in with gravity, right? So the difference would be this, is that the rings wouldn't be able to form because effectively the gravitational force of the Earth would be that they would be inclinated toward the center of mass of the Earth.
Yeah. Oh shit.
As new perspectives often do, this one revealed a surprise, right? Listen to this. So after the stance dive, right? So they say that they got the 101.1 million number, yeah, from this dive, right? This dance and dive. They did this beautiful thing that Cassini did between the rings 22 times. And it's effectively, this article says, as new perspectives often do, this one revealed a surprise. Previously, planetary science had assumed that Saturn's rings were as old as the solar system itself, about 4.5 billion years old, but cosmic clues hidden deep within the rings caused some Cassini scientists to massively rise this figure. The rings aren't as old as the solar system. They argued in a paper published this summer in the journal. They emerged no more than 100 million years ago. Well, so, yeah. An explosion of media coverage linking the rings to the age of dinosaurs helped to quickly solidify the new finding in the public's eye. That's why they put it in the same spectrum as the dinosaurs, because obviously if you put something next to that, then again it's an attaché point to evolution. It's an attaché point. Remember what I was saying about these sort of axioms? They always reify their old axioms with their new axioms, right? And then that's something that they always do. It's again, the globe is built upon reification fallacy after reification fallacy.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is a lot for me to take in as someone who's coming from conventional science. And all I knew was fucking what they taught me in school and high school and college and shit.
Yeah, it's all an entire load of bullshit anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, that's the kind of issue, is that if you actually go and look into what the actual narrative is, it speaks for itself in terms of its validity, right? Again, a lot of the time it's like shots in the dark, right? Probes sent out to space that somehow find out one little piece of information. It could be something as simple as we have a geological study from Earth, where we have a rock that we know has certain minerals in it, for instance, right? And these minerals we can apparently trace back with carbon-14 dating that was produced in the atmosphere at a certain time. And again, we know the age of this rock here. We then study a piece of rock in the rings of Saturn. That piece of rock in the rings of Saturn has the same mineral sort of makeup as the part on this Earth, which we had dated with carbon-14. Again, we didn't retrieve the rocks back from Cassini, but, I'm not saying this is the official narrative. I'm saying this is the sort of things that I've read before. They don't sort of specify in this article exactly how they determined that the rings were 100.1 million years old. It just so happens that that's the case, but that's sort of an example as to why they could have said that, right? Again, it wouldn't compute that they would be able to test for carbon-14 dating on that spacecraft at all. So, again, I'm not claiming that's what they're stating, but I'm saying that's sort of the thing that I've heard before when it comes to this sort of thing. Hi, Ildiko. I've not seen you in here.
My bad. I muted my mic. Yeah, I never had the opportunity to learn. What'd you call it? Literally, the first time I ever heard it was when I was in a fucking stream earlier. They were asking questions to the Flat Earth Discord. Excuse me. It's the first time that I ever actually had something like just to talk about alternative knowledge. Right, and I don't feel like it's bad to question what the mainline general consensus is.
What is
it's all very new to me?
What is alternative knowledge? I mean, knowledge is things we can know. Things we can know, right? We all can know, so that is objectively true to us all. Yeah. What is alternative?
I was speaking alternative knowledge in the sense what's generally taught to you in baseline middle school, high school, college. Like they just say, okay, this is how the universe works, and that's it. Don't ask questions about it. Like that's literally how it was for me in high school and college. Or this is the way the planets work. This is the way the universe was born. This is the shape of the earth. This is all this because what you're generally taught from a very young age. So that's what I mean. So to me, because this was my first time hearing about it, I'm 24 years old. This is my first time hearing about it. So to me, technically, to this extent right now, it's still considered alternative knowledge, right? This is the first time I've ever heard about it. And I'm not saying alternative in the sense where it's incorrect. I'm saying this is the first time I've heard about it in the sense of it goes directly against what I learned, which I'm not saying what I learned was right. I know how the institution works shit. So, I understand that.
Let us define the word knowledge, right? Because when we experiment, test, and validate, then we can say we know stuff. So we know when water boils at sea level, right? We know this. And we cannot test, experiment, and validate. That would be belief. So when somebody says, "Well, there's a supernova, and it was created 80 million billion years ago," that's not knowledge, right? You can't test it, you can't validate it. It's just belief.
You're just feeding into the general consensus about what that should be. Normally, what people would consider.
Right. So, can I ask you a second, Justin? Can I just ask you because remember, I just want to pick this out a little bit. This isn't. So, you remember you said alternate knowledge, yeah? I sort of understood what you meant, but again, a lot of everything that I just said isn't a form of knowledge, right? Because it's not something that's validated in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. But that is the actual consensus that I was speaking of, right? And that sounded ridiculous to you. Am I correct?
I knew what he was talking about.
I'm not gonna say that it's ridiculous. I'm definitely, I came here to learn, right? I just figured out about the flat Earth theory 2 hours ago, right? So, to me, when I say alternative knowledge, I just mean I understand that it falls into a category. Well, this isn't something that's generally taught to, in normal schooling, normal, just normal forms, mostly normal forms of, obtaining knowledge. You Google it, look it up, everything says, this is the planet, this is it, this is that. You're in school. It gives you the answer. You don't even have to ask the question. So
would you say that's suspicious?
No, and I would, and that's why I was genuinely curious and coming in here and learning about it. You know what I mean? I didn't come in here to troll or to say. I literally just came in here to figure out.
No, welcome.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. So so that's why literally it was just a couple hours ago that I figured out about flat Earth theory. So I was like, dope, that's cool, because I'm also anti-establishment in the sense where I don't want to believe everything that they try to teach me in like that public schooling format. Because I know that all they want to do is make me become a drone, work for them, make the money, and then die. So they just want me to believe everything. Yes, continue. Sorry.
It's not a theory, right? Observable reality and measuring the surface of Earth is not a theory, right? It's knowing. That is why I ask you, what is alternative knowledge? Because
I only say theory because what I was taught learning a theory is something that isn't formally proved, and I want to say, like I was saying, I'm new to this, so something that isn't peer studied in the sense where it's like in like a scientific journal that's available through normal means, right? So this isn't, what we're talking about isn't something that's formally accepted, so it's not formally peer reviewed in the sense, well, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm saying it's not formally peer reviewed in the sense where something generally like this would be. So that's the only reason I call it alternative is because it's not what they teach you
I
normally in public school. So that's all I mean. I don't mean that as an insult. I just mean it's not something that they normally teach you.
I understand it, right? And we get people here that claim knowledge, but when you press them on that quote unquote knowledge, it is a belief, right?
Yeah.
This is why we are so specific about what is belief and what is knowledge. Okay, so and that is, I understood what you said when you said, well, this is alternative knowledge, and that is why I pressed you on it.
Yeah, I don't mean that like negatively.
It is not knowledge. It is what you believe to be true, right? They teach you this, and you believe it to be true, but it is not knowledge because you have not been to a black hole, a supernova, or whatever, right? What's beyond your limitation? You have not been there, so it cannot be knowledge. That is something you have to. We ask people to leave their beliefs at the door, and then try and figure out what can we know about the place that we are standing on, right?
Yeah.
And by knowing would be measuring, right? Measuring the surface of Earth to actually understand if it is actually a ball with the radius of 3959, because the whole heliocentric model was built on this radius, 3959. Okay? Without the radius, the whole heliocentric model crumbles. It collapses. If the Earth is not a ball, right, then it cannot be floating in a vacuum of space with the water sticking on it. So we went out and measured the surface of Earth, and it came out that it is not following the radius of 3959, right? It is flat. So, but continue. My apology.
No. I mean, definitely the reason I was at least fully curious is because in college, I majored in, because I always wanted to be like an astrologist and shit, and ended up, oh fuck, god damn it. Sorry, my mic is super loose. It keeps falling over the place, my bad. And I ended up majoring in theoretical physics. And also the thing is with theoretical physics, you're always working on, I want to say equations and essentially shit that is relative and has to do with space that isn't proven, right? It's all theoretical and it's constantly always changing. So that's why I was so inclined to come into here and, hear other opinions, because that literally just finished a 4-year degree. But, it's cool. True, because with how theoretical physics is that literally half the shit, I mean, right now, half of the equations that we still use for theoretical physics are over 120 years old, right? And what we're trying to do now is make things that we've discovered since then that are outside of that realm of the base theoretical the base theoretical equations. Work with it, because now it's we took theoretical physics at this baseline, but now we've seen so much that we can no longer prove that that's a part of what we learned. We studied on.
Again, so let me just add to what you just said. So, what it is that the field of theoretical space physics at the minute, what it's really struggling with, is again, it comes back to these axioms, and these axioms are the reason why people could say the globe has stood the test of time. It has not. Again, people say it's potentially a theory of 2,000 years old, but it's not one that was commonly held 2,000 years. We can go back 100 years. We go back 100 years. In fact, people that we know have actually spoken with individuals that were taught in school that the Earth was flat. But the heliocentric model would like you to believe that this has been something that stood the test of time, that it's been something that people on the cutting edge of knowledge have sort of been presenting for a long time. This is not true. There was a few outsiders or a few outliers, should I say. And then let me just finish this. So this is my question for you. And I'm very interested in talking to you because you've just done this degree. The axiom part, remember what I was saying about these tangent points in the story? So this is the part that they're really struggling with, is that when they're sort of trying to come up with new equations, the old equations either have to be completely scrapped and they have to create new ones, or they have to try and make it fit with the old. That's why this field effectively isn't able to go forward, because the old forms of theoretical space physics are based upon these axioms that need to be true in order for us to exist in the way that we do, right? And so those numbers can't exactly just be wiped away. And the new numbers can't be plugged into the old. And that's why there's been this stasis of just non-movement. And really it smacks of the actual, what should I say, intent of the heliocentric proponents, because again, they're still pouring money into doing this to try and plug the numbers into the old axioms. And I would like to ask you one question. Would you say that you have, just after doing 4 years, right, would you say that you would even be on the precipice of an understanding that is exceeding the average norm of, let's say, theoretical space physics? Would you say that the knowledge that you gained was of wealth to you, or would you state that actually you're still very much in the dark?
I definitely say just through personal experience, because like everything that we're working on based off of like tangent lines, they're all based off of Hilbert's axioms. And with what we know currently, and things that we've learned, because Hilbert's axiom theory is like 130 years old, right? And it plugged in so well that we used it for it literally scientifically 170 years when we were launching fucking shit into space, right? Just basing, what we could understand about well, not part of the equation is proven, but it used to be theoretical physics, right? But now the end of the equation, it no longer works, and everyone's trying to work with Dedekind's axiom, which kind of works towards the end of it, but like with this new axiom theory that we've been working on for like the past 3 years, which obviously with like tangent lines, like none of it works. We're no closer to proving anything than we were 170 years ago. Just 170 years ago, somebody, fucking Hilbert, had a theory about axioms and
there's 20 tangent lines. What they are? Can I just explain what they are a second? So Hilbert's axioms, there's like a set of them, right? And even if you were to type in Hilbert's
20,
axioms
I believe,
into Google, it's 20 of them. If you were to type this in, it will also tell you that these are 20 assumptions proposed by David Hilbert. Again, they started to call them assumptions because, remember, like I said about wiping away of the old numbers, because axioms always like sort of segment people in into a sort of, like I said, into having to make attaché points to the old in order to have the new to be something of any sort of value, or even something that is able to occur. And he basically, and it was 1899, right? And he's got a book that is effectively, he created a book that's called Grundlegende der Geometrie.
Yep,
right?
I had to read that.
Yeah.
Or at least the roughly translated version.
Yeah, and that's treated essentially as the foundation of modern treatment of Euclidean geometry, right? So it goes into like the 5 axioms of geometry as well, and then obviously there are different subsets, right? Like then you would have like the 4 axioms, and then there are different sets of these axioms that it goes through in this book, right? And again, like you're saying, it's like I always say this to people that sort of say that they know the heliocentric model, and I say this thing about axioms, and they never know what I'm referring to. The first person that's ever said that. So I actually do trust that you actually did do your degree. But the reason why I'm saying that is because a lot of people, and I always say axioms because of that reason, right?
Yeah, no, it was a scientifically proven theory. It has been for a very long time, for almost, I think, 140, 100, I don't know. I was saying 170, but probably for the past 140 years.
But remember, scientifically
Hilbert's axiom
proven
theorem was.
Right,
and that's another one thing is the new Dedekind, or I don't know how to say it, Dedekind's axiom, which almost disproves Hilbert's, because it's for like when you, I don't know how to say it without putting it on paper, but it essentially says that instead of like between each axiom, or instead of having 20 axiom lines, there can't be 2 that are like, I want to say close together. So for every one that exists, one can't exist in a certain degree. So then there should only be 10. But it's also like there's 2 ways to measure it. If you measure it under Dedekind's axiom,
one has a differential ratio formula for the other, right? So and they level them out. So I just want to, just because of the language that's been used right a second ago, which is that a scientific theory. So even like I said, if you plug this in now, right, if you type in Hilbert's axioms, they completely throw his work under the bus. They say it's base assumptions, right, proposed by him. So because you said, I just want to be careful with whoever's doing that, stop it, please.
Oh, somebody's. Wait, is that my mic? Is that my mic? No, it's not. Oh, it's just somebody leaving and joining.
2266.
All right, just making sure.
I got him.
I couldn't tell if it was me because my mic line is kind of tight. But no, continue. Yeah,
that's all right. I'm eager to listen. So when you state that it's like and I'm not picking on you, obviously, I'm just saying.
No. That's
this is something that's been taught to you in that way, because I know it's been taught to you in that way. So they say that it's been a scientific theory that was validated, right? Hilbert's axioms. Okay, so if we propose that some of the things in theoretical space physics, for instance, or in physics, if we just pretend that they're real, then some of these numbers would describe the things that do exist in terms of how they could plug into. They would be correct if these things were correct. But the issue is for let's say
like they have been correct. Theory. That's the thing too, is that they have been correct.
But they're correct they're correct in conjunction to representative things that have to be, for it to be a scientific theory. Again, maths is just a description or a language that describes our reality, or can be plugged into stuff that doesn't describe our reality.
Apparently, math is supposed to explain.
1 second, let me just get this out a second, because this is just this is kind of like a little bit of a disclaimer, right? So again, if we presume that they are visible, right? If we presume that we are in this form of a universe in a heliocentric model, then some of what his axioms are would actually, again, measure up to this, and it would be correct. But 1 second,
they do measure.
Let me just get it out, mate, because if I get interrupted, I can't.
I'm sorry. No. My bad. Continue. Sorry, I won't interrupt. My bad. I'm sorry.
So a scientific theory, again, his axioms could be true based upon if this is a reality. But the case is that we would have to first assert the reality that he is assigning these axioms to, and we would have to first validate that scientifically speaking. Again, that's never been done. And my main issue with the way that they teach Hilbert's axioms and saying that they're a scientifically validated theory is that a scientifically validated theory is one that has first gone through the scientific method, right? So the scientific method would first have to be ascribed to, let's say, the individual things. And some of these things don't even go into the purview of science in terms of, people think science is a very broad spectrum, and it's really not, right? No. It really doesn't necessarily, the scientific method doesn't necessarily attach itself, or should I say, things aren't necessarily able to be run through the scientific method always, right? This isn't the case, that they can always be attached to things. So, we can still have philosophical truths, we can still have logical frameworks of things that would sort of make sense, but a scientific theory is something that's been plugged into or ran through the scientific method, and then through experimentation and gatherance of evidence, then a theory would be then presented based upon that evidence. But to sort of suggest that Hilbert's axiom is like a scientifically proven theory, it doesn't sort of quite follow, if that makes sense, because this is why they even state on the very first page of Wikipedia, it says Hilbert's axioms are a set of 20 assumptions.
Yeah, it's all a theorem.
Exactly, theorem is the word. More of the, but yeah, it's just because you said that.
And it really can't be scientifically proven to the fullest extent, because even though you want to use the scientific method, which says you have to be able to complete this experiment an X amount of times with X control group and X actual group that I would say, I don't know, I'm thinking almost of it in a pharmaceutical sense. Like you give people drugs that don't work and drugs that do work, and then you say this does this does that. And you're able to build like a consensus off of that. Well, with stuff like this, you really can't, because you can only have a control group off of who believes, who doesn't believe, depending on what you tell them. So it's hard, because it has been proven, but the controlled groups that they used were literally people that were saying, do you believe this is real? They're like, yeah. And they're like, well, do you believe this is not real? And then that would be their X or their Y. So it's hard in the sense to prove something that, I can't fucking, obviously, the college that I went to, you can't put people into fucking space just for the sake of having a control group. You can't enforce the fucking baseline. I can't take an equation and force it on someone. You know what I mean? I can't take these theorems. I can't take fucking Dedekind's axiom or fucking Hilbert's axiom and test it. You know what I mean? Because it's all theoretical.
Yeah. But you need a radius.
Special plead with the scientific.
You need a radius. But like that's what they do. They take shit that you can't. And I even knew this when I was studying theoretical physics, is that they take things that are more or less math. It's all based on equations, and then they plug other things into these equations. And if it just so happens to work with a set equation, then it's proof, and they forego the entire scientific method. It's like, I don't have a control group to run these tests on, because none of us are able to fucking figure out if the existence of a tangent line through Hilbert's axiom or Dedekind's axiom is an actual thing, because we're not the fucking universe. You know what I mean? But just because it plugs into certain equations that are already generally accepted, then now it becomes fact. Instead of enforcing scientific theory on something, which you need a test group, you need control test, all this, and you forego that for a lot of theoretical. Just pretty much any kind of space programs, unless I'm gonna go to NASA or SpaceX and launch someone into space and figure out a blank effect on blank. You know what I mean? So, and I don't have $120 million. My university isn't gonna fund me $120 to fucking launch someone into space to test out something. So it's like all of these things, even things that we've accepted for the past 100 years as fact, as somebody who learned it on, I would say, a higher scale than somebody who would have learned it in just normal high school or grade school. went to a paid school, wanting to be an astrologist, and ended up majoring in theoretical physics, is that I can say it's definitely weird that a lot of the things that we would accept to this day as fact is all based off of the fact that these equations plug into other equations that we assume work. So that's why I would say, a lot of these things don't work because half of them are based off of theorems and the other half of them are based off of 150-year-old equations that we're not sure worked, but something plugged into it could, so it must work. But just because I'm able to come up with a math problem that equals up with some old dude's math problem from 140 years ago that he apparently solved, and now he must be correct, and that's just now the general consensus, I always thought that was kind of weird. Because that's literally how it was. Literally what I did in theoretical physics was search for equations that matched up with equations that old white dude 400 years ago said was fact. Right. And that was the weirdest thing about it, is that like E equals MC squared. Well, why does E equal MC squared? And you're like, well, this equation works, so I don't have to do the homework, right? Like shit like that. And it's been like that for a dumb amount of time. And I hate that it was like $110,000 degree. Literally over $100,000. It was $120,000. And the only thing that I learned was, if I take this old guy's numbers and make an equation that works with it, then I'm right. That's literally all it is taking what the baseline of our scientific knowledge has been about the Earth, gravity, atmosphere, planet distance. I think it was 320 BC when the first person ever took like a measurement of the moon's distance to the Earth. Right? And we took that as baseline.
But what is needed as well for that, right? So what do we need in order to take to effectively measure the distance to the moon, right? There are certain things again that need to be true, right?
Yeah.
So like for instance, this is why we sort of like harp on the radius thing all the time. How the radius was first established is a very similar story again, right? There was a guy called Al-Biruni that sort of used dip angles to the horizon in order to get the opposite, or should we say the negative angle, in order to sort of measure the distance to the core of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
So in order for that to be the case, right, there are certain things that need to be true, right? And it's the same with the globe, right? The globe has to comport in a certain way for that to be true too. I can show you a couple of observations.
Size that he said, it has to be everything that he said to be able to fall in line with that theory.
Of course, because people were trying to listen. Wait, so people were trying to say that the radius has been reified or reestablished, let's say, by satellites, for instance. But for satellites to even get up into, let's say, orbit, right, they would first need to know the radius in order to calculate for the fuel, in order to be able to
to be able to figure out what orbit they need to not fucking come crashing back down or to get lost in space.
So
they can't
can you share a couple of observations with you? If you put your attention to Live Stream Voices, because you can understand the mathematics behind this very easily, I think it's really a good time to sort of show you the argument in terms of why we're saying that the radius is something that's just completely destroyed, right? I'm going to show you one observation first, and then I'm going to show you another observation. It's just to do, the reason why I'm doing this is in order so that you can sort of see that effectively this is something that you can just observe every time you go to the coast or any time that you look across the Earth, right? So the first observation is off of the coast of somewhere called Devon, England, right? It's looking at an island that's 19.7 miles away, right? There are portions of this island that are extremely low as well, okay? So the other point of this is that if the horizon, right, is on, because what people often say is that, well, again, how high is that island? It doesn't really matter. There should be a horizontal line in front of said island, right? So there should be a piece of Earth or a sagittar, right, a leading edge of the sphere that should be blocking portions of the island, but the horizon is actually completely to the, so it's to the left and to the right of the island, right? The horizon being where the sky appears to meet the ground. Like I said, I'll post these two images first, okay? So you're going to have to just trust that this is something that I did.
I don't believe.
And you can look this up. You can look this up, right? This is the closest point to this island on this part of the coast. So if I did it from anywhere else, you can sort of tell by the orientation of the island, if you look into it, that effectively that is what took place.
No. I believe it. I know. You gave me two things that are easily Googleable, so why would you lie to me about one thing and the other? No, I get it. No, I believe it. Yeah.
Right. So, again, as well, this is sort of the argument because it goes as follows, right? So if the Earth is a sphere, right, of a radius of 3959, okay, it must be that every horizon, distance to the horizon, if the methodology for deriving the distance to the horizon is the measuring of dip angles and also the distance of the horizon away from the observer based on his angle to resolve that horizon, meaning how high he is. Okay? There's a certain formula that we can plug in, right? Which is
this is what I've learned. Like the first week that.
Right. So here as well, we have another observation. Remember, like I said, that's 19.7 miles away, the first observation. This one here, the platforms aren't the argument, right? They're just the demarcations of distance. We know the distance to the platforms. We can see the horizon. The horizon presents behind the platforms, right? Okay, so the first observation is taken roughly at 1 foot off the ground. Okay, even if it was taken at 8 feet, right? So I can show you the same observation in a moment if you would like at 8 feet. Again, if it was taken at 1 foot, okay, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon, if it is a sphere with a radius of 3959, would be 1.22 miles away. If it was 8 feet taken off of the ground, the photo, the maximum distance to that horizon would be 3.48 miles away. Okay, we can clearly see that it's 10 miles away, right, or more, because we have platform habitat, which is 9.41 miles away. Right, we also have the other observation above, and I think anyone that's been honest with themselves, that's been on the coast, knows that they've seen horizons that are much further away than this formula in terms of an average man is never going to be above.
Florida. I go to the beach all the time. I see oil rigs in the distance. I see all that shit in the distance.
And look at, if you see what Rogers has posted, you can see that again. You can see this observation in a different sort of way, right? So I understand that obviously people sort of say, well, look at the distortion in these images. Well, that, again, so what would you state would be the refutation of this argument? What would you have to say, because if we're stating that, again, the distance to the horizon must be no more than what that formula is, how is it that we're observing it?
There isn't an inherent argument unless you can directly prove that the person who is showing you this information is purposefully making it so that it feeds into their what they're trying to prove, and just looking at this, there's no, and I can say that as somebody who is legally a theoretical physicist, is that there isn't proof in any of this that what I'm looking at isn't actual documentation. You know what I mean? So it's, I want to say, because they say that at a certain distance the curve comes into effect. This, that, and the next thing, and that from a certain distance away, everything's just a curve. You shouldn't be able to see it. It shouldn't look like this. But I can definitely say, literally, somebody paid $110,000 to become a theoretical physicist. Is that what you're showing me? I can't say can be disproven unless I know for a fact that the person who's showing it to me is purposely doctoring it. So it definitely looks like that. This proves, should I say, a point that just even from a professional standpoint, it looks like this is legitimate, and it surpasses what the curvature of something at that distance.
Exactly, it doesn't comport with the numbers.
I'll tell
you what the argument is. I'll tell you what the reverse argument
algorithms
is.
that I was.
Hold on a second, Craig.
Yeah, go ahead.
Justin, got to give you mad props, man, for being intellectually honest. Given that you've, as you said, paid 110 grand for a degree in.
100%. I'm still in debt. I'm still in debt. I'm still paying it up.
Yeah. No. So credit where credit's due, man.
Yeah, 100%. I was going to say that myself. Like, credit where credit is due. Yeah, 100% being intellectualized. So the argument in which that they give for us, yeah, you look fine, Brandon. So the argument that they give for this is effectively is that refraction would be the cause as to why the geometric horizon, okay, is.
Yeah, but refraction only works so much at a distance. Like, you can't. Like, I can't think
exactly.
I can't pull out my cock from 40 miles away and you'd be able to see it on the fucking horizon because of refraction.
Well, again,
you can't look up.
We know the effects of refraction.
I know it's at a scale, and obviously, yeah.
Oh no, listen. You're exactly.
It works
right,
to a certain extent, like.
Of course. So let me just say. So I'll get it out for you.
Sorry.
So again, the horizon, yeah. Okay, refraction sort of. We have these different effects. We have towering, stooping, right? We have these different effects of refraction. This effect of refraction is something that doesn't really exist, right? It's never denoted. This idea that a horizontal line can be lifted back and placed over. But again, if we give them refraction, okay, again, refraction being something that needs the R value plugged into it, and again, that would be a massive fallacy to commit, wouldn't it? To sort of say, oh yeah, refraction would be the cause of why we're seeing this, when actually the way that you derive the radius of the Earth would be through this method. So you need this method first in order to first get the radius in order to plug it in for a form of terrestrial refraction. Refraction doesn't work in terms of lifting the whole horizon back. But let's say we give them refraction. So this is actually the real argument. It's actually a sort of it's not a trick and it's not a gotcha. It's actually a real legitimate point. But when they say refraction as to be the cause, we say, okay, cool, have your refraction. So again, how was it that Al-Biruni ever measured the distance to the horizon if it's something that's ever changing based on the fact that the atmosphere can affect the way that the distance to the horizon? How is it that they first established the distance to the horizon? And how would they know which was the geometric horizon or the apparent one that was lifted or moved? So again, that is the argument. Refraction actually is our argument, right? You know, so they sort of hand it to us.
Argument. Because it basically puts, like, if I was arguing with you from a completely scientific standpoint, that would put my head in the dirt, right? I'd be like, what the fuck? I don't have an answer for this.
Right, so...
But I can definitely say...
what we've dealt with over the last 4 or 5 years, right, with this argument.
I can...
So what's happened is at first... the globers would say we have a geometric horizon. Now what they state is that we don't have one. They actually, so we're talking about maybe, you know, the people that have been arguing this. Some of them have got PhDs. Some of them are, you know, prominent people in the scientific community and stuff like that, right? They first come in arguing that, no, we have a geometric horizon. We know the distance to it. We can denote it. Now they say, well, no, we don't have a geometric horizon. It's an apparent position. We've actually changed their opinion on this almost, or should I say what they purport to say. In private, I imagine they say there is a geometric horizon, but in public they don't
of course.
say it. So again, like, and this is just one of the arguments, right? So, and that, like I said, that's just one argument. But if you destroy the radius, right, the radius is needed in order to assert the circumference, and to assert the circumference, right, you need the circumference in order to state that this is a globe, and vice versa, and so on and so forth, right? So this is sort of just a baseline argument, right? Again, this is sort of been our problem in the past, though, is that there's a lot of intellectual dishonesty, so it's not able to be moved forward. You know, we have people like Professor Dave, for instance.
But I can definitely say if I said this in the presence of my colleagues, I'd be blacklisted and I wouldn't never be able to say anything ever. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be able to publish a paper if I said this in the presence of my colleagues. I would be completely blackballed from everything, right? I could make the biggest scientific discovery tomorrow, but because I said this, I could win a fucking Nobel Prize. But if I was on record saying this, then
so that's why we have the stance that
I wouldn't be backed by the college that I'm with.
Sorry. That's why the current notion of science is a religion. It's scientism because it's not based on actual
definitely very
science. It's based on consensus.
No, it's not. Yeah, and the general consensus is against what I would agree, what I would view as correct. Now sitting here and talking to you guys, and obviously coming with
this is why maybe you can understand earlier when you invoke the idea of peer review how it's flawed in itself.
Oh, extremely.
Really indicate any. It's not an automatic indication of
No, it's not. Peer review is super flawed. Super flawed because it's all based on your peers, right? So if you take your oldest peer,
your peers, right now, you'd be blackballed. So
let's say the oldest peer we could have. Let's say he's a 95-year-old renowned scientist. The information that he's running off is from a scientist from 185 years ago, right? So what he worked on was like what he worked on now. We would say like the theorems that he worked on and the discoveries that he made. They're old news, right? But he's the oldest living scientist in that field, so he's top peer. And the people that worked on shit under him, those are the underlings. And then it comes to me, the newest one, who just finished a year ago, right? So if I tried to say anything, I would be, fucking completely blackballed by 140 years. What I would say worth not of knowledge, but 140 years worth of literal fucking peers, like. The first dude that would be like, this guy's full of shit, is somebody who learned something that was 60 years old 70 years ago, So it's like, I don't have much of a platform to be able to try to change that as like the general consensus, because if I tried to, it would immediately be shut down by some super old fucking German guy who's 85 right now, who is now the top in his field from plugging in an equation to a 125-year-old theorem.
Right. 1 second, Justin. 1 sec. So
Go ahead.
I just want to say this. I love that you're very excited about this topic. Yeah. Okay.
Very much.
Remember Remember the talking thing. Just try to keep it like if you hear someone else talk, just drop for a second.
Definitely. My bad. I'm not trying to.
Right.
I just feel like I
you're not trying to
say because
you've got verbal diarrhea a little bit. I get it. It's just this is sometimes being recorded and on the live stream, right? It doesn't sound so good. Like in here, we can follow.
My bad.
We can follow the conversation.
My bad. You're right. My bad.
All right.
You're right.
See what I mean, though? I'm talking. See what I'm trying to say? I know. I get it. You don't have to apologize. You'll get used to it.
I'm just a formal person.
All right. So I want to just add to this, right? So in essence, right, the thing is with peer review, and what it comes down to at the end of the day is effectively, like you said, it's a flawed system. And the reason it is a flawed system is because of the fact that it is based upon axioms. And I say these axioms all the time, right? It's tangent lines or axioms every single time. This thing needs to be true for this one. So the new people working in order to have things peer reviewed first have to slot in the pre or the antecedent knowledge that comes from those peers. And that has to effectively fit in to the formula, right? Has to fit into the formula of the new finding. The new finding must not debase or destroy the old. If it does so, you must first have a good reputation in order to do so. And again, when we're working with sort of these older peers, like you're talking about, the people from hundreds of years ago, a lot of the time they're put on these pedestals as sort of gods, right? People like Newton and Einstein and people like this, right? They're put on these pedestals and effectively they're very difficult to topple due to the gravitas of the situation, which is that, again, going from a different time where we sort of had more of a practical means of application of life, even, right? The way that people lived out their life, for instance, is less linear curriculum, right? Linear curriculum always sort of goes toward an end directive that states that effectively people must be within certain parameters in order to sort of exist within inside of the academic world. The academic world informs the economic market, right? And that's why it really is sort of this way, right? Because remember, if you have, again, for instance, with the Higgs boson, and the Hydra Collider, right, in Switzerland, if you was to have, let's say, come out with a discovery 5 years into the building of the Hydra Collider that completely destroyed the axiom that was needed for the Hydra Collider to exist, you would have effectively destroyed billions of dollars of, I would say billions of dollars of investment for one. And then these investments, like I said, often come from, the market of the private sector. Exactly. So, like, again, there are financial sort of things tied up also in this, which make it effectively a massive problem to have some form of like clear I would say, some clear form of intellectual honesty, even within inside of the group, right? And then we also have the private sector's interest in terms of when they go to scientists and sort of say, look, I need you to prove this thing, and I need you to keep running it until you prove it, in order that I could, let's say, get a form of backing from an organization that's, let's say, needed in order for this to be something that could be applied as a product to the rest of the world. You know, there's certain axioms, again, that they need to fulfill. Maybe it's FDA approval, right? Maybe it's a logistics group that would need to, effectively sign off on certain things for let's say the needed pre-compounds or something like that, or maybe the safety precautions needed. So you would maybe need a review or a study that would show that this thing that was previously thought of as dangerous is no longer, right? And that's part of the revolving door between politics and science and also the private sector, right? And that completely, and the fact that you're able to sort of understand that. I wanted to ask you, so what hope do you yourself have when you actually understand that? If you're understanding that and you've just got your degree, effectively, how does that affect your psychology in terms of like taking this forward as you go forward?
I can definitely say a lot of my colleagues definitely fall in line with sorry for tapping my mic a bunch. I was just adjusting. Fall in line with dated theories, theorems, a bunch of different things. For one, to fall in line with the peers and to be able to write papers, but also these theorems and theories that you're like.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.